spontaneous. Before I knew it, I'd convinced myself that stopping by the Maverick Stadium to say hello was a good idea, and about 15 minutes later I was dressed, inside my car, and following the instructions of my GPS, en route to the stadium's location, and surprisingly, the New York Mavericks were located in New Jersey. Once I pulled into the parking lot, I shut off the engine and hopped out of my car. It only took a few glances around the perimeter for my eyes to spot what looked like an entry gate. The giant security guards manning that entrance weren't too difficult to spot either. Instantly, realization started to set in. I'd just made a 40-minute trip to an NFL football stadium to say hello to Quinn. You know, like he was just some average Joe working at Target. Not a freaking professional athlete who probably required his own team of security when he went to highly publicized events. Not to mention his team had their own team of security, which apparently they utilized on a daily basis. Basically, everyone but me had fucking security, and it was most likely impossible for me to get anywhere close to Quinn without him knowing in advance. "Oh my God, you're an idiot," I loudly chastised myself, for going with the whole don't worry about the logistics mindset before I'd left my apartment to start this venture of crazy. I mean, seriously, who does this, Cat? Who just shows up to a football stadium on a whim? I kicked at a few loose pebbles of the gravel parking lot and groaned. I wasn't sure which was worse, the frustration of wasting nearly 2 hours out of my day to drive back and forth to a stadium for no goddamn reason, or the mortification over the fact that I'd actually just gone through with this absurd, and let's face it, extremely impulsive plan. "Can I help you?" A voice called over to me, and I looked up to find a man walking toward me. Oh, great. That was just what I needed, someone to actually spot me in the fucking parking lot. I honestly didn't know what to say to his question, and I found myself blurting out something just as equally ridiculous as showing up to the stadium unannounced. I wanted to see Quinn Bailey." Way to let the impulsive and completely awkward Cat out of the bag. Why couldn't I have just said something simple like, "I got lost, so I just pulled in here until I could get my GPS straightened out"? The man, who I quickly realized was pretty fucking good-looking once he'd closed the distance between us, tilted his head to the side in confusion. "Quinn Bailey?" "Yeah, you know, the guy that, throws the ball," I answered, and I even added a throwing motion with my right arm to really hit a home run of embarrassment. An amused smirk crested the man's lips. "Do you know Quinn?" Yeah," I nodded, and decided to just throw caution to the wind and see if maybe this man, whoever he was, could get me inside the stadium. "Quinn and I are friends. Good friends. And he left this, I paused and quickly glanced into my purse for some kind of excuse for my random drop-by. It was a fucking mess, by the way. Pens, lifesavers, random wrappers, and receipts. By the time I came across the most viable item, a half-empty bottle of Bath & Body Works hand sanitizer, I yanked it out of my bag and waved it in the air like I'd found Willy Wonka's golden fucking ticket. He left this," I said way, way too loudly for the short distance between us. I took a breath and lowered my voice before adding, "He left this in my, purse, and I wanted to give it to him." "Hand sanitizer?" The man looked at it, reading the label, and grinned. "Citrus explosion? I always thought Quinn was more of a vanilla-scented kind of guy." "Well, he really likes it. The citrus explosion, I mean." I paused and internally grimaced at my own words. God, I sound ridiculous. But what the hell, right? I was already this far deep into the hand sanitizer citrus explosion story. Why stop now? "I think it's a good luck thing or something," I lied. "And he just, lost it last night, and I have it, and I just thought I'd stop by real quick to drop it off for him." He quirked a brow. "And what's your name?" "Catharine Wild," I responded, and held out my hand. "It's nice to meet you, Catherine," he said, and shook my hand. "I'm Wes Lancaster." "It's nice to meet you, Wes." I honestly had not a clue what Wes and the Mavericks' relationship was, but I was hoping he had some kind of job that gave us a security-free pass.
"Give me just a sec to make a quick call,"
he requested, and I nodded. Wes pulled out his phone and turned his body slightly away from mine as he tapped the screen and lifted it to his ear. Oh, God. I hope that security-free pass I was just hoping for isn't actually a security pass to kick my crazy ass out of here.
"Hey, Bennett,"
he greeted into the receiver.
"Is Bailey close by?"
I stood there awkwardly, uncertain of what I should do with myself as he continued his phone conversation.
"Let me talk to Phillips then,"
he said curtly, and a moment later he asked,
"Does Bailey know a Catharine Wild?"
Wes stayed silent for a moment before adding,
"No shit."
I had no idea what had just been said, but whatever it was, it had him turning back toward me with an intrigued smirk on his lips. He ended the call shortly after that and slid it back into his pocket.
"Well,"
he grinned and motioned toward the gate entry doors I'd spotted earlier.
"if you follow my lead, I think I can help you find Quinn Bailey."
"Really?" My eyes widened in surprise. "Do you have friends in high places or something?" I asked, teasing, and he just smirked.
"I guess you could say it's something like that."
It didn't take us long to make our way past the giant security guards manning the front entrance. And honestly, they didn't even bat a fucking eye or ask for any kind of identification when Wes walked toward them. All it had taken was a simple,
"She's with me,"
for them to not be disturbed by my presence. We walked in the direction of the center of the stadium, and besides the occasional staff member that passed us by, the place was an empty shell. The boring concrete walls absorbed any contact sent their way and made our footsteps sound louder than normal. People waved and greeted Wes as he walked past them, and he returned the sentiment with a simple nod or quiet hello. Apparently, he was a pretty popular guy inside the stadium. Maybe he's like one of the concessions managers or something. Once he directed us down the cement tunnel that led to the field, my initial view of the pristine green turf urged a rush of butterflies into my stomach. They flitted and flipped, and if I went by feeling alone, they reproduced like fucking rabbits until they moved up into my chest and tightened my breaths. Any minute, Quinn would realize I'd driven all the way down to the stadium to say hello. All of a sudden, the realization of what I'd just managed to get myself into was too overwhelming. Personifying a cat with dew claws still intact, anxiety clawed at my throat. Would this come across as too weird? Would he be concerned I was secretly some crazy obsessed fan or something? Oh my God. Abort, this is not a good idea. I shuffled my feet in place, at any second, ready to turn and hightail it out of here. But my hourglass of time had run out once we reached the end of the giant tunnel.
"Just wait right here," Wes said. "I'll be right back."
Time to face the impulsive music cat.
Chapter 21. Quinn. "Hut, hut!" I called around my mouth guard, one sharp spike of my toe into the turf beneath me. Sammy hiked the ball, a perfect spinning spiral to settle right in between my waiting hands. One step, two, I dropped back and shuffled my feet as my eyes scanned the field in front of me. Pads clashed and grunts sounded, and with a quick shove off of his coverage, Sean broke free into the open field 20 yards out. I snapped my arm back and let it fly, and I got in a millisecond of watching the ball sail through the air before my back met the ground and a harsh burst of air left my lungs. Fortunately, this was one of my guys doing the tackling, so he shifted off of me quickly and reached down with a helping hand to get me back to my feet. Game situations were a little different. Tackles 10 times harder, insults and shit-talking filling the air like a thick fog. And I hadn't even gotten started on the behind-the-scenes, away from the ref's eyes, pinches, kicks, grabs, and little maneuvers meant to cause pain. things most people wouldn't understand until they were stuck under a pile of bodies, holding the football tight to their chest, while everyone within their reach tried their damnedest to make them drop the fucking ball. "Sorry, Quinn," Martinez apologized. "Couldn't stop my momentum." I smiled around my mouthpiece and gave him a sound slap to the helmet. "Don't worry, Teeny. I need a little warm-up for all the bell-ringing Pittsburgh is going to do." His smile turned menacing. "Not if we have anything to say about it, QB." The whistle sounded, 2 sharp bleats in a row, and I turned to look for the culprit. Coach Bennett had a hand in the air, and Mr. Lancaster, the owner of the Mavericks, was standing next to him. Both of their eyes were on me. I glanced back to Teeny, but Mr. Lancaster called my attention back with a shouted, "Yo, Bailey!" Spitting out my guard and pulling my helmet from my head as I moved, I picked up the pace to a jog and headed for the side of the field. Mr. Lancaster turned and headed for the tunnel, and Coach Bennett jerked his head to indicate I should follow. I turned my jog into a run. Getting called over by the owner of the team during practice wasn't exactly a regular occurrence. He was a good-natured guy, and he joked around with the best of us, but he was also my boss, and I'd skimped a little on sleep last night, even though I'd physically needed it. I hoped he couldn't tell. I sure as hell couldn't. In fact, I felt like I was on top of the world today, and my arm had been even better than usual. Apparently, late-night text sex with Catharine Wild was good for my game. I wonder what the real thing will do for it. Shaking off those thoughts and preparing to face my boss, I made it to the mouth of the tunnel in no time. Half of what I found was expected. The other, pacing, muttering, fucking adorable half, I couldn't have guessed for all the money in the world. Mr. Lancaster's eyebrows rose as he jerked his head toward the interior of the tunnel. The air was electric with energy as my gaze locked with Catherine pacing back and forth across the concrete. A few locks of her dark hair shook across her shoulders as, unless she had magically started hearing voices, she berated herself. My heart beat wildly in my chest, almost out of control, really. Just last night, I'd come all over myself to thoughts of being inside her, and she'd brought herself to the brink with a few hot words from me. But now her skin was real, and the light that poured out of her didn't have to transcend cellular waves to seep into me. God, she's something, I thought, as she fell a little deeper into her personal torment. Ironically, I imagined she looked now much how I'd looked as I'd gone on a one-person trip to Crazy Town within the confines of my truck last night. I was hesitant to stop the show, but the hard lines of my boss's face said, quite strongly, "Get the fuck on with it." "Cat?" I called softly, hoping to ease the roughness with which I startled her. Her body jerked violently and whirled before settling into a pose of casual indifference, a very forced, false, comical version of casual indifference. "Hey, Quinn!" She gave a little arched wave. I smiled, and Mr. Lancaster looked down to his feet. "What are you doing here?" I asked gently. She looked like a frightened animal, all tense limbs and quivering fur, and I didn't want her to think I didn't like the fact that she was here. I was surprised, but by all accounts, I was fucking thrilled to see her. This hand sanitizer," she stuttered. "You left it, and I wanted to make sure you had it so you could be, clean." Mr. Lancaster's eyes climbed back to mine, and they were positively dancing. I focused my attention on him, wading through any embarrassment by knowing it would all be worth it when I finally got to put my hands on Cat. "Could you maybe give us a minute?" He smiled without shame. "Not really. I want to know why someone showed up here in the middle of practice asking for my quarterback." Cat's question was no more than a mutter, but in the silence of the tunnel, neither I nor Wes Lancaster had any trouble hearing it. "His quarterback?" I pulled my bottom lip into my mouth, raked my teeth over it, and popped it back out before scrubbing a hand on the back of my neck and explaining, yeah, kitten, this is Wes Lancaster, owner of the New York Mavericks."
"Oh, son of a bitch."
Mr. Lancaster looked down to his feet once more, but I knew by the ear-to-ear smile I caught on his face before it disappeared, he thought she was just as amusing as I did.
"I'll just—"
Cat paused, fighting to gain enough composure to keep going. Her embarrassment was potent, at a nearly lethal level, enough that the walls seemed to be moving in and the air felt thicker. But she didn't run as fast as her cute, sparkly sandals would take her, and she didn't avoid my eyes. She was magnificent.
"I'll just go. I'm so sorry I interrupted like this."
"Cat, wait," I said, just as Mr. L. chimed in at the same time. No, I'm going." Cat and I both shut our mouths as Mr. L. looked between us and made up his mind. "Practice is practically over anyway. I'll let Coach Bennett know you'll be back tomorrow." Gratitude nearly blinded me with its ferocity. "Thanks," I said sincerely, hoping he knew how much I appreciated his understanding. He nodded and let his lips curve up into a barely-there smirk. "Looked good today, Bailey. Keep it up." "Yes, sir," I agreed. I'd maintain anything I could that pleased the owner of the team, and I'd do it double if the thing I suspected was the cause was getting sexual with Catharine Wild. She was silent as he stalked back out of the tunnel and toward the field until he reached the end.
Thank you,"
she yelled suddenly, like the feeling took a while to take hold but had finally overcome her. Mr. Lancaster turned back and flicked out a wave. The sun at his back made it hard to see his face, but I had the strong sense he was smiling. Thank God his wife, the team physician, Dr. Winnie Lancaster, had a spirit similar to Cat. She was playful and fun, and showing up at a professional football stadium unannounced was exactly the kind of thing one of her nutty friends, especially Sean's crazy sister, Cassie Kelly, would have done. Thanks to that, he had experience in letting things go. I walked the few steps that separated us, my helmet dangling from my fingers on one hand. The other set buzzed with my adrenaline, and when the ache inside them became too much, I had to pinch them together to relieve some of the pressure. "Cat," I whispered, heat and sex and feeling inside that one guttural word.
"Quinn, I'm so sorry. I can't believe—"
I started shaking my head as she spoke, but her words only got faster.
"I showed up and asked your boss to get me into the stadium to see you. I assure you I don't normally do things that are this crazy."
Her gasp was sharp but short as I closed the rest of the distance between us with a mere step and sealed my lips over hers. The hand sanitizer fell from her hand and hit the floor with an audible snap, and her arms wove their way around my neck. I dropped my helmet, put my hands to her hips, and pushed her back until her body hit the wall. Arousal flooded my entire body, hardening my cock beneath the layers of football gear and sending my tongue delving deeper. She tasted perfect, just as I'd remembered, like freshness and sugar-coated candy. I breathed her in, clenched my fingertips into her hips, and groaned. Fuck. We needed to find somewhere private, and we needed to do it fast. If we didn't move before the rest of the team came into the tunnel, there'd be hell to pay and mockery to endure. No doubt a good razzing by a few of my teammates would ruin the moment. "Come on," I whispered against her lips, just barely coaxing my tongue to come out of her mouth. I skimmed the skin of her arm before interlocking our hands, and I grabbed my helmet with the other. "Come with me." Her nod was slight, but her body made up for it in willingness as she moved her legs at a jog to keep up with me. I scoured the hallway, looking for the door I knew I'd seen hundreds of times on my way to the locker room but had never opened. Ah, there. Pure joy made a bid to make me jump when I saw the words "supply closet" in big block letters. But for once, the blood in my dick problem inhibited a brain signal, and the result was good. My breath stuck in my throat as I put my hand to the handle and twisted. The knob moved with ease, clicking the lock out of place and going with the door as I opened it into the room. I made a mental note that Santa sometimes granted really important wishes for good little boys year-round. If I ever had any free time, I'd have to pen a strongly worded thank you letter. I pulled Cat inside with a soft tug and shut the door behind us. Silence rang out so loudly I truly thought it had a noise. Seconds passed as we stood there staring. I found the means to come unstuck first. Just like before, I pushed her back with a gentle grip of her hips until her body met the support of the wall. Her eyes burned, everything she was anticipating bold and bright and right out in the open for me to witness. My skin hummed, waiting for her touch, as if her hands on it were its only destiny. I leaned in close and nipped at her ear before skimming my nose along the smooth skin just below. She shivered, and a hint of lemon settled into my sinuses. "Hey, kitty cat," I whispered, watching as her nipples pebbled beneath her thin tank top. That was all it took to make her steal control. Her arms wound around my neck, and the rest was history. Lips, teeth, and tongues, I gave her everything I had as I marked her as my own. Nibbles to her throat, soft tugs on her lower lip, and a thorough explanation of her tongue with my own. And I was just getting started. Unfortunately, the sound of cleats and shouting in the hallway as the team filed in widened her eyes and took her focus away from where I wanted it, namely, on me. I sighed and dropped my forehead to hers, my dick rearing like a wild stallion in my uniform pants. Our breaths eased slowly, dialing down the volume of our panting, and I smiled. "Does you showing up here mean you're ready for another date?" She smiled. She tried to limit it to a grin, but her happiness refused to allow it. "Maybe." "Tonight?" I asked, and she nodded before I finished the word. My chest felt light enough to make me float. I kissed her again and let our lips linger there well after the real action was done. "I have to go," she whispered softly. I nodded. I didn't want her to, not even a little, but my fucking teammates would be out of the showers and littering the halls in no time. I pulled her to me again, sealed our lips, and gave her a closed-mouth kiss. My body didn't want to extricate itself from hers, but I forced it, making a swift, clean break and opening the door slowly to check for people. With the coast clear, I grabbed her hand and pulled her out, back down the tunnel toward the field and the hallway that led to the parking lot. She smiled and waved as I sent her on her way. "I'll text you about tonight," I promised with a wink. Her dimples sank in the center of her cheeks. And then she was gone. I watched the space where she'd been, willing my body to calm down enough to go hit the showers with the rest of my team. It took some work, but I finally got myself under control after a couple of minutes. With a smile and a small shake of my head, I turned to head back to the locker room and spotted it. Right there, against the wall of the tunnel, where I'd had her body under mine and my lips against hers, lay the bottle of hand sanitizer she'd used as an excuse to see me. With a few steps of effort, I had it in my hand. I swiped my thumb over the name. Citrus Explosion.
Chapter 22. Cat. My phone pinged with a text notification, and I snagged it off my bed to find a message from Quinn.
ETA 5 minutes.
It was the 5th text I'd received from him in the past hour, all of them similar in nature, each one noting an official countdown to this arrival. Sheesh, are you in a hurry tonight or something? If speed to start our date was his motivation, I couldn't fault him. After the makeout session we'd engaged in at the stadium, when I'd made it to my home and realized I still had a few hours until our date, I'd felt like time had stopped, the hours ticking by slower than molasses sliding out of a mason jar.
Just excited to start our second date, kitten.
Ditto, buddy, but seriously, he needed to do less texting and more driving. I preferred him to arrive safe and in one piece, thank you very much. Stop texting me while you're driving.
I'm at a stoplight. ETA 3 minutes.
I smiled and hurried my ass into the bathroom for one last glance in the mirror. I'd chosen a more casual approach for tonight, keeping my makeup natural and my outfit, a knee-length, breezy white skirt, lavender tank, and nude flats. Cute but comfortable. Although with the hopes of sex in mind, I did go all out for the bra and panties that lay beneath my clothes. Thanks to a trip to the mall, which not only was necessary, but served as a nice distraction from time's snail-like pace, and $100 receipt from Macy's lingerie department, I'd found the sexiest little pink and very sheer silk panties and bra. Fingers and toes crossed, Quinn actually got to see my underwear tonight. Fuck, he better see my underwear tonight. On me, off me, on my fucking floor. With a quick flip of my hair to add some extra volume to my natural waves, I added one final coat of hairspray and headed out of the bathroom with my purse and phone in hand. As Quinn pulled up in front of my building, I beat him to the punch and walked outside. I had my front door locked and was heading down the stairs when he managed to meet me halfway.
You didn't even give me time to knock,
he asked, and I grinned. I felt like your ETA text messages were code for, hurry your ass up, cat. Quinn chuckled and shook his head.
That's not exactly the point I was trying to get across.
I put a hand to my hip in response to his words. And what point exactly were you trying to get across?
Well,
he said, and stepped toward me, closing the distance between us.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't spend too much time inside your house, or else...
He paused, and his lips brushed mine. Or else what? Quinn's lip brush turned into a full-on kiss, soft and slow, and my mind danced with memories of the kiss we'd engaged in inside the supply closet at the stadium. I wanted to experience that brand of kissing again, also a whole lot more that was far, far dirtier. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I attempted to take it further, pressing my hips against his, but he pulled away, a soft, knowing smirk cresting his pink and slightly swollen lips.
Or else,
he started to finish his original thought.
I was afraid we wouldn't actually make it out of your house, and we'd have to change our date plans from Plan A to Plan B.
A little giggle of amusement left my lips. Oh, so what you're saying is this ETA business was all for a noble cause? He winked.
Exactly, kitten.
Well, I paused and feigned a little frown. I kind of disagree. The skin between his eyebrows creased.
You don't think I was trying to be noble?
No, I think you were being too noble, I said, and his face lit up like the morning sun, a smile wreathed in happiness, with rays of excitement shining out for good measure. I would have enjoyed the scenario where we never left my house. The admission felt vulnerable and risque, but I worked hard not to focus on either. Instead, I pressed a hard, smacking kiss to his lips and let his gaze hold mine. But let's stick with Plan A and enjoy our second date together. With Quinn's jaw slack and his eyes wide, I pointedly sashayed my ass toward his truck and hopped into the passenger seat. That's right, buddy. It's on tonight. Tonight, I was cat wild, tigress. I would be bold. I would be confident. I would be irresistible. Hear me roar. He opened my door, I hopped in, and he jogged around the hood to get to his side. Furrowed brow, firm lips, and that little crinkle above his nose, his face morphed into the focused and determined expression I'd seen at the paint and sip on our very first date as he settled behind the wheel of his truck. He had his sights set on something. I wasn't sure what, though. I silently prayed it was sex. With me. Me and my vagina. Lord, hear our prayer. A loud squeal came from the tires as he pulled away from my building and took a right onto the main road, and a couple of pedestrians' heads popped up to find the source. Boy, someone's in a bit of a rush. So, where are we headed? I asked, thrilled by his rushing and trying not to feel like Wonder Woman at being the cause of it. To Plan C, he responded, and flashed a grin in my direction. He weaved the truck in and out of traffic, driving a good 10 miles over the speed limit, but still managing to do it safely and with ease and finesse. Plan C? I didn't even know we had a Plan C. How many fucking plans were there? And which ones included the sex? Trust me, there's a Plan C. Mind cluing me in here, Quinn? What exactly is Plan C? Is it just me, or could we play a drinking game of how many times we've said Plan C? Consider it a combination of Plan A and Plan B. That was his version of an answer. Incredulity made me giggle like a deranged chimpanzee. For some reason, tonight, Quinn was allergic to providing any kind of useful information. Can you at least tell me where Plan C is located? It's a surprise, kitten. He shook his head as he took a left turn at a stoplight. But, he added and handed me his phone, feel free to play DJ while I drive us there. Is there a reason why we're in such a rush to get to the illustrious Plan C location? He winked. He was acting so weird it was cute. Choosing patience over nagging, I shrugged and made myself comfortable in the passenger seat while I scrolled through his phone. I smiled when I saw his various playlists related to football, game day, practice, preseason, playoffs, etc. It was a pretty long fucking list, but when I spotted Bodak Yellow by Cardi B, I clapped my hands together and tapped play. With a flick of my wrist, I turned the volume way up. The speakers vibrated with the bass, and I quickly realized his truck had one kick-ass sound system, Cardi's voice ringing out crisp and clear. I sang along, and Quinn's blue eyes flashed toward me for a brief second as he grinned at me out of his periphery. Me and Cardi B weren't exactly sisters in sound and appearance, but by God, I was definitely a soul sister. Make that lettuce, Cardi. I loved money, and I could make moves. For the next 3 minutes of the song, we cruised through the streets of Hoboken, rap music bumping behind the blacked-out windows of Quinn's truck, headed in the direction of God only knew where. It didn't come as a surprise that he sang along to the entire song, too, tossing out lyrics like he'd written them himself. And when that song ended, I chose another, this time Selena Gomez, Good For You. But the singer or the song didn't matter to him. Full of emotion and even hand gestures on display, Quinn sang the opening lines while I giggled my ass off, and eventually sang right along with him. We'd only managed to get through 3 more songs before he pulled into a McDonald's parking lot and got in line for the drive-thru. "What sounds good, kitten?" he asked, and I sat up a little in my seat, glancing around the parking lot. "Huh?" "What sounds good to eat?" he repeated, and I scrunched my brows together, still surveying the parking lot beneath the famous golden arches. "This is Plan C?" "It's not all of Plan C," he comforted, and a laugh flew from my lips. "We're eating dinner here?" "Yep," he answered, but then closely assessed my face. "Is that okay with you?" Was it okay with me? They had McFlurries here. Of course it was fucking okay with me. "I'll take a cheeseburger, chicken nuggets, small fry, and a M&M's McFlurry," I said, giving him my order in a clear, concise tone. Quinn's full lips stretched up into a grin, even reaching the corner of his blue eyes. "Anything to drink with that?" "What the hell? Give me a small Coke, too." If I was going to eat fast food, I was going to fucking enjoy it. He nodded in confirmation, and once a lady's voice crackled through the speaker, he proceeded to give her my order, along with his. 2 double cheeseburgers, 10 chicken nuggets, a large fry, and a large water. I smiled as he finished rattling off his meal request. I guess I wasn't the only one who was hungry or ready and willing to enjoy some greasy fast food. He pulled up to the first window, paid the teller with cash, and moved on to the second. A teenager with a name tag that read Doug handed off our bags, and I didn't miss the fact that Quinn was pointedly ducking his head away from the window as the exchange of food occurred. With bags of food making sweaty steam in my lap, and the drinks nestled in the cup holders, Quinn exited the drive-thru. "Hold on tight to the food, kitty cat. I've got one more stop before we're ready to eat it." In enough time for me to sneak 3 French fries from the bag, he pulled the truck into a Mike's car wash and stopped beside the automated pay machine. A car wash? Was he serious right now? With amusement kissing my lips, I glanced around the empty lot to try to understand what in the hell was happening. Is this Plan C? I looked into the side mirror, inspecting the exterior paint. If Mr. Clean stood outside the truck, it would only take one quick swipe of his beefy index finger to deduce that Quinn's truck was already clean. Like, pristine clean. I wonder if car washes are part of his assistant Jillian's weekly tasks. One swift slide of his credit card and a quick shift into neutral, and the truck eased forward for a good old-fashioned cleaning. Just as the overhead jets squirted pastel-colored soap onto the windshield, Quinn turned in his seat, rubbed his hands together excitedly, and grinned. "Let's eat." A shocked laugh escaped my lungs. "What?" he asked and rummaged through one of the bags for his food. "McDonald's and a car wash?" I questioned, and my giggles turned infectious, one right after the other. I had to hold in my diaphragm to calm them down. "If you tell me this is Plan C, I might lose it." He nodded. "Pretty genius, huh?" His smile was so bright and warm. I wonder if I can swim in it forever. Eventually my laughter eased, and I tilted my head to the side, trying to make sense of the situation. "Mind explaining your reasoning?" He offered a simple shrug. "Less date time outside of your house equals more date time inside of your house, particularly while you're giving me a naked tour of your bedroom." Oh boy. Without a second thought, I rummaged through the second bag and handed him his chicken nuggets. His fries followed soon after. A questioning smirk crested his lips, and I waggled my brows in response. "Be bold, Cat," I coached. "Eat up, buddy. You're going to need your strength."
Chapter 23. Quinn. Her front door slammed open, splintering into the wall. I moaned and took a quick breath, pushing her into the damaged sheetrock as I apologized. "I'll fix it." She jumped up, wrapped her arms around my shoulders and her legs around my hips, and crashed the door back into the frame. "I don't care." To say I had Cat worked up would be an understatement. After drive-through chicken nuggets and the car wash, we'd headed straight back to her apartment as fast as the speed limit would allow. Traffic was our ward, and the truck was our prison, the two of us slowly combusting from the inside out. From the moment I'd come to a stop in the spot directly in front of her building, acquiring such had been a God-ordained miracle. We'd been at each other like animals. I had no idea if someone saw me while we'd groped our way into the apartment, but I didn't really care. Her pussy would be mine tonight, more than once if I could swing it. "Oh, Jesus, fuck!" I groaned as she rubbed herself against my dick. Her motions were hurried and eager, and my chest felt like a balloon thanks to all the air I was taking in without letting it back out. "My kitten's in heat, huh?" She smiled against my lips and grabbed my shirt by the material near the collar. Her small hands felt like anchors, sinking into the fabric with the intent to keep me in place.
Take me to the bedroom, Quinn.
Fuck yeah. Yes, ma'am, I agreed, careful to employ my best Southern manners. If she was going to be polite enough to invite me to fuck, the least I could do was accept the offer like a gentleman. Her giggles rang out in rolling waves as I took off at a run to her room, hands at her ass for a little extra support. And for fun. She bounced and wiggled in my arms, but it'd take a nuclear bomb to actually pull her away. My iron grip made sure of that. The door was pulled shut when I got to it, so I shoved it with a knee. That one snapped around and hit the wall just as hard as the first. "Damn it!" I shouted through a laugh. "I'll fix that, too." "Hurry," she advised, teasing laughter softening the rims of her eyes. "Get me on the bed before we turn my whole apartment to rubble." As a professional athlete who followed a playbook and partook in a game with rules, I was already really good at following orders. When a woman told me to put her on the bed, I got even better. Quick as a cat, thanks to the motivation of my fine-as-hell feline, I jogged the 3 steps from the door to the mattress and dropped her down with a plop. She laughed, her face alight with adoration and arousal, and her breasts, well, they did magnificent things. Up and down and then around in a swirl, they moved until the momentum of her body slowed. Her thin purple tank top did little to inhibit the visual. I had ideas she might have a thin bra underneath, but I swore to my dick I wouldn't make any assumptions until we had the evidence to prove it to ourselves. She shifted to lie on top of me, and I wriggled my fingers under the hem of her tank top and skimmed all the way up her side. She took the opportunity to shove her chest farther into my own. She wanted to be touched. God, yes. I had every intention of indulging her desires. I did some of my best exploration from on top, though, so I rolled, taking her to her back and driving my fingers into her hair. Her mouth was pliant, inviting, downright heavenly, as I worked it with my tongue from one corner to the other. She moaned, then writhed, and I couldn't take it any more. I had to have some part of me inside some part of her, or I wouldn't be able to keep breathing. The physics were sketchy, but I was absolutely certain. My existence now hinged on joining our bodies, one way or another. I moved from between her legs, falling to my hip in the bed and shifting her over so I could get a hand underneath the hem of her skirt. I wholly approved of her attention to easy access when choosing her date attire. Cold and wet, my hip immediately felt weird, and her once agitated but fully aroused movements paused beneath me. "Quinn?" she whispered hesitantly, a tremor of concerned laughter making the double ends shake. Did you?" I threw my head back with a roar of hilarity before falling forward to bury my mouth in her neck. I was tremendously thankful I had a real reason to assuage her fears. "Don't worry, kitten. The gun is still fully loaded. That mess that you feel is nothing more than a citrus explosion." "A citrus explosion?" she questioned. I smiled and shifted enough to pull the decimated bottle from my pocket, holding it up for her inspection. "The hand sanitizer?" she squeaked with a laugh. I shrugged. I planned on carrying it around with me for a while. I turned the mangled plastic to the right and the left, and then tossed it away over the bed. "I guess that's done." Her whisper was sweet and sentimental. "I'll get you another one." I kissed my thank you, fusing our mouths and licking at the seam. She opened to let me back in, breathing so hard her air became mine. I knew we weren't built to run on carbon dioxide, but I couldn't give a fuck. I'd take oxygen in through my nose. Heavy and sensitive, her breasts taunted me as I grabbed at the hem of her tank with both hands and ripped it upward to get it off. She complied cooperatively, moving her arms up and away from my shoulders to ease its removal. Pink lace, thin and intricate and fucking sexy as all hell, covered her breasts like a foggy film. I could still see the hard points of her nipples, the brown of the skin around it beckoning to my mouth. I didn't wait to give verbal confirmation to my dick about the bra. Trust me, he already knew. I just closed my mouth around one perfect nipple and sucked. Her skin felt hot through the fabric, and I felt like I was on fucking fire everywhere else. I'd never been this turned on in my life. God, Cat, I moaned, moving my mouth from one nipple to the next. You have the most perfect tits I've ever seen. She smiled, coy confidence making her features beckon me closer. You haven't even seen them bare yet. I pulled her nipple between my teeth and held it gently as I looked up at her. She gasped as I let it go. Let's change that now. Smooth like her skin, I slid a hand around to her back and popped the clasp of her bra open on the first try. The shoulder straps slipped off easily as I pulled it forward and off and tossed it over my shoulder. I think, she breathed, maybe you've done that before. I shook my head. My admission didn't even catch in my throat before making its way out. It's never been like this. Her eyes widened noticeably before I lost them, the draw of her naked breasts too strong. I had to see them, touch them, taste them, and I had to do it now. All lips and tongue, I buried myself in them, moving my face around until I'd licked and nibbled on every square inch. Red-rashed with my attention, they looked perfect as I took them in both of my hands and squeezed. A full fucking handful in my giant hands. It was all I could do not to take my cock out and trap it between them. Filled with thoughts of the fantasy, I told her, I'm gonna fuck these tits one day, kitten. Come all over them. She gasped. But not right now, I murmured. Right now, there's only one place my dick wants to be. She nodded, her eyes lighting as her body begged. Please. Shifting my focus from her top to her bottom, I slid down her body and undid the zipper of her skirt at the side of her hip. She lifted for me as I slid it off, and I didn't bother with leaving the panties. They were the same cock-hardening lace, but my cock was already hard and ready for bare pussy. Fuck, kitten, I whispered, running a finger through her wetness and giving myself over to sensation. Her pussy was as smooth as silk. I have died and gone to heaven. I shoved back off the bed, leaving her momentarily to undo the button on my jeans, grab the condom from my pocket, and push the denim and my boxer briefs off my hips. My cock sprang free, saluting all the way up to my belly button, and she gasped. Oh my God! Her swollen lips formed into a perfect little O. You're huge, she muttered, more to herself than to me. I bit my lip with a smile, trailing my eyes down her naked body like a caress. Damn, baby, it's not even my birthday. Her brows drew together, and I laughed. Every man loves to hear his dick is huge, Cat. Most of them only hear it on their birthday. I winked. Condom on and free from my pants, I pulled my shirt over my head with a hand between my shoulder blades and crawled back on top of her. She opened her legs to ease my way, and I yanked her legs up high with clenching hands in the flesh of her thighs. "Knees high," I ordered. She nodded. I reached between us to guide my cock to her pussy and then slowly pushed inside. Not hard and quick, but definitely not slow. Just one smooth stroke. She cried out on a deep and raspy moan, her nails raking over the skin of my back like sand. I stilled there, fully inside her body, our bodies as close as they could possibly get. A more perfect moment had never existed. "Quinn," she whispered, so directly in my ear I could feel the moisture of her mouth. I framed her face with my hands and looked directly into her stunning chocolate eyes. "Yeah, baby?" "Can you please move?" I smiled and pulled my hips back, slamming forward again in one quick thrust. She gasped, her lips parting as her eyes glazed. "Like that?" I asked. Her nod was minute, but her grip on my shoulders was bone-breaking. I did it again, swift and strong, once again settling all the way to the root, my balls against the skin of her ass. Her moan was delicate, so fucking soft, as I leaned forward and pressed my mouth to hers. I worked at it, just barely moving my lips over hers until she was chasing my tongue. I gave it to her, spearing it into her mouth and shifting my hips in and out to match. Her moan tasted like sex, and my hips, unable to stop themselves, fell into a steady rhythm. The bed shook, squeaking with every thrust, and making a song with the sounds of our flesh slapping. It was loud and wholly erotic, hearing nothing but the melody of our connection like that. I sat back on my haunches, eager to put my hands to use on her tits and her clit and her ass and anything else I could get within reach, but she followed, hanging on to my neck like a monkey. I smiled, unwrapping her arms from around my neck and laying her back down. Her face pinched in worry, but I smoothed it out with my thumb, explaining, "I just want to play with you, baby. Lie back, okay?" She nodded as I picked up my rhythm, and a bead of sweat ran down my spine so distinctly I could feel it. Suddenly, I'd never been more thankful for all that fucking football conditioning. With her knees still high, I widened her legs and watched as my cock disappeared inside her body and came back out, coated in her. "We're beautiful," I told her. "Fucking beautiful." Her tits bounced with my momentum, so I reached up to get a feel of them. Her nipples were hard, and I gave them both a pinch and a tug. "Quinn!" she moaned, already close. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were cloudy, the space with which they were open thinning by the minute. "Oh, come on," I teased. "Not yet, kitten." Truthfully, my release was barreling out of my balls as we spoke, but I wasn't fucking done. I wanted to play with her tits more, suck them inside my mouth while I reached around to put a finger in her ass. I wanted to turn her on her knees and give both perfect cheeks a slap while I watched my cock disappear inside her from behind. Oh, fuck. Her pussy squeezed, gripping me like a vice as she screamed, the volume of it nearly ringing in my ears. My release listened. Hard and fast, it raced down my spine and out of my balls, straight through my cock and directly into her. I pounded, my movements harsh, as we both finished, the veins in my neck standing out. I could feel them threatening to pop as I growled my release. Dear God, I was in trouble. I could spend the rest of my life losing myself between her legs. Cat's finger moved slowly, sketching an imaginary picture on my chest. I wasn't sure how I could tell it was more than a random pattern, the lines erasing as soon as she'd drawn them, but I could. Somewhere on my skin, a masterpiece lay undiscovered. "What are you thinking about?" I asked. 4 times we'd made love throughout the night, and I easily could have done more. My dick didn't know if he had the energy, but if I hadn't been afraid of hurting her from overuse, I would have talked him into trying. "Nothing," she lied. I chuckled. "I don't believe you." She sighed then, both exhausted from the sex and whatever was weighing on her mind. "Just say it, Cat. You can tell me anything." Her body pulled at my arm as she shifted up, leaned into my chest with her own, and looked me in the eye. "All right. I'm worried about how this is going to work. We both have insane schedules, and you've got a horde of followers." She frowned, and I reached up to smooth the line between her eyebrows. "How'd you get this scar?" "What?" she asked, perplexed by the change in subject. "The one right here." I traced it with my fingers. "It's super faint, but it's there." "Oh," she mumbled, reaching up to touch it self-consciously. "I fell off my bike when I was 6, face first." I smiled. She frowned. "What are you smiling about? You like the idea of me falling off my bike?" I shook my head and pressed my lips to her scar. "I just like picturing you as a kid." She sighed again, long and deep this time, before settling her head on my chest. I played with her hair and rubbed at her back until she was almost asleep, her breathing deep and even, and then I laid it out for her. "We're going to be fine, kitty cat. Hectic schedules, hordes of women, men who no doubt pursue you. None of it matters." Her sleepy voice was a soft puff of air against my skin. "Why?" "Because I won't let it." "You think just because you decide something, that makes it so?" she asked. "I know you don't follow my career, baby, but there's something you should know about me." "What?" "I don't follow my destiny. I choose it."
Chapter 24. Cat. It was midday, which meant it was the worst time to arrive at any airport inside any city in the entire world. Nikki, Casey, and I exited our plane and headed toward the next gate of departure. Fluorescent lights from the ceiling guided our path with a breadcrumb trail of yellow and white hues. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked the time. 1:04 p.m. We had an hour until we'd need to board our plane and get ready for our next departure out of Birmingham. This time, though, we weren't going to New York. Well, at least not on this leg. All 3 of us were at the beginning of a 5-day stretch with 4 overnights scheduled at various airports throughout the South and Midwest. Atlanta, Louisville, Chicago, and Detroit. Those cities would be our home away from home for the next week. "I'm famished," Casey said, and abruptly swerved right, his black loafers tip-tapping in the direction of the food court. "I need to eat something substantial, or else you girls are going to have to carry me onto the plane." Nikki and I followed his lead, not even questioning his motives. When Casey was hungry, it was always in your best interest to go with the flow and give him the time he needed to choose his next meal. Otherwise, he'd go diva smash and start demanding candy bars while simultaneously whining about anything and everything. Trust me, it was a situation that needed avoidance. Our terminal had the usual hustle and bustle of mid-afternoon on a Monday. Airports, no matter what city or country they were located in, encompassed the same vibe. Plasma screens with arrival and departure times covering the walls, people, excited, bored, and half asleep, waiting at their gate with their suitcases and baggage resting beside them, and a cacophony of sights and sounds that provided the background music, all revolving around one thing: going somewhere. A sea of faces that moved in an unseen current, flowing like water to their destinations and creating a wide river down the aisles. Small groups sometimes stopped and caused an eddy, but the others kept the current moving, flowing around the outside and continuing on their way. Once Casey spotted the Great American Bagel Shop, he became a man on a mission, swerving through the crowd and heading straight to the counter. No doubt his sights were set on a chicken salad bagel. He went nuts for anything chicken salad, especially if it was placed on a lightly toasted sesame bagel. "Want anything?" he questioned over his shoulder before giving his order to the lady at the counter. "I'm good. I packed my lunch today," Nikki answered, and Casey redirected his gaze to me. "No thanks," I said, and pointed toward the Hudson News shop. "I'm going to run over there real quick and grab an Us Weekly or something equally gossipy to read." "Grab me a Cosmo?" he asked. "Sure thing," I nodded. "I'll meet you guys at the gate." Once I stepped into an empty Hudson News, my eyes quickly located the book and magazine section, an entire wall full of every popular magazine in circulation. For a little airport store, they had a nice selection, even organizing their books and magazines into genres with staff recommendation cards. As I reached out my hand to grab the newest issue of Cosmopolitan for Casey, I paused mid-movement when a set of familiar blue eyes stared back at me from the cover of a magazine. Sports Illustrated, to be exact. Instantly, I redirected my hand and pulled the sports magazine down from the rack. With both hands clutching the magazine, I stared down at the cover graced with a close-up view of Quinn's handsome face, black paint smeared below his eyes, shielded behind a football helmet. The Quinn Bailey connection, a champion on and off the field. Get to know the best quarterback in the league and find out why his Mavericks are our Super Bowl pick this year. It was surreal seeing his name and face on one of the most popular sports magazines in the country. Hell, for all I knew, it was a worldwide publication. I flipped through the pages until I found the 6-page spread with Quinn's interview, more pictures of him on and off the field, and the sports magazine's Super Bowl predictions for this year, which, out of 10 analysts, 8 of them voted in favor of the New York Mavericks bringing home the championship. And every single one of them attributed that possibility to Quinn's quarterbacking abilities. When my eyes caught sight of a photo with Quinn's back to the camera, his body clad in football pads, helmets, and Mavericks uniform, my brain fixated on the thick, veiny muscles of his forearms until it moved down to his strong hands. I knew those hands. They'd touched every inch of my body. Images of hot kisses and greedy touches and soft caresses filled my head, and I pretty much lost myself after that, floating inside the memories of spending an entire night wrapped up in Quinn. Our first night together had been engraved inside my brain, painted on my skin, every little moment memorized to the point of obsession. My skin hummed and vibrated with cravings for more. More Quinn. More nights like that. Just more. We'd both been busy, too busy since that night a week ago, and I'd only gotten to see him one night in the entire 7 days. And trust me, after you'd had Quinn Bailey inside you, once a week wasn't enough. "No doubt Bailey is going to get a Super Bowl ring this year." A voice pulled me from my dreams, and I looked up to see a young 20-something guy standing behind the counter of the store. He nodded toward the magazine in my hand. "Are you a Quinn Bailey fan?" he asked, and I internally smiled at his question. Does having his dick inside me make me a fan? I thought sarcastically, but luckily, I cut off the signal from my brain to my mouth before offering up that information to a complete stranger. Instead, I just shrugged. Sarcasm was better in secret anyway. "He's all right, I guess." "Just all right?" The guy, whose name tag read Devin, questioned in outrage. "Homeboy broke league records last year with his laser-sharp arm, and that was before the postseason." I smiled at his words, and my heart twitched inside my chest as it grew bigger with the intensity of my pride. I was honored to know Quinn. In that moment, with a magazine spotlighting his career in my hands, everything he'd accomplished settled inside me with undeniable clarity. After getting to know the man behind the football persona, I knew without a doubt he deserved all of the recognition he received. "I take it you like Quinn Bailey," I responded, and Devin grinned from ear to ear, pointing toward himself proudly. "You're looking at one of his biggest fans right here." "Is that right?" I asked, and refocused my attention on getting the things I actually needed. "Yep," he answered. The honesty in his voice rang clear. "In my eyes, Bailey is a legend, the best quarterback that's ever lived." I grabbed Casey's Cosmo off the rack and an Us Weekly for myself, headed toward the counter and set my magazines, including the Sports Illustrated, onto the glossy white surface. Just before Devin started ringing up my goods, I spotted Twizzlers on the candy rack down below and snagged a pack for Casey and added them to my items. "So, do you ever go to the Mavericks games?" I asked as he started to scan my goodies. "Oh man, I wish." He sighed a disappointed breath. "Game tickets are expensive. Flights are expensive. Hotels are expensive. Hell, pretty much everything is expensive," he said with a chuckle. "Plus, I don't think my car would make it all the way to New York." He placed my magazines and candy into a plastic bag. "What about you? You ever see QB play live?" I shook my head. "I've never been to a game. Hopefully this year I'll go." "You live close by?" "I just moved to New York, actually. So no hotel or flight necessary," I added with a grin. "You work for an airline," he mused. "It shouldn't matter where you live. You can probably get your flights for free." I laughed. "Yeah, I guess you got me there, huh?" Once I swiped my credit card, I slid the bag over my arm and leaned my hip against the counter. "If you could say anything to Quinn Bailey right now, what would you tell him?" Devin thought it over for a minute. "I guess I'd just wish him luck this year. And let him know that 73-yard throw to Phillips in the last 20 seconds against Baltimore was the single best play I've ever seen." 73 yards? I was no expert in distance, but that sounded pretty damn far. 73 yards and Phillips had triple coverage. Bailey is a fucking monster out of the pocket. I had no idea what out of the pocket meant, but I chose to keep my mouth shut and not reveal my idiocy on football-related topics. While Devin filled my ears with another play-by-play of another 70-yarder by Quinn, my phone pinged in my uniform pocket. Discreetly, and without disturbing Devin's man-crush gush session, I pulled it out and checked my inbox. Quinn. "I just left a shop called Bath & Body Works with a bag full of citrus explosion. That place is nuts, by the way. Everything smells like fruit, and the ladies working there never stop smiling. I think they might all be high from the fumes. What are you doing right now, kitten?" Citrus explosion. I nearly burst into laughter at the memories those words brought to the surface. Not to mention the hilarity an image of him standing inside of Bath & Body Works and shopping for hand sanitizer provided. Me. LOL. I love that you just went to Bath & Body Works and actually purchased something. And you'll never guess what I'm doing right now. Are you doing the same thing I'm doing right now? I don't know. What are you doing right now? Thinking about the 2 best nights of my life so far and how much I miss you. He misses me? I swooned. Besides those 2 things, I miss you too, by the way. Glad I'm not the only one. And I give up. What are you doing? I'm currently in the Birmingham port, talking to your biggest fan. My biggest fan? His name is Devin, and he works at the Hudson News Shop in Terminal C. A minute later, my phone started ringing, and I almost dropped it out of my hands. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." I apologized to Devin, who had now stopped talking about Quinn's last season stats, and stared at me in confusion. I looked down at the screen to see incoming FaceTime, Quinn, flashing on my screen. He's ridiculous. I smiled. I tapped the screen, accepting the call, and crazy curious where the conversation would lead. "Well, hello there," I greeted. "Hey, kitten." Quinn grinned. "You still with Devin?" he asked, and I nodded. "Mind if I talk to him for a minute?" I couldn't not smile at his request. "Okay," I agreed and turned the phone to Devin, who was now standing behind the counter with a still very puzzled look on his face. "This call is actually for you." "Me?" he questioned. "You have a phone call for me?" "Yep." I nodded toward my phone, which now displayed Quinn's gorgeous face. "Trust me," I said. "I know this is all very random, but you want to take this call." Hesitantly, he took the phone from my hands and his eyes flicked down to the screen. Once realization set in, his mouth dropped open, and his bottom lip practically hit the display of Skittles on his counter. "Quinn Bailey?" he practically shouted. "Hey, man," Quinn responded with a hint of amusement in his voice. "How's it going?" "It's, great. How are you?" Devin asked while his eyes kept moving between the screen of my phone and me. "I'm good. Just finished up practice. Cat here tells me you're a Mavericks fan." Devin paused and swallowed hard. "I'm a huge fan. Probably your biggest fan. You're my favorite quarterback of all time, dude. Seriously, you're a legend." The rambling way he delivered his words was downright adorable, and when he lifted up his Hudson News polo to reveal a Mavericks t-shirt underneath, I couldn't believe the odds of the situation. I'd literally found the world's biggest Quinn Bailey fan while in an airport shop in Birmingham, Alabama. "See what I mean?" Devin said, and pointed toward his t-shirt. "Big-time fan. I always find a way to support my team." "That's awesome," Quinn chuckled. "And thanks, man. We appreciate the support." "I mean, that pass you threw to Phillips in Baltimore last year, holy fucking shit. It was the best play I've ever seen," Devin said, astonishment in his voice. "That 73-yarder? "Hell yes! Phillips had triple coverage. My mind was blown when I saw you guys pull off a win like that in the last 20 seconds of the game." "Good thing Phillips' hands are sticky like glue," Quinn mused. "That bastard can catch anything." "You guys are going to win it this year. I just know it." "Can you do me a favor, Devin?" "Anything," the adorable superfan responded, and I believed him. He looked so amped up that he'd probably run through the airport naked if Quinn asked him. "Grab a pen and paper." "Okay," Devin muttered as he hurried to find something to write with. He damn near knocked over the candy display when he snagged a pen out of a mug near the register. "Okay, I'm ready," he said once he'd set a blank piece of paper down on the counter and looked at the screen again. "Write down this email address," Quinn instructed. JILLIAN@quinnbailey.com. Devin scribbled. "Got it. Now, check the Mavericks' upcoming schedule and figure out the date and location that works best for you. Then send an email to that address with your full name, phone number, and game date choice. Oh, and make sure to put the words unicorn tickets in the subject line so my assistant won't miss it." "Wait, what?" Devin questioned in surprise. "I don't understand." "I'm making sure one of my biggest fans comes to a Mavericks game this year. Flight, hotel, and food, it's all on me, dude. All you need to do is get off work, put on your luckiest Mavericks gear, and have an awesome time." Holy fucking shit! I can't believe this is happening right now. "It's happening, man. Well, as long as you follow through and send that email." "Dude, it'll be the next thing I do today," Devin said, his voice equal parts certain and still amazed that this call was happening. "Wow, just thank you so much." "No, thank you," Quinn responded. "Consider this thanks for your Maverick support. All right, man, it was really nice meeting you. Mind handing me back to my girl now? I'd like to chat with her before she has to get on her next flight." "You got it, man. And seriously, thanks again. This conversation made my whole freaking life." As Devin handed me the phone, he smiled, huge and wide and thankful. "I have no idea how you just managed that, but thank you," he whispered. "Thank you so much." "Drink a beer at the Mavericks game for me, okay?" I said, and shot a wink in his direction, and he nodded enthusiastically. I smiled at his excitement, offered a polite wave of goodbye, and as I turned toward the exit, I brought the screen back to my face. The sight of Quinn's blue eyes urged my smile to grow. "You're pretty amazing, you know that?" I asked, and he just shrugged. "I wouldn't be anything if it weren't for fans like Devin." "You're a good man, Quinn. Don't ever forget that," I said, sincerity in my voice. "And now I'm curious, what's with the subject line unicorn tickets?" A soft chuckle slid past his lips.
It's a little inside joke with Jillian. The first time I did something like that, she got all pissed and said, "What do you think happens when you offer shit like that? A fucking unicorn just magically makes it happen?" So now, of course, you can't stop yourself from calling them unicorn tickets. Exactly. You're such a smartass, I said through a laugh. It's a wonder she can deal with you on a daily basis. He just grinned. So when do I get to see your beautiful face again? Right now. I fluttered my eyelashes and winked. I mean in person and preferably naked, he said, and his voice grew deep with anticipation. I need more, kitty cat. More. It was my sentiments exactly. Well, this is the first of 5 days on the road, so... Fuck. I nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I know. It's a real bitch. He paused for a moment before requesting, "Promise me something." Anything. He grinned at that. "Send me your flight info for day 5 and let me pick you up from the airport." I scrunched at my nose. But I usually just take the employee shuttle. Kitten, promise me. How could I say no to that? Okay, promise. All right, he said, satisfaction in his voice. I'm going to let you get back to work. Call me when you make it to your hotel in Atlanta tonight. You got it, bossy pants. He winked one blue eye at me. You can bet that delectable little ass of yours that I'll show you just how bossy I can be in 5 days. Oh, yes, please. A soft moan escaped my lips before I could stop it. Promise? Quinn groaned. You're driving me crazy here, kitten. How's a man supposed to focus on football? I'm sure you'll find a way, I teased. Bye, Quinn. Bye, kitty cat. The instant I disconnected the call, I realized I still hadn't thought of a clever nickname for him. I mean, how in the hell could I find a nickname for a professional quarterback whose initials were literally QB? It was difficult, to say the least. With a brain full of Quinn, I click-clacked my navy pumps toward my gate. I took a quick glance at my watch and saw I still had 20 minutes before we'd have to board our plane and get ready for the flight. I found Casey and Nikki sitting in the polyester-upholstered seats closest to the currently empty gate agent's desk. Girl, where were you? Casey asked as I set my bags in an empty chair and plopped down beside him. And what's got you smiling so big? What? I'm not smiling. I definitely was. My cheeks were starting to hurt from it. I blamed Quinn. A man shouldn't be allowed to be so damn charming. You're totally smiling, he retorted, and Nikki agreed. Like the fucking sun. Whatever, I retorted for lack of anything better to say. And I was at the Hudson News store. Did you read an entire book while you were there? I rolled my eyes. I also took a phone call. And who was on the other end of that phone call? Casey asked, grinning. Was it someone who just so happens to be a professional quarterback? It might have been someone like that. I knew it, Casey cheered, and Nikki smiled. If you tell me he's your freaking boyfriend, I might stroke out from shock and happiness. He's not my boyfriend. At least, I didn't think he was. Wait, is he my boyfriend? If he's not your boyfriend, then what is he? I paused, unsure how to answer. A guy that I'm dating, I guess? That's the definition of boyfriend, honey, Casey cackled. Tell me this. Have you guys had sex yet? My silence revealed everything. Oh my God, Nikki exclaimed. You totally had sex with him, she added on whisper yell. Cinderella Lifetime movie marriage, here we come. Girl, that man is 6'6", Casey stated with wide, shocked eyes. You had that monster dick inside of you? He asked on a whisper and proceeded to look around my body like he was inspecting it for something. Where in the hell did it fit? Oh my God, stop it, you nut job. I slapped his hands away when he started lifting up my arms and investigating my armpits. Casey just laughed. You're crazy, and being super weird right now. And I was blushing, big time. I'm just curious, he said through a soft laugh. And now I'm even more curious. How are you going to blow him? What? I asked on a shout. What in the hell do you mean by that? I mean, how are you going to blow him? "Girl, he's got to be huge. No way deep-throating is an option," he said, but then quickly added, "Although, I bet plenty of women have managed it when they landed Quinn motherfucking Bailey." Nikki giggled and nodded her head. "There are a lot of women who would do much more than just deep-throating for Quinn Bailey." Blowjobs? Deep-throating? My friends were fucking perverts. While the two of them went off on a tangent about Cosmo's latest article related to something called the grapefruit technique, I completely zoned out because my brain wouldn't stop thinking about what it would be like to give Quinn a blowjob. Even though he'd never actually seen Quinn naked, Casey's words held merit. Obviously, I was no expert by any means, but I'd seen Quinn naked and, well, he was pretty fucking blessed in the nether regions. I'd gained quite the plethora of intimate knowledge of Quinn's dick during our 2 amazing sex-filled nights. I felt it deep inside of me. I'd cradled it in my hands and stroked. I'd even run my tongue up its length, but I hadn't fully wrapped my lips around it. Holy moly, how was I going to wrap my lips around that monster while still managing the whole sucking and apparently deep-throating thing that went along with blowjobs? It wasn't that I had never given a blowjob. I had. But this felt like approaching the Mount Everest of dicks. I wasn't sure if my mouth was up to the climb. And deep-throating? Was that an actual thing? Did girls deep-throat every time they gave a blowjob? Did they really have the ability? The last time I'd attempted the illustrious deep throat, I was a freshman in college, and I'd gagged. Like, a lot of gagging. And you know what happened when you gagged? Your tear ducts turned into geysers. I'd basically looked like I'd started crying mid-BJ, and my then-boyfriend, Jimmy Wallace, hadn't stayed turned on much longer after that. I guessed dick-themed tears weren't the most arousing thing. Most girls could have dug into their bag of sex tricks and found the self-confidence to attempt the blowjob on Quinn, but I had no bag. I had no tricks. And the more I thought about it, the more I started to freak out. I mean, we were dating. We'd had sex. A fucking amazing sex at that. But eventually we'd exchange a just oral session or two. It was inevitable. "Come on, Cat." Casey's voice pulled me from my thoughts. "It's time to board." Without a word, I nodded and stood up from my seat, and with my bags in my hands, I followed my friends past the gate agent, down the boarding hallway, and onto the plane. All the while, my mind was still freaking the fuck out. Holy shit, how am I supposed to give Quinn Bailey a blowjob? How could I even compare to all of his previous blowjobs?
Chapter 25. Quinn. "Come on, QB," Teeny called. "Get your ass in gear. We're going to be late to the field, and you know Coach don't care if your balls are sore from all that rubbing they've been getting." I threw my hand towel at Teeny and chucked my bag into the bottom of my locker while the rest of the guys laughed. Good-natured teasing was part of the locker room experience, and it wasn't personal. It wasn't about disrespecting anyone or making light of personal relationships. It was about elevating the mood and keeping your mind active. Teeny had been teasing me about having my balls rubbed before Cat existed, and I knew if I played my cards right and somehow managed to keep playing at a professional level for a while, he'd be talking about it for years to come. "Don't be jealous," I teased back. "I'm sure you'll find a woman with small enough hands to rub your balls soon, Teen." He flipped me off with a smile and climbed to his feet before merging into the crowd of retreating players as they made their way out of the locker room. I scooped my phone up off of the bench, and it buzzed in my hand. Seeing that the message was from Kat, and knowing she was still gone on a 5-day stretch of flights with limited contact, I checked the area discreetly for nosy eyes and then clicked to open it. "Kat, do you like blowjobs, or are they kind of blah to you?" What?" I smiled to myself, amused and confused all at once. Me. Never really met a mouth around my dick I didn't like, kitten. I waited for her response, even though I knew I didn't have time. I was just too curious to spend all practice wondering about it. Cat. Right. Me. I'll like anything you do, Cat. Or don't do, for that matter. Sean peeked his head in the door of the locker room, making me realize I was the only one still there. Shit. I was going to be Coach Bennett's fucking dog food. Me. I gotta get to practice. I'll call you after, okay? Cat. Yeah, of course. No worries here. 2 thumbs up. I smiled at her awkward rambling, even via text, and threw my phone onto the top shelf of my locker before slamming it shut. Scooping my helmet off the bench, I broke into a jog and caught up to Sean just as we were about to exit the tunnel. I told Coach you were on your period, and you were worried about starting a fire in the locker room if you didn't get your heating pad shut down. Oh, good, thanks. No problem. That's what friends are for, true? Bailey! Coach Bennett bellowed as soon as I cleared the darkness of the tunnel. Over here, now! Oh, shit. Practice ran longer than usual, thanks to my late arrival. Apparently, Coach Bennett had a little bit of my father in him. Sprints, suicides, push-ups, drills. You name it, we did it. And we did it until our bodies were so ready to give up they'd have gladly merged with the ground. I got a few glares from the guys, but nothing too callous. They'd all been late once in their life. The whole point of this exercise in pain was to teach us not to be again. And I had learned. Sweet, merciful Jesus, had I learned. I was moving at a snail's pace out of the tunnel and down the hall toward the locker room when Jilly found me. Her lips turned up at the ends when she realized I was in great physical pain. I shook my head at her lack of sympathy. I'll warn you, Jilly, now's not the time to push my buttons, I told her as she fell into step beside me. I disagree. Now looks like the perfect time to do a little poking. I raised my eyebrows, and she laughed. I might actually be able to outrun you. I grinned and then nodded. Yeah, true. I had to give her that. Anyway, she murmured, as much fun as it is, I'm not here to mess with you. I'm here in an official capacity because Georgia Brooks called today to say that she had to move up the recording session for player intros. Georgia Brooks was the marketing director for the Mavericks. She got us into all sorts of stuff, some unorthodox on occasion, but player intros were a standard thing we did every year. They were the little videos on TV toward the beginning of the game that the commentators would play when introducing the starting lineup. Mine had been scheduled to film the following week. To when? I asked, praying it wasn't today. Jilly could read the opportunity to crush my dreams in my eyes. She smiled sweetly. Today. Now, actually. I have to shower. Jilly nodded. Yeah, I can tell. You smell like a cesspool. Such compliments. I grinned acerbically. I don't have my team jersey here either. Georgia has an extra. I shrugged then, resigned. My player intro was obviously happening today, whether I liked it or not. Might as well roll with the punches. Fine, where? She scrolled on her phone, using a stylus to mark things off on her to-do list. Upstairs in the main lobby. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Jilly accepted that, moving away without a word when I thought better of it. I'd wanted to call Catharine after my shower. If I didn't, she'd probably end up on a flight, and I wouldn't be able to talk to her. And not talking to his kitten didn't make Quinn Bailey very happy. She'd been gone for 4 fucking days, and I missed her. Yo, Jill, I called. She stopped walking and turned her head with an exasperated sigh. Make it 45 minutes. She nodded. No problem. I'll just tell Georgia you had to get your bikini wax in first. Gotta look good for the camera. Teeny just happened to be walking up behind me at the time. Of course, though I was caught unaware, Jillian had known full well what she was doing. Whoa, QB, You waxing your balls before you let him get rubbed now?" He whistled. "That's really considerate of you." I narrowed my eyes at Jilly, fully contemplating firing her again. That only lasted 15 seconds, though, the time it took to remember all the shit she dealt with for me that I didn't want to, and how well she did it without even having to be asked. She gave a falsely friendly finger wave before disappearing from sight. With a twist on the ball of my foot, I turned tail and headed for the locker room. I didn't have any illusions that she hadn't set a timer on her phone for 45 minutes exactly, and if I had anything to say about it, most of those minutes would be spent on the phone with Catharine Wild. After breaking land speed records for a shower and shave, an important part of the process now that I knew I was going to be on camera, I grabbed my shit and headed for the field. The stadium was big, but people were plentiful. Support staff lingered everywhere, and someone was always listening. But the stands were huge, and the seating was abundant, and if I couldn't find a spot within the 100,000 fold-down chairs where I could get a little privacy for my phone call, I wouldn't be able to find it anywhere. Sunlight speared and spiked through the darkness at the end of the tunnel, and I pulled out my sunglasses to prepare for the glare. It was past midday now, and the sun was high enough in the sky to come up over the top of the stands. I knew from experience that if I didn't shield my eyes, one wrong look could put spots in my vision for the rest of the day. The grounds crew was working when I walked back out and onto the turf, but the stands were blessedly empty. I wandered for a while until I found a spot about halfway up, right on the 50-yard line. I very rarely got the opportunity for the view. I loved football, always had, and wished I got to watch it, live and in action, more. But that was the twist of playing. You very rarely got the opportunity. If someone else had a game for me to attend, I usually had my own to play. One day, when I retired, I'd be right back here, every game, every season, being the most obnoxious fan I could imagine. With a quick scroll into my contacts, I put my thumb to Catherine's name and moved the ringing phone to my ear. She answered on the second ring. "Hello?" "Hey, kitten." Her voice was soft and sweet and melted right into me. "Hi, Quinn." "How's my favorite cat doing?" She giggled a little. "I'm good. Ready to be done with these flights." I cut her off with a tisk. Baby. I'm not talking to you." Her confusion made her voice sound even raspier than normal as she asked, "You're not?" I smiled to myself and glanced around to make sure no one was within earshot. "Your pussy," I clarified. "I want to make sure you're taking care of her while you're away." Some indistinct shuffling muffled the phone. Her voice was breathy when she came back on the line. "Quinn, I'm already on the plane. Stop turning me on." I smiled, picturing her trying to find enough privacy to have this conversation while on something with distinct limitations in distance from other people. "Sorry," I apologized easily, before dissuading the validity of it entirely. "But I'm fucking aching to put my tongue on you. Suck your clit. Cover my face." "Quinn!" she snapped, and her voice echoed. I smiled. I wasn't sorry at all. "Where are you right now, kitten?" "The bathroom," she admitted unhappily. I couldn't help it. I laughed. "This isn't funny. You think you can just call and get me all worked up before I have to go out there and serve people drinks? "Cat," I interrupted quickly, saying her name again when she struggled to hear me over her own talking. "Cat." "What?" she snapped. "I miss you. Have a safe flight. FaceTime me tonight from your room, and I'll make all the teasing up to you. I promise." Her voice was so soft, it was practically a whisper. "Okay," she agreed. "Bye, baby." "Quinn," she called, panicked that I'd hung up. I smiled into the phone and shook my head. There was no fucking way I'd have removed that phone from my ear until I knew for a fact that she was gone. "Yeah?" I asked, waiting as she paused before saying it.
"I miss you too."
A warm glow joined the longing ache in my chest, and then the line clicked dead. I pulled the phone away from my ear, and a text message came in from Jilly right then. 2 words shone like a taunt. "Time's up."
Chapter 26. Cat. Tonight had been the light at the end of a grueling work schedule tunnel. Quinn had picked me up from the airport, and after I'd kissed the daylights out of him in his truck, he'd driven me home. He dropped me off at my apartment, and while I'd showered the stench of airplane off my skin, he'd run out and grabbed us takeout. Just a simple, quiet night in with Quinn. It was fucking heaven. Although the cheesecake he'd picked up from Carlos' bakery tasted a lot like heaven, too. I took the very last bite of the decadent dessert and moaned. "God, it's so good," I announced, and felt melancholy over the fact that I didn't have any bites left. Hopeful, I glanced toward Quinn's plate, but to my dessert addict dismay, we'd both finished off our cheesecake slices at the same time. He chuckled beside me. "Were you just eyeing my plate to see if I had any cheesecake left, you little vulture?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," I retorted, but the giggles that snuck past my lips revealed my truth. Quinn grinned and took my plate out of my hands, setting it down on the coffee table beside us. Next thing I knew, he was in motion, lifting me up, and I squealed in response. But he ignored my dramatics and pulled me into his lap, adjusting my body so my legs straddled his thighs, and our faces were left mere inches apart. He gazed at me, and I felt like I could swim inside the pools of blue that made up his mesmerizing eyes. "I missed you," he said, and rubbed his nose against mine. 5 days was too long. "I missed you too," I whispered against his mouth, and placed a long, soft kiss to his lips. "You want to know something crazy?" "Of course." "I found out this week that work is a lot more fun when you're stalking my flights." Quinn smiled, and his eyes lit up my living room. "I found out this week that life is a lot more exciting when I'm stalking your flights." It was my turn to smile. We stayed like that for a long, quiet moment, me in Quinn's lap, his arms wrapped tightly around my waist and our gazes locked. The silence was comfortable, a peaceful space of sweet and tender, and I savored the warmth of his companionship. There was something special about being able to enjoy someone's presence without the need for conversation. It was a rare kind of thing, one that was generally reserved for only your nearest and dearest. As the silence stretched thinner and thinner, like a balloon blown big, the temptation to rupture it grew too great to resist. "What are you thinking about right now?" I asked. "How insanely pretty you are." I had to give the man credit where credit was due. He was smoother than silk. And to sweeten the answer, he flashed that smile that had me tied up tighter than a banker's money. But unlike a vault, it wasn't claustrophobic at all. His smile, his presence, only provided a sense of comfort and safety. The more time I spent with him, the more time I wanted to spend with him. I wanted to ask him 1,000 questions. I wanted to witness all of his smiles and hear all of his laughs. And more than that, I wanted to be the person on the receiving end of those reactions. "Can I ask you a question?" He tapped my nose with his index finger. "You know you can ask me anything, kitten." "Why do you like me?" I asked, and he furrowed his brow. "Wait, before you answer, I want you to know I'm just asking that question out of curiosity, not insecurity," I added, and honestly, I wasn't sure if that was 100% the truth. My uncertainty over my own truth stirred an awkwardness in my belly, and I found myself tracing the freckles of his arms, connecting them with invisible lines, in order to distract myself from my own thoughts. "How could I not like you?" he retorted, and lifted his arms off of my waist to cut my face, lifting my eyes to meet his again.
You're beautiful, intelligent, funny, and so fucking cute that it takes my breath away. If anything, I should be the one asking you that question. Why is a gorgeous girl like you giving a guy like me the time of day? I snorted. A guy like you? Yeah, he nodded. A sometimes stubborn, sometimes stalker, he grinned. Not the world's greatest singer, goofy guy like me. I'd love to know how you consider yourself stubborn. I got you to go on that first date with me, didn't I? I figured that fell into the stalkerish category, I teased. Okay, he chuckled. You got me there. I guess it's a little bit of both. But it was my stubbornness that led to the semi-stalking. I liked the stalking, I said through a giggle. That probably makes me sound crazy. Well, I liked doing the stalking, so I think that makes my crazy crazier than your crazy. I laughed. You're crazy. Apparently when it comes to you, I am. He pressed a soft kiss to my lips. Completely crazy for you, he whispered against my cheek as he peppered my skin with kisses, moving his lips across my jaw, down my neck, until his fingers slid my t-shirt out of the way so he could place kisses across my collarbone. A soft moan fell from my lips when he reached my chest, hovering between my breasts. The warmth of his breath against my skin urged goosebumps to burst up my arms. My nipples pebbled and hardened beneath my clothes when his fingers slipped under the hem of my shirt and lifted it over my head, revealing the sheer white material of my bra. God, you're beautiful, he whispered. Deftly, he unhooked my bra, sliding it down my arms and off my body. He leaned forward and sucked my right nipple into his mouth, swirling his tongue around and around until my skin flushed with arousal. I need you, kitten, he said against my skin. Let me taste you. All of you. Yes, I moaned. We were in motion after that, Quinn standing up, and with my legs still wrapped around his waist, he carried me into the hallway. His long and quick strides ate up the hardwood floor until he reached the threshold of my bedroom. Between one pounding heartbeat and the next, Quinn had me on my back, my body sinking into the mattress of my bed. He kneeled above me, his fingers unzipping my jean shorts and his hands sliding both denim and silk panties down my legs. He haphazardly tossed them onto the floor and gripped my thighs with strong hands, spreading me wide and bearing me to his heated gaze. In one fluid motion, he took off his shirt and added it to the clothes pile on my floor. My gaze moved down his body, taking in his broad shoulders, his toned chest, the way his abdominal muscles rippled and flexed with each subtle movement, until they locked on to his visible arousal, heavy and hard beneath his jeans. While Quinn moved up my body, pressing open-mouthed kisses against my thighs, my mind started wandering, thinking, obsessing, over the idea of giving him a blowjob. Was this about to be an oral exchange? And if so, could I even give him a blowjob that would be worthy of a climax? Do I have to do that whole deep throat thing? My brain was fucking me over, making me focus on the absolute wrong things at the wrong time. I should have been enjoying the fact that his lips were now moving up my inner thighs. I should have been losing my mind when he slipped his tongue out of his mouth to take a long, soft lick over my clit. When he sucked me into his mouth and spurred tingles up my spine, I should have gotten lost in the pleasure he was providing. I felt his moan against my skin, and I gripped my breasts with both hands and arched my back. It all felt so good. His lips, his tongue, his hands running up and down my aching skin felt so fucking good. Instead of focusing on that, my manic mind jumped to a subject that catapulted my anxiety. Can I make him feel this good? My incessant and stupidly insecure thoughts might as well have been a bucket of ice water, drowning my pleasure and forcing me out of the moment. It was official. My brain and my vagina were at fucking war. One wanted to overanalyze blowjobs, while the other just wanted a fucking orgasm. Frustrated with myself, my stupid brain, I abruptly sat up and maneuvered my body away from Quinn's oh-so-perfect mouth. He looked up at me in shock,
his mouth parted and his brow furrowed. Oh God, now I've really screwed this up. Hurry up, do something. Quick as a rocket, I switched positions, forcing Quinn to lie back on the bed while I kneeled between his thighs, unbuttoning his jeans.
What are you doing?"
he asked, words stuttered, eyes still shocked. "I need to taste you," I whispered, and didn't give him any time to decide, sliding my hand inside of his boxer briefs and pushing them down his thighs. His cock was bared, still hard, still ready, standing tall and proud and directly in front of my face. I licked my lips. He looked delicious. Can I do this? Can I make him come with my mouth? Still, my mind was at war with itself, my damn blowjob insecurities wreaking havoc on my confidence. "You can do this, Cat. Just suck him like your own personal lollipop." Yes, I could do this, and I did. I wrapped my lips around the thick and rounded head, swirling my tongue around to taste velvety silk.
Okay,"
Quinn moaned.
I guess we can do this now."
Okay, good sign. Keep going. I moved my lips down his shaft, sucking and softly flicking the tip of my tongue as I went. Again, I was rewarded with more Quinn-toned moans. And I loved it. His moans, his cock, the way he filled my mouth. Okay, we can do this, my brain and vagina agreed. I could suck him deep and enjoy it at the same time. I was already halfway there. Wait, halfway? I don't have his entire dick in my mouth yet? With a quick inventory of my current mouth-to-penis location, I realized I was, in fact, only halfway. But good God, my mouth was full, and the tip was already saying hello to my throat. If this were a hot dog eating contest, I would have stopped taking in wieners about 1.5 inches ago. But fuck, I didn't want to disappoint. I wanted more of his moans. I wanted to blow his mind. Literally. Deep breaths, Cat. In through your nose, out through your... well, nose, because your mouth currently has a dick in it. But you got this. Just close your eyes and take it all the way, baby. Throwing caution to the wind, and with Quinn's pleasure, my top priority, I attempted to take all of him, moving my mouth all the way down. 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 Good Lord, it was a long way, but I was doing it. I was owning this blowjob, completely rocking out with Quinn's cock out. But before I could start doing a victory dance with my tongue, my throat abruptly decided things weren't working out. Oh no. My gag reflex kicked in, and then, worse than just gagging, my throat outright spasmed against the foreign object, aka Quinn's dick, blocking its entrance. Asthma flared, my chest tightened, and my eyes felt like someone had just poured a gallon of water directly into them. With tears streaming down my cheeks, I tried to stay strong, keep sucking, and re-educate my lungs on how to breathe. But they had gone on strike, tightening and wheezing in response. Oh, fuck. This isn't good. This was like freshman year and Jimmy Wallace all over again. But worse. Way, way worse.
Chapter 27. Quinn. Deep and wide, her mouth opened farther to take more of my cock inside. I was lost to the sensation, so fucking into it that I had to close my eyes and drop my head back onto the top of her headboard. She was warm and wet, and with every passing second, her nails dug harder and harder into the flesh of my thighs. Sweet, merciful Jesus. And then her grip got painful. 1 second, it was hot and lusty, and the next, I was considering if I'd need a blood transfusion once she got done draining me. "Cat," I choked, trying to ease into telling her to let up on the grip a little, but the feel of a tiny drip of moisture hitting my balls pulled at my awareness. Am I actually bleeding? Blinking rapidly and fighting for some visual focus, I reached forward to pull the curtain of hair away from her face so I could look into her eyes. every muscle in my body pulled tight as it hit me that she was crying. "Jesus, Cat," I called, pulling her off me and trying to lift her to my chest. She fought me, though, choking violently as my dick popped free and air filled her lungs. I chased after her as she crawled on all fours to the other side of the bed. This is horrifying. What the fuck had I done? She's crying. She pushed me away, but held up a finger as she scrambled to the nightstand, yanked open the drawer, and came back with an inhaler in hand. With practiced ease, she put it to her mouth and pumped to inhale while I watched. Life bleeding back into her face, she pushed to inhale again and took another hit of the fast-acting medicine. I didn't know what I could do to make it better. Finally, her breathing came more evenly, and her coloring returned, so I took a chance by pulling her into my naked lap. She didn't fight me this time, cuddling into me as I rubbed at her back. The skin was smooth, but the more I rubbed, the more pebbled it became. Goosebumps ran rampant, and the longer we sat in silence, the longer I feared she was too cold. I grabbed the comforter from the side of the bed, where we'd thoroughly balled it up through activity, and wrapped it around us like a cocoon. "Are you okay?" I asked, rubbing at her through the blanket and using the other hand at her jaw to lift her face to my own. Embarrassment overwhelmed her, changing the shape of her face from its normal happy heart to a sad little triangle. "Why do you look like you just killed my puppy, kitten?" She shrugged, but I wasn't having it. I pushed. "Cat, come on." The twist of her head was violent, mortification turning to anger at my persistence. "Are you kidding me? How can you not know what's wrong? How can you not know how fucking horrified I am that I couldn't even... Oh my God! I tried to give a simple blowjob and I fucking choked, Quinn! How am I ever going to get over this? How are you? It can't make you feel good things that I can't seem to fit you in my mouth." I laughed, even though I knew it was dangerous. If I hadn't had the blanket so tight around us, I think she might have slapped me. "Baby, my dick is so big you literally choked on it. I'm trying really hard to see the horrible, upsetting part of this, but it's just not happening." "Quinn!" "My dick is literally too big for your mouth, kitten. I feel like I can die now, like I'll be remembered for millennia, like my purpose has forever been fulfilled." She slapped at me, pushing me in the chest so hard that I fell to my back with a laugh. "This isn't funny! I can't even..." I cut her off. Interestingly enough, I know something that is big enough for my dick. "I can't believe you're joking right now," she grumbled. I eased the line between her eyebrows with a kiss to her lips. "Best time to joke is when you feel like crying, kitty cat. That's a fact. I can't stand to see that sad fucking look on your face, and I'll do exactly what I have to do to change it." Finally, her affliction turned to affection. "Quinn." "How about that pussy?" I asked, and she roared, my blunt delivery taking her all the way to amused. "Can I get some? Is it open for business? It's been a few days." She shook her head with a smile. "You're terrible." "I'm fucking aching," I corrected. Her smile turned coy. I was seconds away from getting some. I could feel it, when my phone started ringing on the nightstand. I was gladly prepared to ignore it, but Kat was too curious not to look. I guess it went with the name. "It says Denver," she remarked, picking it up, and in the process, her finger accidentally tapping the green icon button. "Oh shit," she muttered, and quickly handed it to me, with a cringe sweeping across her face. "I didn't mean to do that," she whispered, and I just smiled in response as I put the phone to my ear. Happiness suffused me. I knew without a doubt he was the only caller in the universe that didn't make me feel murderous thanks to his poor timing. "Hey, brother, to what do I owe this honor?" Kat's eyes widened at the mention of my brother, her fingers raking frantically through her hair, so I clicked the button to put it on speaker. Her cheeks were pinker than normal, and I had a feeling I knew why. Leave it to a woman to get nervous about being presentable for a meeting with a family member over the phone. Oh, not much. Just that Skeletor and her burly friend decided to pay a visit this weekend for our Crimson versus White game, and you'll never guess who they brought with them, he announced, voice rising with each word. But before I could even attempt to guess who our parents— yeah, Skeletor and her burly friend was their given nickname of the moment— Denver answered for me on a shout. "Gertie frickin' Hawthorne!" The Crimson versus White game was an Alabama preseason tradition where we played ourselves, usually a mix of second and first string on both sides, and the fans came to watch for fun. Families often came up, intermingling in the stands with students and other diehards. "Jesus," I whispered. "I'm sorry, Dan. Why would they do that?" "Why wouldn't they do that?" he yelled hysterically. "This is the exact kind of thing they do." Kat bit her lip and gestured to the phone, obviously uncomfortable that I was allowing her to listen without his knowledge. "He won't care," I told her immediately, just to ease her mind. "Who won't care about what?" Denver asked. "Who are you talking to?" I laughed. "Den, meet Kat. Kat, meet Denver." "Kat?" he asked. "Are you in bed right now?" I looked around at the covers and down at our naked bodies. "Busted." Kat blushed as I answered, "Maybe." "Oh my God! Tell me you interrupted the bang-bang to answer my call." "The bang-bang?" I coughed through a laugh. Denver's yell made me laugh. "You know what I mean! I was trying to be polite to the mixed company on the phone by not saying fucking." "But it's polite to ask us if we're in the middle of it?" Kat rolled her eyes as we went back and forth, learning pretty quickly that if she wanted to get a word in, she'd have to force it. "Hi, Denver. Nice to meet you telephonically." "Oh shit, Gwendolyn," he hooted. "Telephonically! You found yourself a smart one." I shook my head and changed the subject. "Her friend Casey is the one I wanted to set you up with." "The random gay man Quinn bonded with so easily belongs to you?" Denver asked Kat immediately. "Guilty," she smiled. "But I should add here, when it comes to Casey, Quinn isn't an exception. He pretty much bonds with everyone. He's a charismatic kind of guy." Denver sighed, and then sat silent, likely considering it. "Fine, set it up." I pulled Kat to me and smashed our lips together, catching her by surprise. She had no idea how many times I'd tried to set my brother up with someone and been shot down. She'd officially turned the tide. "Sweet Jesus, a miracle has just occurred," I teased. Denver's grumble was comical. Yeah, live it up. I gotta go anyway. You can continue celebrating when I get off the phone. I just called to complain." My face softened at his words. "You know you can call any time, Den. I'll always listen." "I know. Go fuck your girlfriend, you big softy." Kat's laugh was the last thing he must have heard before the line went dead. Her eyes were alight with warmth. "I love your brother," she said, as I set my phone back on the nightstand, turned out the lamp, and scooted us down in the bed. "I know. If he weren't gay, I have no doubt he'd be stealing all my women." "All your women?" she asked carefully with a raise of her brow. I kissed it smooth. "Well, just the one now." And I meant that. Ever since I'd met her, I had zero interest in other women. Silent and reflective, we both lay in the dark for long moments, before a random thought made me laugh. "What?" she asked, her invisible picture on my chest almost complete. "Nothing." I smiled into the darkness and gently moved my body over top of hers. She was warm and soft, and my cock started to ache once it glided across the apex of her thighs. That blowjob text message just makes a whole lot more sense now. I'd never seen a woman glare and moan at the same time as I slid inside her. It was mesmerizing. Just like Cat, she did everything better than anyone else. And the instant I filled her to the hilt, I knew, without a doubt, she felt better than anyone else, too.
Chapter 28. Cat. "Good morning, kitten," a warm voice whispered into my ear, and I fluttered my eyes open to find Quinn sitting on the edge of my bed, wearing only black boxer briefs and a smile. "Mornin'," I squeaked out past the sleepy cobwebs in my throat. I rubbed at my eyes and sat up, resting my back against the headboard. "What time is it?"
"Breakfast time."
"Huh?" I quirked a brow. "Like actual food?" Unless he managed to bring the breakfast in, the odds of finding anything remotely resembling breakfast foods were slim to none in my kitchen. It wasn't for lack of eating, though. I blamed it on the 5-day work stretch I'd just gotten done with the day before.
"I snuck out for a little bit and grabbed us some rations from that mom-and-pop shop up the street," he updated, "which, by the way, you're running low on food, kitty cat."
"Trust me, I know. The grocery store is on my to-do list for today," I said, and internally groaned at the thought. Why was the mere idea of going to the grocery worse than getting a tooth pulled? Consider it an affliction, but I'd hated grocery stores and grocery shopping all of my life. Unless it was Target. Then I could make an exception, although my bank account always felt the after effects.
"Good plan."
He grinned and rubbed his hand up the bared skin of my thigh that peeked out beneath the sheets.
"Now, are you ready to eat something?"
"Yep," I nodded. "I just need to throw on some—" Before I could finish, Quinn slid his arms under my body and lifted my naked ass straight out of bed.
"No need for clothes,"
he said with a wink as he carried me out of the bedroom and toward the kitchen. "Quinn!" He completely ignored my squeals of protest, moving us into the hallway, past the living room, and into the kitchen. He sat my bare ass on the counter, covering the small island in the center, and I squealed. "Oh my God, that's cold!"
"Here,"
he said, and slid a kitchen towel toward me.
"Lift that cute ass up, you little complainer."
"Oh, hell no," I retorted and hopped off the counter. I refuse to cover my kitchen towels with my ass. Pretty sure that's unsanitary. Quinn just laughed, and with his arm wrapped around my waist, he pulled me back toward him like a fish on a line.
Fine, fine," he said through a chuckle. "I've got an even better solution. Close your eyes."
"I'm not sure I trust you." "Close your eyes, kitten," he demanded, and this time I listened.
"Stay right here, okay?"
"Okay."
"I mean it," he added. "Don't move an inch, or try to peek."
"I said okay," I answered, and my lips creased at the corners in a half-annoyed, mostly amused smile. "My eyes will stay closed until you say so." The sounds of his bare feet trotting across the hardwood floor filled my ears until they disappeared completely. And moments later, he was back, his footsteps moving toward me.
"Hold up your arms, kitten,"
he instructed once his voice got closer, and I assumed he'd closed the distance between us. With eyes still closed, I listened and held both arms up in the air. Carefully, Quinn placed something soft and cottony over my arms and head until the material slipped down the rest of my body and landed just below the cheeks of my ass.
"Oh, yeah," he stated. "That's perfect."
"Can I open my eyes now?" I asked, and put my arms down.
"Yep."
Fluttering my eyes open, I found Quinn standing there, smirking at me like the devil. He waggled his eyebrows.
"My kitten is so fucking sexy, especially in my number."
I glanced down at my new shirt to find the word Mavericks scrolled across my chest.
"And if you could see the back, you'd find out that you were wearing my number on your back."
"And what number is that?"
"What the fuck, kitten? You don't know my number?"
I paused and bit my lip with a little shrug to my shoulder. "I'm not big on sports, remember?"
"I can't believe my girlfriend doesn't know my number,"
he said with a frown, but I didn't miss the teasing tone highlighting his voice.
"I'm number 9, by the way."
Wait, I said once his words sank in. Did you just say girlfriend?
I did, he responded, tone precise, eyes certain.
So, I'm your girlfriend.
Well, I hope you're my girlfriend, kitten. Otherwise, I just lied to about 3 million people on Instagram this morning.
You... what? I questioned. What do you mean you lied to 3 million people on Instagram this morning? He moved toward me and wrapped his arms around my waist, lifting me off my feet.
I posted about you this morning. My adorable, sexy, beautiful girlfriend.
You posted about me?
Uh-huh.
I prayed to God he didn't post something that included my current state of bedhead. Tell me it wasn't like an up-close shot of me asleep and drooling.
Nah.
He grinned and wrapped my legs around his waist.
It wasn't anything like that,
he said, and squeezed my ass beneath his t-shirt. Then what was it? I asked, and tapped his nose with mine.
You know what I think is even more important than whatever I posted on Instagram?
What?
That whole thing about you being my girlfriend. He whispered into my ear. Are you my girlfriend, kitten?
He leaned back and looked into my eyes.
I'm really hoping you say yes to that question.
I guess that depends.
On what?
Are you my boyfriend?
Hell yes.
He leaned forward to press soft as silk kisses to my lips, my cheeks, and my nose. My skin tingled where his lips touched, and my heart beat erratically in my chest, so hard that I thought it might fly straight out of my body. Without hesitation or doubts, when Quinn's eyes met mine again, I whispered, "Then hell yes, I'm your girlfriend." His grin grew wide and all-consuming, raising his cheeks and lighting up his eyes. He spun us around the kitchen a few times until he stopped, set my ass on the island again, and kissed the hell out of me. Boy, oh boy, I liked him. It's way, way more than like. So we're giving us, a shot? I asked, and he nodded.
I'm all in, baby,
he said, no hesitation or doubt revealed in his words or expression. I'm all in too.
I just want you, only you.
His words hit me straight in the heart, and I couldn't stop myself from saying exactly what was on my mind in that moment. Approximately. I think I lick you. Holy God, I'd almost just told him I loved him. Panic made my heart race and my cheeks turn red. Christ, Cat, nice save. I think I lick you. Fuck. Eyebrows drawn, Quinn pulled his lips up into the most adorable smile. It was too bad I was too busy dying of embarrassment to get a chance to fully enjoy it. Quinn pressed another kiss to my lips and then whispered against them,
I think I lick you too, kitten. I think I lick you a lot, and I think I need to do it more.
If it was possible for my cheeks to get even redder in a matter of a second and a half, they'd done it. I had a boyfriend, and his name was Quinn Bailey, and I was no doubt head over heels for him. He probably knew by the bumbling fuck-up of a line I'd put in its place at the last minute, but at least he'd had the decency to go with it. Sigh.
But first, beautiful girlfriend of mine,
he said, and his smile was infectious.
How about some breakfast?
Sounds perfect.
Go get cozy in the living room, and I'll bring everything in.
Oh boy, I said with a grin and hopped off the counter. This whole boyfriend thing is already off to the best start ever. He playfully spanked my ass as I walked past him, and I giggled all the way to the living room. Once I plopped my ass down onto the couch and grabbed my phone off the coffee table, I realized I had several missed calls and social media notifications. The first one was from Instagram. I clicked open the app to find a notification that Quinn Bailey had posted a new photo. It was a photo of my freaking bare feet peeking out from the covers of my bed with a caption that read, "My girlfriend has the cutest little feet I've ever seen. Hashtag my kitten, hashtag tiny paws." What an adorable weirdo. I had no idea when that picture had been taken, but I imagined it had occurred while I was sleeping. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I wanted to smack him or kiss his face off for showing the world my pink-painted toes. Before I could playfully give him hell,
My phone started vibrating with an incoming call. Incoming call. Mom. Immediately, I tapped the green phone icon. "Hi, Mom." "Hi, sweetheart." Her warm and smooth as honey voice made me smile. "Your father's on, too." "Hey, Dad." "Hey there, Caterpillar." "So," my mom chimed in, skipping any other pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "Is there anything you want to tell us?" I scrunched my nose up in confusion. "Tell you?" "Yeah," my dad answered. "Anything new going on in your life?" I honestly had no idea what they were talking about. "Just tell her, Martin," my mom said eventually. "Caterpillar, do you mind explaining why your mother and I just saw your pretty face on the cover of a magazine in the checkout line at the grocery store this morning?" "I'm sorry, what?" I damn near choked on my own saliva. What in the hell were my parents talking about? "I'm feeling a little left out of the loop here. I mean, when were you going to tell us you're dating that football star, Quinn Bailey?" my mom asked, and my jaw dropped open like I was going to start catching flies with my mouth. "Well, at least that's what the tabloid magazine says." She trailed off, and my dad didn't hesitate to pick up the conversation where she left off. "Caterpillar, is it true?" he questioned. "You can be honest with us. We won't be mad." My mom's sigh filled my ears, and my chest tightened from the discomfort. My parents had been through all of my stupidest moments with me. I didn't want them to think this was another one. "We just want to know what's going on with you, sweetheart." "What tabloid magazine was it?" I asked. My dad muttered, and the sounds of rustling filled the receiver. "It's called U.S. Weekly." My stomach dropped. My parents had found out I was dating Quinn through a freaking magazine in the grocery store. I'd always loved that my relationship with my parents was close. I didn't hide things from them. And this, well, it made it seem like I had been. I didn't like it one bit, and my brain hadn't had the chance to actually process the fact that I was in a gossip magazine. That felt too surreal to comprehend at the moment. "Oh, wow," I said, more out of shock than anything else. "Well, the tabloid is right, and I swear to God, I wasn't trying to hide anything from you. I wanted to tell you about Quinn in person when I came to Cincinnati for my quarterly training." "So it's true?" my mother questioned, surprise filling her voice. "That is quite a turn of events, Catherine." "Tell me about it, Mom." I was getting used to my life as a spinster, too. I know. I'm sorry you guys found out about it this way, but I promise my lack of telling you wasn't out of secrecy or choice, though. It's a new relationship." The line grew quiet until, finally, my dad broke the silence. "Is he treating you right, Caterpillar?" Quinn walked into the room and set our breakfast and fresh coffee onto the table in front of my sectional. He sat down beside me, grabbed me my mug, gently patted my thigh, and otherwise left me to my call while he started eating his breakfast. "Yes, Dad," I answered with complete honesty. "Quinn treats me very well, and I promise when I come to Cincinnati for my quarterly training we'll have dinner, and I'll tell you all about him." "I like this plan," my mom said, and my dad agreed. "I miss you guys so much." Most days I didn't realize it was because I was too wrapped up in my work schedule, and lately Quinn. But I did miss them. I loved living near the Big Apple, but it wasn't without sacrifice. The distance from my family was hard. "Is everything going okay back home?" "We miss you too, sweetheart," my mom said, only love in her voice. And Dad quickly added, "Everything is great, Caterpillar. Your mom and I are doing just fine." "Good, I'm glad," I said. "Well, I have to get off of here, but I'll see you soon, okay? I love you tons and tons and tons." They both offered their love and ended the call shortly after that. Once I set my phone down on the coffee table, Quinn looked over at me and smiled softly. "You have to go to Cincinnati?" I nodded. "Yeah, 4 or 5 days from now. I can't remember which." He looked unhappy, and the reality of my life hit me like a brick wall. I guess it's safe to say I'm always going somewhere. My own words made me feel sad,
and I watched the corners of his mouth turn down even farther. Eventually, his eyes met mine, and a teensy-tiny smile kissed his lips.
"Well, you're not going somewhere right now, are you?"
I leaned over and replaced his smile with a kiss. "Nope, I'm not going anywhere right now."
"Perfect. Eat your breakfast and then go get dressed," he said with a little wink. "I'm taking you somewhere fun today."
Somewhere fun sounded like exactly what I needed. It'd be a nice distraction from the whole gossip magazine situation that was apparently happening around me. "Wherever we go, can we make a quick stop on our way?"
"Of course," he said and took a sip of his coffee. "Errands to run?"
"Sort of." I paused, hesitant over the next words that I wanted to say. "Well, apparently my parents found out about us through a gossip magazine at the grocery store, so I just kind of wanted to see what exactly was written in the article. Or at least I thought I wanted to see. Hell, the more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I became. I wasn't sure if I'd like seeing my face splashed across the cover of a magazine. What if it was an awful photo? What if they said mean things?
"Oh, shit," he muttered with wide, surprised eyes. "I had no idea, kitten. No wonder Nathan called me 6 times this morning. I would have answered if I would have known it was about something like that."
I shrugged. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised by it. I mean, my boyfriend is Quinn Bailey."
"True."
A half-happy, half-sad smile kissed his lips.
"But I can't stop myself from feeling responsible for the fact that you got blindsided by that news. Through your parents at that."
He reached out and held my hand in his.
"I'm so sorry, kitten. I'll call Nathan after we eat and get it all straightened out."
"It's okay." I leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to his lips. The discomfort in his blue eyes hit me straight in the chest. Obviously, I wasn't a fan of the idea of being in a gossip magazine, but that took a back seat to seeing Quinn sad. I nudged his arm with my shoulder. "You better eat up and get your strength, buddy." He tilted his head to the side, puzzled.
"And why's that?"
"Because I'm expecting you to bring your A game when it comes to the surprise of fun you just promised me."
"Surprise of fun?" he questioned, a smile teasing his lips. "I don't remember using those words."
Ha, the liar. He knew he'd promised me that exact fucking thing. "The pressure is on, Bailey." He barked out a laugh.
"Challenge accepted, kitten," he said. "Consider my O game face already on."
Chapter 29. Quinn. Today was about tradition, team bonding, pride of membership. Today was about bringing in a group of 53 men and turning them into a unit. Today was the day we took our annual trip to Walmart. I know, I sounded like a lunatic, but there was truth in each and every one of my words, no matter how mismatched they seemed together. 3 years ago, when Sean had been drafted to the Mavericks and become a staple in my life, we'd invented this ritual. Every year, as the structure of the National Football League rarely changed with any real significance, the order of our schedule became more and more predictable. We had an idea of when we'd have practices, when we'd be expected to do endorsement deals, when we'd have team photos and film to shoot, and when we'd be traveling and confined to team rules. But every year, in the week before the first preseason game of the year, there was always one day that managed to prevail, one day that saved itself for tomfoolery and hijinks, one day that had birthed an institution. The $25 challenge. 53 men, one Walmart, $25, and 10 minutes to make the best fucking outfit you could manage. The crazier, the better. Everyone ran around like a bunch of kids trying to find the unicorn among the mundane. I'd managed a Minion onesie last year with a pair of sparkling pink flip-flops, but I'd still tasted defeat. Sean, the fucker, had won the game the last 2 years running, so I'd spent the off-season contemplating a new judging system. aka creating one, since before one didn't exist. Usually the team just fell into pandemonium until someone declared themselves the winner and the team accepted it or not. Of course, I'd come up with nothing but shit, because there was no one to choose who could be an impartial authority, but when I'd woken up with Catherine this morning, the answer had come sweeping in. Get ready, boys. There's a new judge in town. Luckily, after we'd caused a near riot last year, the Edison Walmart had finally learned to plan for our arrival, coordinating it with my assistant and shutting down the store. No one got in while we were in the heat of battle, and the security was tight as Catherine and I slipped seamlessly in the back door. It made the process much more enjoyable, not worrying about who was watching or what might get posted to some tabloid site. But after all was said and done, we did a 3-hour meet and greet with the fans. Unlike on game day, everybody won. "Are you sure it's okay that I'm here?" Kat asked apprehensively. I'd explained the game in the car on the way over, and once she knew it was an actual, official team activity, she'd started to question having a role in the whole thing. "I told you, baby, I have a job for you. No one will mind that you're there, I promise." She nodded as I pulled her along the back hallway toward the aisles in the rear of the store, where I knew the guys would be gathered. Starting in the automotive section, we'd decided last year, made sure no one had an unfair timing advantage. It was a weird sight, finding so many giant humans among car oil, air filters, and batteries, but it definitely wasn't a bad one. I loved when we were all together, especially doing stupid shit like this. It gave me an excuse to act a little bit like an overgrown kid. "Hey guys," I greeted with a smile as we came to a stop just outside of their grouping. Catherine's body melded to the back of mine, trying to stay out of sight. Honestly, it worked pretty well for her. She was so much smaller than I was, until a peak of her feminine hand crept around the side of my body to clench the material of my shirt. Cam Mitchell, one of the most observant of the group, noticed first, his eyebrows popping to his hairline. "You got a stowaway you want to tell us about, QB?" Catherine's squeak was chipmunk-worthy as I pulled her out from behind me with one swift hand. "Guys, this is Kat. Kat, these are the guys." With wide eyes and a circular wave, Catherine almost peed her pants when 53 guys said hello all at once. "Holy shit," she whispered quietly, but those of us closest to her heard her almost perfectly. We smiled. "Wow," she murmured then, and I nudged her gently with my body. "Don't swoon, baby," I said with a laugh. "You're already taken." She looked at me then, mischief in her eyes. "Yeah, but they're pretty." I bit my lip, my eyebrows pulling down to my nose, and challenged, "So am I." If struggling dancers couldn't find jobs doing backup for the newest music act, I was certain they'd be able to find work in her eyes. "Yeah," she agreed finally. "You are." Cam's throat rattled loudly as he cleared it to get our attention. "Easy on the romance, QB. Unless you brought us companions and you're hiding them in the back." Sean's ears perked up like a fucking puppy. "You have women?" "No," I denied, dashing his dreams instantly. His face fell, and Catherine let out a giggle beside me. "Sorry, buddy," I apologized, "but I brought an impartial judge." Sean's and Cam's eyes jumped to Kat and narrowed. Cam was the first to burst out laughing. "Impartial my ass!" "Don't worry," I assured. "Kat's got an evil spot really deep inside her. She'll probably blackball me from the win just for the hell of it." Kat nodded beside me gleefully. God, I'd never seen her smile that big, her eyes that uninhibited. My heart dropped in my chest, falling a little farther into a pit with walls it wouldn't be able to scale. Plus, if she does, by some miracle, pick me as the winner, the team will have to vote to confirm, majority rule. Sean's smile was indulgent. I see you've thought this through, bro. Your streak is coming to an end, I taunted. Sean, embodying one of Missy Elliott's best hits, took his jazz hands, flipped them, and reversed them, wiggling his fingers in a response of, "Come and get me." Half an hour later, after going over the rules and regulations with all the new guys on the team, we took off into the store at the sound of the whistle. Cat had abandoned me, claiming she'd be providing me with an unfair advantage if she tried to help at all, and headed off in another direction. Tunnel vision in place, I'd scoured the children's costume section, looking for a tiara, before heading to the long underwear. If I had a prayer of getting Cat to choose me, I'd have to make sure my dick was visible through my pants. At $7 a pop, I chose a pair in a dusty rose color, about 20 sizes too small, and did my best to hoist them up to my waist. A quick glance down told me everything I needed to know. The twig and berries were definitely on display. Sean yelled as he ran by, a quick, "Suck it!" to keep the spirit of our rivalry alive, and then he was off to parts unknown. "1 minute!" Cat called over the bullhorn, making me realize I'd yet to grab a shirt. Knowing I didn't really have the time to scout one, I headed back for her without. I'd automatically be disqualified for failing to buy an entire ensemble, but if I were really sweet, maybe Cat would console me by sneaking away to have sex in the bathroom when all the judging was done. "I can't believe Sean won again," I complained, dragging Cat in a very strategic direction as I did. She came along without protest. "He had the best outfit. I'm sorry, but he looked just like fucking Katniss. I'm going to have to invest in training for these guys if any of us ever has any chance of beating him." She shrugged. "Either that or get him kicked off the team." I barked a laugh, loud and riotous at her callousness. "Wow, kitten, that's cold." She smiled unabashedly, and I pushed her against a shelf, well away from the guys, to put my lips to hers. Her sigh, expelled directly into my mouth, tasted like contentment. "Good day?" I asked her, nipping at her bottom lip while she smiled. "Definitely." "You sure you don't want to come out to the meet and greet with me? I hate the idea of leaving you alone to do nothing." She shook her head. "I think seeing my face inside an Us Weekly was enough attention for the day." My heart spasmed inside my chest. I still felt bad for how that went down. I should have answered my phone when Nathan had called this morning, but God, Nathan always called. Every fucking morning. His persistence wasn't out of the ordinary. I was just thankful Kat's first dose of media attention, because, let's face it, there would be more now. She was my girlfriend, had been, if anything, a positive one. "Quinn Bailey's New Lady Love," the headline had read, and inside were a few candid photos of Cat and me from when I'd last picked her up at the airport. If nothing else, the pictures were fucking cute. And Cat? Well, she'd looked beautiful. But that was no surprise. She always looked beautiful. But I didn't underestimate how that probably felt for her, seeing herself in a gossip magazine. I knew it was a lot for anyone to process, and all I could do was give her the time she needed to do it. And most importantly, reassure her that she had nothing to worry about. I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her tightly to my chest. The meet and greet shouldn't take too long. "I'll be fine, Quinn," she said, and leaned back to look into my eyes. "I'll sketch. That's why you brought me paper and pencils, isn't it?" she asked. My chest tightened, overcome by how good the affection in her voice over that seriously simple task sounded. I nodded. "Okay." She touched my lips with her thumbs, smoothing them from the center out to the sides. "You're really something, Quinn Bailey." An irrational urge to keep her in my pocket all the time made me blurt out my next request. Our first preseason game is this weekend in Pittsburgh. I know it's sports. I stuck out my tongue, and she laughed. And I know they're not your thing, but maybe, just maybe, you'd make an exception if it meant getting to watch me play? Her frown took over her entire face, even turning her eyes down at the corners, and disappointment bled out of me through an imaginary wound. "I want to," she assured me quickly. It was pretty clear I'd known what she was going to say. "It's just I have work. I'm still too new to take any official time off, and I don't know anyone but Nikki and Casey to switch with, and they're already working the flight with me." If I was disappointed, she seemed devastated. Perversely, that was enough to make me feel better. Wanting to be flesh to flesh, I joined our lips and ran my tongue along the seam with a barely there touch. An apology and acceptance all at once. "It's okay, kitten." I brought her hand up between us, splaying it on my heart so she could feel the way she made it race. "You and me, we're gonna last." I smirked, kissed the corner of her mouth, and fell a little deeper. "You'll have plenty of chances to come watch something you have absolutely no interest in. I promise you that."
Chapter 30. Cat. Another day and another round of NYC to Birmingham flights. Normally I wouldn't have minded it at all, but today I was annoyed. Internally irritated that my flight schedule had gotten in the way of seeing Quinn in all of his quarterback glory. Sure, I didn't really like football, but I did like Quinn. If I was becoming completely honest with myself, I'd probably use a different, more encompassing word to describe how I truly felt about him. Love. But I wasn't ready to verbally say that word to him, not without the cushion of, "I think," in front of it at least. Hell, I was having a hard enough time keeping my girlish impulses of planning out my dream wedding and naming future kids under control. I'd gone all Cinderella Lifetime movie marriage in my thoughts, and I wasn't sure that was the best-case scenario for me or my heart. We were still so new. If our relationship was a child, we'd said our first words, but we hadn't really taken our first steps together. I hadn't even been to his house yet, which I tried to tell myself had nothing to do with him not wanting to let me all the way in, and was more of a timing and scheduling issue. But I didn't really know. How could I? I wasn't inside his mind or hearing his thoughts. And I hadn't met his family either. But that statement was true in the reverse. The only thing my parents knew about Quinn occurred between the pages of tabloid magazines and ESPN. When it came to the uber-famous quarterback, who just so happened to be my current boyfriend, I needed to keep my outlook realistic. I needed to keep all of my future tense daydreams true to life. No weddings or babies or professions of love. I just needed to focus on the day-to-day and enjoying our relationship for what it currently was, in the early stages. "Excuse me, Cat?" A female passenger in 6B caught my attention. "Can I help you with something?" I asked as I moved down the aisle and stood beside the woman's seat. She smiled up at me, her brown eyes soft and gentle, yet still encompassing confidence and self-assurance. Young and attractive, she couldn't have been a day over 30. "I have something for you," she responded, and nodded toward the small package she held out toward me with her right hand. "You have something for me?" I furrowed my brow. Unless it was complaints, drink requests, or disasters in the bathroom, it wasn't exactly the norm for passengers to come bearing gifts. "Yep, definitely for you." She nodded and shook the box in her hand a little, a universal gesture for "take it." Hesitantly, I took it. "I'm not trying to come across as rude right now, but should I know who you are?" She grinned. "Probably. We have a mutual acquaintance, although I'm pretty sure you enjoy his company a lot more than I do." I didn't really know how to respond to that. An acquaintance? Who could I possibly know that she knew?
Quinn Bailey, she offered, and I tilted my head to the side. I'm Jillian, his personal assistant.
Oh, I said, and my mouth formed a perfect little O.
And, she continued with a soft smile, to be honest, this was a nice change of pace from my usual tasks of cleaning up after him and making sure he's where he needs to be at all times. Which you'd think that'd be an easy assignment, but Quinn is sometimes impossibly stubborn.
But doesn't he have a game today? I asked and looked at the time on my watch.
Like, right now, to be exact? She shrugged. He does, but he wanted me here. This was his #1 priority for today.
This was his #1 priority, delivering this package?
I glanced down at the small cardboard box in my hands. To me?
I was Quinn's priority #1 for today. On a game day? My brain honestly didn't know what to do with that information. I was stuck between two very strong reactions. Tap dancing down the aisle like a loon, or swooning right out of my heels and falling face first onto the rough, most likely bacteria-infested carpet of the aisle.
Yep, she responded with a smile.
A shocked laugh left my lips.
Wait.
I paused when the seatbelt sign dinged off once we'd reached our intended altitude.
You do realize you're now stuck on a flight to Birmingham, right? I have plenty of music and books on my iPad to keep me occupied. Plus, I didn't agree to this task without getting paid a little extra. Honestly, I should be thanking you.
She winked, and a little grin crested her pretty pink lips.
I'll finally be able to buy that Michael Kors purse I've had my eye on for months now.
A quiet laugh fell off my tongue. Girl, if it's the Cynthia, I will be so jealous. I saw that purse in Bloomingdale's and started drooling in the middle of the handbags. I'd spotted the Cynthia after Casey had basically dragged me to Bloomingdale's on one of our rare off days. She was gorgeous, all soft pink leather and gold accents, but a little more expensive than what I normally spent on handbags.
Oh, I love the Cynthia, but I need something smaller to use on date nights, she said. My sights are set on the ruby.
Michael Kors's newest quilted leather clutch. It was a kick-ass choice.
Tell me you're going for the gold one instead of the black or silver. Of course, without question, gold is always the way to go.
She winked and then nodded toward the unopened box.
Anyway, enough about my handbag obsession. I think it's time for you to open that box.
I glanced down at it, and slowly, amusement kissed my lips with a smile. I guess I'll go do that now.
Good plan, Jillian grinned. You can find me here reading this book one of my friends demanded for me to read.
She held up her iPad, and I could see the sleek orange cover of Brightside on her screen. My eyes grew wide in surprise. I loved that book. Kim Holden's words were pure magic. Brightside was the kind of book that even after you'd finished reading it, its mark was still engraved on your heart. It just changed you, in the very best way. Girl, get tissues and be prepared for an epic, amazing, love-filled, all-consuming ride.
That good?
Trust me, I said. Your friend was right. You need to read it.
I knew there was a reason I liked you from the start, she said with a little secret smile, and then she swiped to the first page of Brightside and started reading.
Liked me from the start. Was Quinn gossiping about me to his assistant? Weirdly enough, I smiled at the thought. With the box still clutched in my hands, I walked to the small yet perfectly hidden confines of the first-class galley and rested my ass on a ledge near the window. Without anyone around to watch, I peeled the tape off the box and opened it. Inside rested a small, folded-up piece of paper, and below that, a freaking inhaler. A laugh escaped my lips at the sight. Cheeky bastard. I had a feeling the blowjob turned asthma attack would be an inside joke he'd never let die. I unfolded the paper and read the note silently.
My cute little kitten. Please be nice to Jillian. Give her an extra cookie or something during the flight. She wasn't too thrilled when I asked her to fly back and forth to Birmingham just to deliver a package to my girlfriend. And in order to get her to agree, I'm pretty sure I'm providing a shopping spree to Macy's or something. My assistant is a ball buster, I tell ya. Anyway, eventually, after a solid negotiation, she was kind enough to deliver this to you for me. Not sure if she mentioned it, but this little box was priority number 1 for the day. Now, I'm not sure if you remember, but I play football for the New York Mavericks. That's an NFL team, kitten. What a smartass, I thought to myself, but kept reading, an immovable smile on my lips the entire time. And NFL stands for National Football League, otherwise known as the Professional League for American Football. It's kind of a big deal. Let's see, what else can I tell you about football? There are 4 quarters in a game, and the quarterback, that's me, throws the ball, and sometimes when I'm feeling frisky, even runs the ball. While you're reading this, I'm in the middle of a game. I've already thrown for 2 touchdowns, and it isn't even halftime yet. Yes, I know while I'm writing this, it is just a prediction, but trust me, I know those 2 touchdowns are now facts. God, I loved his confidence. I imagined it was why Quinn Bailey was a household name in football. Right this very second, Pittsburgh is wondering what to do with themselves. They'll try to adjust their defense, but it won't work. By the way, a touchdown is how you score points in a football game. It's worth 6 points, and if our kicker is doing what he's supposed to, he converted the field goal for an extra point, which has brought us to 7 points. And since I said 2 touchdowns, we are beating Pittsburgh by 14 right now. I know, it's a lot to wrap your cute little brain around, but we'll get there. A soft giggle left my lips. I'd probably never understand football, but for Quinn, I'd try. But guess what? I didn't just write you this little note to talk about football. I wanted to tell you I miss you. Yes, kitten, I miss you. And even though I'm in the middle of a game right now, I'm thinking about you. But that shouldn't be a surprise. Lately, your sexy little ass is always on my mind. I can't wait to see you again. I can't wait to kiss you and hold your hand and just be all cute and shit with you. Your adorable boyfriend. Admit it, I'm fucking adorable. Quinn. P.S. The inhaler is a just-in-case kind of thing because I plan on ravaging your sexy ass the second you're back in New York. And let's face it, we know what happens sometimes when you get all worked up. I held the note to my chest, and I sighed. And believe me, if that sigh could talk, she would ramble on and on about Quinn in a girly, dreamy, head-over-heels voice. This man, he was the perfect amount of sweet and adorable, yet knew all of the right moments to be sarcastic and cocky and sexy and alpha as fuck. He wanted to ravage me once I got back to New York? Yes, please. Before Casey trotted his nosy ass into the galley, I hurriedly folded the note back up and slipped it into my jacket pocket, along with the inhaler, and tossed the small box into the trash. For some reason, when it came to Quinn, I was territorial over all of our sweet and adorable moments and inside jokes. Hell, I guessed I was pretty fucking territorial over our hot and sexy moments, too, even the ones that ended in asthma attacks and tears. I just didn't really want anyone else to be in on the secret, I guessed. It was things like these, like the cute note he'd managed to have hand-delivered to me on my flight, that felt too damn special to share with anyone else. It's because this is love. Yeah, that was probably exactly why. God, I wanted to see him, but the opportunity wouldn't present itself for a few more days. I wished this flight was a one-off and straight back to NYC for a few days, but unfortunately for me it wasn't. Once I arrived in Birmingham, I'd fly back to NYC, then back to Birmingham again, where I'd have the pleasure of an overnight in a Marriott. I wouldn't make my final leg back home to New York until the very next afternoon, where I could finally enjoy some much-needed time off. Well, time off in the form of one day before I'd need to head to Cincinnati for training. But still, it was time off. And one full day to be ravaged by Quinn. Yes, that. I needed that. The flights had felt long, and the passengers tired and cranky, and by the time I'd made it back to Birmingham, for the second time today,
It was nearing midnight, and my ass was practically dragging on the floor. Bright and early, my day had started at nearly 6 in the morning, and now I was more than ready to call it a fucking night. "Thanks for flying with us," I said goodbye to passengers as they walked out the main doors. "Have a nice flight." Casey stood beside me, doing the same, until the last 2 passengers managed to get themselves off the plane safely. "What do you think, Cat? You ready to get some drinks?" Casey questioned as he walked up and down the aisles, double-checking all of the seats and overhead bins. "Hell no," I responded without a second thought. "I'm going straight to the hotel, checking in, getting my ass a hot shower, and calling it a night. I'm dead on my feet." "Oh, come on, girl," he retorted with a smirk. "You're 24, not 64. All you need is a Red Bull or something, and you'll get a second wind." "I don't want a second wind. I don't want any wind unless it's from my freaking hairdryer after my hot shower." He huffed and frowned and flashed puppy dog eyes in my direction. Normally, those things would make me cave, but not tonight. Tonight, I didn't care. I wanted a shower and a bed. "Not gonna work," I answered as I shut off all of the power in the front and back galleys. "I'm going to walk my ass off this plane and go straight to the hotel, where I will be getting 12 hours of uninterrupted sleep, and there isn't a damn thing you, or anyone else for that matter, can do to change my mind." I guessed the flights and missing Quinn were making me a bit grumpy. "Well, okay, sassy pants." He grinned and handed my carry-on to me. "I guess I'll have to hang out with Captain Billy tonight." "Good plan," I agreed, and Casey just laughed. "All right, I think we're all set for you to leave this plane and give your best impression of an old lady. Sound good?" "Sounds perfect. Let's hit it." I nodded, and side by side we walked off the plane and down the long hallway until we reached the now empty area that was Gate C2. The instant my heels reached the tiled floor of the terminal, I stopped dead in my tracks, and my lips parted in outright surprise. There he stood, my boyfriend, in all of his smiling glory. Quinn. My heart pounded rapidly in my chest, like it was trying to escape from my body and crawl into his. A vision in sweatpants, a gray hoodie and shaggy hair hidden beneath a ball cap, and I've never seen anything better in my entire life. He started to walk toward me, his smile getting bigger with each step, and I felt like my breath was stolen straight from my lungs. "I have a feeling someone is a little liar who isn't going to be getting any sleep tonight," Casey teased, but I ignored him. I couldn't do anything but smile, right at Quinn. Before I even drew in the air my body needed, I was dropping my carry-on and purse to the floor and running straight at him until I crashed right into his strong arms and melted into his muscular form. "Kitty Cat," he whispered, the nickname enveloping me in its warmth. "I can't believe you're here," I whispered. Beneath his sweatshirt, I felt his firm torso and his strong and steady heartbeat within his chest. He folded his hands around my back, drawing me in closer, until he lifted me off the ground and swung us around in a circle. I knew I'd missed him, but I hadn't realized how much. Until now. Being without him was hard, and being with him was starting to feel a lot like home.
Chapter 31. Quinn. She hit me like a wave, all citrus bursts and sweet shampoo, and my arms closed around her tightly. Her body felt familiar and warm, and like it was made to be pressed close to mine. "Kitty Cat," I murmured softly, into one giant swirling curl in her hair. "I can't believe you're here," she whispered back, the vibration from her heartfelt words making my swallow even thicker than normal. If I was being honest, I couldn't believe I was here either. The team plane had landed in Newark nearly 4 hours ago after a resounding win in Pittsburgh, and every minute since had been spent finding a way to get here. To be fair, Jilly did most of the actual plan-making, but a quick drive to Teterboro, a smaller airport in New Jersey, a chartered private plane later, and here I was. It wasn't planned, and it wasn't calculated. It was all feeling-driven action, and I was powerless against it. "I missed you," I admitted into the top of her head, bending over to let her toes make contact with the ground again. "I missed you too." She stared at me for a minute, searching my eyes so intently I had a hard time letting myself blink. She broke the contact to look down at her feet and rambled self-consciously. "I wanted to come to your game, really, but I couldn't figure out how to get someone else to cover my schedule, and—" "Cat," I interrupted, putting my hands to her jaw and applying gentle pressure. Her chin came up so that her warm brown eyes could meet mine. "What?" she whispered. "Be quiet." She nodded, her gaze flicking down to my lips for barely a moment. That was all I gave her before crushing them to her own. Her mouth was pliant and inviting, and tasted like every fantasy I'd ever had. My throat rattled with a groan, and my hands skimmed down her sides to meet her hips. She was all flesh and sweater, and my fingertips dug in, eager to brand themselves into her being and stay there. She tasted like water, if I were a man dying of thirst. Though, if I weren't particularly parched, she tasted like something a lot less bland. Her lips worked under mine, stretching and molding to make my access to her tongue as easy as possible. Secretly, I didn't need the advantage. With the amount of longing that had been burning in my lungs for the last few days, I would have plundered. Eyes were on us as I pulled away. I could feel them. When you were in the public eye for as long as I'd been, you didn't need to see to believe. The stares were weighty, and all that energy focused on you made the back of your neck pulse. My gaze stayed with Cat, despite the feeling, as I took both of her hands in mine and rubbed at her knuckles. I'd done my best to stay incognito with the hat, but better disguises had failed. I had hope, though, that the attention had more to do with the public display than anyone really knowing who I was. "Can I take you somewhere?" I asked, not knowing I was going to say it before the words were out of my mouth. Just like the decision that had brought me here, the drive to take her home, to introduce her to my family, wasn't one of careful planning. It just felt right. She nodded her yes, without even asking where I meant. I smiled. "You don't even know where I want to go." The soft curls of what I knew was carefully straightened and smoothed hair swayed with the motion of her head. "It doesn't matter." She giggled a little. "I'll go anywhere, as long as you're going with me." Awareness of us ticked up, and people started to take out their phones behind Kat's back. I grabbed her hand and started to walk. "Come on, then. We've got a little ride." As I pushed my parents' front door open with a gentle hand and put a finger to my lips, it was clear Kat was starting to regret her impulsive agreement to go anywhere with me. But I was sneaking her into my parents' house in the middle of the night, without said parents knowing we were coming. I didn't really know a lot of people who wouldn't balk at that. Her eyes glowed with annoyance while I pushed the door closed and took her hand to guide her to the stairs. She mouthed something into the darkness. I could see her mouth moving, and I even had a pretty idea of what she was saying as she pointed to a picture of me on the wall, but I acted as though the dark of night was too much. "Sorry, kitten, I can't hear you." She shook her head and squeezed my hand, pretty fucking hard for such a little thing, and I had to turn away to hide my smile. When we finally made it to my room, shut the door, and turned on the light, her body was a snake, ready to strike. "Tell me this isn't your parents' house," she whispered, and my silence was more than enough answer. She looked at more pictures of me on the wall and tossed a glare in my direction. "Oh, my God!" I can't believe we came to your parents' house in the middle of the freaking night. Are they even awake? Do they know we're here? Well, tomorrow when they wake up, I'll definitely tell them we're here. I didn't think it was possible, but her glare grew stronger. You said you'd go anywhere, I reminded her, knowing full well I was taking my life in my hands a little bit. Yeah, well, she whisper-yelled. I thought we'd at least be going somewhere where the people knew we were coming. Where's your sense of adventure, kitten? Her eyes were sharp, and her mind was better. Back at the airport! I burst out laughing, and she dove on me, her tiny hand doing its best to muzzle my mouth. There's seriously something wrong with you. I smiled under her hand and mumbled my response. You glub pea. What? She asked, her eyes wide and a little bit frightened as she pulled her hand slowly off of my mouth. I didn't stumble, I didn't stutter, and I didn't hold back. I said you love me. I grabbed her cheeks and brought her face to mine, touching our lips together in the sweetest kiss I'd ever been a part of. And I love you, too. Quinn, she whispered, unshed tears shimmering in her eyes. Quiet, baby, I ordered, with a shake of my head. I know how you can agree with me without having to talk. I left Cat sleeping in bed as I crept quietly out of my room and made my way down the stairs to the kitchen. It was just before 6 a.m, but I knew my parents would be awake, just settling in at the table for breakfast. The newspaper cracked as my dad shook it in front of himself, and my mom picked out a half of a grapefruit with a spoon. I paused at the entry and cleared my throat, hoping to ease the intensity with which I startled them. My mom turned with a gasp, and my dad pulled the paper down sharply, rising to his feet. Hey, Mom, I greeted. Dad? Quinn? My mom said, her voice as excited as I'd ever heard it. It went up at the end, almost like a question, and the sheer power of it brought her to her feet. My dad's face, however, turned down into a scowl. What are you doing here? Why aren't you in New Jersey at practice? Always the strong, stubborn father who never wanted his sons to fail at anything. Sometimes my dad had a hard time remembering I was a full-grown adult. I kept my voice even, stretching it out straight like a pipe running across the room. It's the day after game day, Dad. We don't have practice until tomorrow. His eyebrows didn't look any less like a cartoon. I'll repeat. What the hell are you doing here? Bo, my mom chastised quickly. It's good to see him. I ignored my mom, knowing she wasn't the one I really needed to win over in this situation. She might be cold at times, but she was almost never harsh. My father could be both, and he could be vicious in his method. And the point of this visit wasn't to argue. I needed him calm and relaxed before I introduced him to Cat. I paused, swallowing thickly before admitting, brought someone to meet you. One of your teammates? My dad asked hopefully. My mom, however, had a firmer grip on the situation. Bo, he's brought a woman home. My dad looked behind me, dramatically meeting my eyes when he came up empty. I don't see one. I stepped farther into the room before speaking then, leaning into the island with a hand and meeting them both in the eyes. She's upstairs sleeping. The sound of a soft swallow from behind me brought my head around. Cat, dressed demurely in her pajamas, thankfully, stood in the entry to the kitchen, my phone extended in her hand. She looked to me and then glanced nervously to my parents. I'm so sorry to interrupt. She focused on me before whispering, Your phone wouldn't stop ringing. I took it from her hands and scrolled through the notifications. Nathan and Jilly, a dance of calls between them, their siren song on repeat. I put my phone face down on the counter and ignored it. Both of them could wait. There was absolutely no way I was going to abandon Cat to fend for herself with my parents now. I'd been hoping to have more time to prep them, to implore that they be on their best behavior with the woman I was in love with. But this would have to do. Mom, Dad, this is Catharine Wild, my girlfriend.
Chapter 32. Cat. We'd arrived at the Bailey home late last night, his parents not even knowing we were there, and now after being introduced to them this morning, all of 40 minutes ago, I had never felt more uncomfortable. When Quinn had brought me here after we'd left the airport, I'd had a moment of sheer panic. I mean, meeting the parents was a big deal, and of course I wanted to give a good impression. This was the man I love. Yes, love. And I wanted his parents to like me. Any sane human being would want that. Once we'd gotten some sleep and I'd freshened up in the bathroom, I'd felt excited to meet his mom and dad, happy even. It was a huge step in our relationship. But then I'd met them, and that's where things had taken a nosedive. If I'd calculated their welcoming attitude on a warmth scale, it would have been a frigid 5 degrees. Any second, I felt like I'd start seeing my breath leave my lips and icicles forming on their windows. His mother and father appeared more interested in the television, the kitchen, hell, anything besides even looking in my direction. The worst part of all, I had no idea where any of it was coming from. Initially, when Quinn had first introduced me after I'd interrupted their conversation in the kitchen because his phone wouldn't stop ringing, I thought maybe we'd caught them on a bad or busy morning, and I hadn't judged or gotten discouraged. At first. People had the right to have bad days sometimes. Lord knows I'd had my share of shit days. And sometimes, even when you had the best intentions to make a good first impression, the stressors of a bad day could hinder your ability to be positive and happy. Not to mention, it was first thing in the morning. They'd just woken up. We'd caught them off guard. Usually, it took me a full cup of coffee before I could fully engage in human interaction. I'd understood all of those possibilities and mentally convinced myself that was probably what the initial uncomfortable meet and greet had been caused by. I'd figured that once we spent a little time with them, chatted over coffee or lemonade or sweet tea or whatever it was Southerners like to drink, everyone would loosen up and the ice would be broken. But the ice hadn't broken. It had only gotten thicker, colder, and more rigid with each small talk exchange. And now that I was fully dressed, we sat side by side at the formal dining table, with Mrs. Bailey directly across from us. Her posture rigid, her eyes looking everywhere but directly at us, and her husband, well, he was nowhere to be found. Prior to our sitting down at the table, Mr. Bailey had muttered something about a carburetor and oil check and disappeared to the garage. That was 15 minutes ago. Quinn cleared his throat. I took a sip of sweet tea, apparently a Southerner's drink of choice, even in the morning hours, and Mrs. Bailey tapped her fingers across the white lace tablecloth of her dining table, while her eyes unceremoniously moved around the room. The house, basically anywhere but in the direction where I sat. A heavy silence settled over us, thicker than the tension that had already accumulated in the air, and I felt like a morgue held more conversation than this dining room. I swallowed hard against the unease that was working its way up from my belly. "Mom," Quinn announced in the otherwise deadly silent room, "do you remember how much you loved the old Allied airline flight attendant uniforms?" "Yes," she nodded, one curt, very short nod at that. "Cat is a flight attendant at a newer airline, and you'll never believe this. Their uniforms are uncannily similar to those old Allied ones." Internally, I grimaced. I knew what he was trying to do here, but apparently his parents wanted nothing to do with it or me. I mean, his mother couldn't even look at me, and his father had hightailed it for the garage not long after I'd arrived. "That's nice, dear," she responded, and her eyes strained as she forced a brittle smile to her face. "How long have you been with Royal Air, kitten?" Quinn asked, and his blue eyes met mine. A little over 7 months now." "Mom, you love Royal Air's uniforms," he stated, in another attempt to draw any sort of interest from his mom.
Personally, I'd never fully taken the time to appreciate flight attendant uniforms until I was sitting on a flight that ended up in Atlanta.
Quinn flashed a smirk in my direction, while his hand discreetly gripped my knee under the table. But his mother, well, she didn't offer anything but a clear of her throat and a glance in the direction of the garage. "Beau," she called toward the closed door, "do you need any help in there?" Holy hell, now she was trying to find a way to get the hell out of Dodge, a.k.a. far, far away from me, too. This woman was not the kind of woman who helped in the garage. From the pearls around her neck to the perfect winter white color of her sweater, Mrs. Bailey was a woman.
"Hey, Dixie," Mr. Bailey called back. "Mind coming in here for a second?"
"Sure thing, honey," she responded and hopped out of her chair like her life depended on getting to the garage as quickly as humanly possible. I bet if I'd timed her, she would have broken records for quickest woman in the house. Air sawed at my lungs. The war between upset that she couldn't stand to be in the same room with me and relief that she'd finally gone, tugging the blade back and forth. I tried to find the strength to ask Quinn what in the hell was going on in a nice, neutral way. I needed to understand what was happening, but I didn't want to insult him. Family was always a touchy subject, and questions could seem like an attack. But I had things on my mind. Was there anything I could do differently? Did they feel ambushed by our showing up in the middle of the night and just appearing at their kitchen table during breakfast? Did I smell like a garbage can and I didn't even realize it? Anything to help get some peace of mind. Before I could verbalize my thoughts, his mother's voice filled my ears. "Hey, Quinn," she called. "Come into the garage for a minute. Your daddy needs some help." He furrowed his brow, and his gaze met mine.
I'll be right back,"
he said, and I nodded. "Okay." I silently thanked God he hadn't tried to drag me in there with him. I feared the instant I stepped into that garage, his parents might try to hop in their car and peel out of the driveway. I watched Quinn walk out of the dining room, through the kitchen and into the garage, shutting the door behind him as he went. I decided to use that time to take a bathroom break and try to find the strength to get through the rest of this visit. As I walked through the kitchen and took a left past the garage, I could hear the muffled sounds of Quinn's voice, and with each step toward the bathroom, his voice grew louder, clearer. By the time I walked inside the first-floor bathroom and closed the door behind me, I could literally hear everything they were saying inside the garage. "What's going on with you, Quinn?" his mother asked, concern etching her voice. "Are you feeling okay?" He sighed.
"Of course I'm feeling okay." "Then why did you bring her to our house?"
his father chimed in, and I watched my own face react to that question in the mirror, brow furrowed, lips slightly parted. Her? What did he even mean by that?
"What are you talking about, Dad?"
Quinn questioned, and irritation creased his voice.
"What do you even mean with that question?"
"You know what your father means," his mother responded. "Obviously, this isn't the type of girl you'd settle down with, so why would you even bother bringing her to our home to meet us? That's not very nice to give her hope like that, Quinn." My eyes grew wide, and my cheeks stretched down as my bottom lip dropped farther open. Any second now, I might have to catch my jaw with my hand before it hit the bathroom sink.
"Mom, she is the exact type of girl I'd settle down with. She's my girlfriend. That's the whole reason I brought her here. I was excited for you to meet her. I wanted you to meet her because she's really fucking important to me."
Tears pricked my eyes. This entire situation was beyond uncomfortable. What should have been a nice, simple meeting of the parents had turned into this ugly, cold clusterfuck of confusion. I felt painfully out of place, like a pepperoni that had mistakenly made its way onto a vegetarian pizza. "Language?" his mother tittered under her breath.
"What is going on?"
Quinn questioned.
"Seriously, what is fucking going on with you guys? Why are you acting like this? Please, someone fucking explain to me what is happening right now."
"Quinn Bailey," his mother stared in disapproval. "I do not want to hear you talking to me or your father that way."
"Well, I didn't want you guys to act so cold and distant toward Cat, but I guess we can't always get what we want, huh?" he retorted and then paused. "Look, I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but your behavior is ludicrous. It doesn't really add up. I feel like there is something you're not telling me here." Instead of standing there and listening further, I turned on the faucet at full blast to drown out their voices. Dabbing cold water on my face and quietly humming the theme song to Star Wars, I did everything but let my ears hear the conversation occurring in the garage. By the time my hands had been washed and my face dried, I stepped out of the bathroom and found Quinn standing in the kitchen. "Ready to go, kitten?" he asked, his voice sad and quiet, but his lips somehow managing to offer a soft smile in my direction. Sure. I just need to get changed real quick," I answered with a nod, even though, technically speaking, we were leaving a little earlier than we needed to. "Anyway, it's probably better we get to the airport sooner rather than later so I'm not late for work and we don't miss our flight." My stomach clenched as the words left my mouth. I knew his sudden need to leave had nothing to do with airport arrivals, nor did my desire to escape. The entire visit had taken its toll on me, the suffocating tension making it harder to breathe by the second. "Yeah, I think you're right," he agreed far too quickly. It was like he couldn't stand still in this house for a second longer. "How long will it take you to get ready?" "Just a few minutes." I only needed to change into my uniform. My hair and makeup had already been done in the name of making a good first impression, which obviously hadn't occurred. I walked upstairs to his bedroom, and anxiety forced my brain to focus on simple tasks: get dressed, brush teeth, spray on perfume. It had only taken me a couple of minutes to switch out of my clothes and repack my small carry-on. By the time I made it back downstairs, Quinn met me near the entry with his keys in his hand. "Hey, Mom, Dad," he called toward the living room. "We're going to head out." Both Beau and Dixie Bailey managed to meet us at the front door. His mother hugged Quinn tightly. His father shook his hand, and both just offered brittle smiles and half-hearted waves in my direction. "It was nice meeting you," I whispered, and even I couldn't hide the sadness in my voice. "You have a beautiful home." I didn't receive more than a nod in response. Instantly, nausea filled my stomach. God, this is awful. With his hand pressed gently to my back, Quinn led me out of the front door and toward the car. Once we were buckled in, and he reversed out of his parents' driveway, leading us down the long dirt road that led away from his childhood home, I snuck a glance at him out of my periphery. His lips were firm, his brow furrowed, and his knuckles gripped the steering wheel tightly. I understood his silence. I'd accidentally overheard most of his conversation with his parents, and at one point, I'd had to stop listening out of fear, because of the choking anxiety that what they had been about to say would have been too painful for my own ears to digest. I honestly didn't know what to say or do in that moment. I had no words of encouragement, no reassuring thoughts to share. All I could do was stare out of the window and watch the trees pass by as Quinn drove us out of Boone Hills and in the direction of Birmingham's airport. 10 minutes into our drive, he reached out and gripped my pantyhose-covered thigh with his hand, squeezing it gently, but other than that, all stayed silent between us. Both of us were too lost in our own thoughts to share.
Chapter 33. Quinn. Cat had been painfully quiet as we'd driven to the airport to catch our flight back to New York, and I had no trouble understanding why. My parents were people I'd respected my whole life. I knew they had prejudices, and I knew they often closed their minds to anything outside of what they'd grown up thinking was normal. Dan and everything they'd done to him was more than proof of that. But, shamefully, I'd never fully understood the depth of their bias, the strength with which they held on to the evil of intolerance. In all other scenarios, I'd always been the first person to stand up for the equal rights for people of all backgrounds, all proclivities, all lifestyles, all sexual orientations, and all races. Cat's skin didn't register as different. It was just beautiful. I was a man in love, and anything Cat had to give, any life Cat had lived, I wanted to be a part of it. I'd naively assumed my parents would feel the same. Such was the saturation of my emotion in my every move, thought, and choice. Surely, I'd thought, they would know that by bringing Cat home, I was making a statement. One that said, this person was worthy, she was meaningful, and she was mine. Beyond all other things, all preconceived notions and long-standing misconceptions, they should accept Catharine as theirs, as a future member of the family. But naivete was a mighty and devious conduit to dissatisfaction. For my parents, people I'd loved nearly indiscriminately for my whole life, weren't any of the magically accommodating things I'd wanted them to be, and couldn't see the worth of a woman whom I considered to be worth everything. I felt ashamed and wholly disappointed in myself that I'd been so ignorant of the situation for this long. I'd taken Cat into the lion's den of toxic bigotry, and I'd done it without warning. Me, though, I'd had advance notice. I'd just ignored it. Denver had been going through this for years. I suddenly felt like crying for all I hadn't given him, for how profoundly I hadn't understood. Catherine's comfort was my first priority, but it seemed impossible to achieve when I'd created this. How did I explain to the woman I loved that, deep down, I'd known my parents would not treat her with human decency and acceptance? Inside, I felt tortured. The sharpest knives, the ones that cut the deepest and would never truly heal, were the ones they'd used. Cat said into the silence of the rental car. The fog in my head cleared, and I snapped into awareness. Unwittingly, while lost to my own thoughts, I'd been leaving Catharine to wallow in her own. After an hour of near silence, there was no telling what she was thinking. When we get to the airport, I'll have to check in like I would for work, and then board the plane before you, obviously. I glanced between her face and the road, squeezing the hand I'd placed at her thigh nearly an hour ago. No problem, kitten. I know you're working. I just shanghaied you for your layover. And how splendidly it had gone. Fuck, why hadn't I just taken her to a hotel and spent all night making love? Right, she murmured. Okay then. I didn't like the way her words weaved and danced with distrust in my head. Just how much damage have I really done here? Wish I could be with you, though, I added. It was a statement of truth as much as any time since I'd met her, but now it felt like she needed to know. She nodded and then spoke, her sad words weighty. Me too, Quinn. Me too. Why did it feel like she wasn't just talking about the airport? Mr. Lancaster peeked his head out of his office, and I lifted mine from the spot where I'd had it leaning against the wall. His voice cracked like a whip. Get in here, Quinn. I nodded and replied, Yes, sir. It was time to face the music after one of the longest nights of my life. After arriving at the airport, Cat had gone her way, and I'd gone mine. She'd checked in through work, and I'd gotten my ticket like a normal passenger, and even when we'd gotten to the gate, she had things to do. As she disappeared down the jetway, I'd marveled at how you could be so close to someone, be in the same fucking building, and yet feel so far away. My laugh had been mordant as I'd realized how precisely it mirrored where we were emotionally. We were together. We were in love. And yet we were fucking miles apart, her lost to her thoughts while I floundered in mine. But then a bad day had turned worse, our flight, in the end, delayed by 8 fucking hours. We'd finally taken off in the wee hours of the morning, and by the time we were wheels down, I was already an hour outside of my window for making it to morning weightlifting on time. Because of the rush, Cat had taken Royal Air Transportation home from the airport, and I'd gone home in an Uber, and then driven my truck, delivered to my house in Far Hills from Teterboro by my trusty, ever-complaining assistant, Jillian, straight to the stadium. Because of that, in all of the 10 hours we'd spent in close proximity to each other, we'd barely spoken a word. My gut felt rotten, discarded, and left for dead. I'd gone against it during every time I'd caught Kat's eyes. It told me to reach out, to flag her down, to pull her somewhere private, and set our world to rights. I'd convinced myself giving her time was the better option. I was a stupid bastard. If that scenario itself had been hell, someone was about to turn up the fucking heat. I settled into the soft leather of the chair in front of my boss's desk and waited for him to speak first. I didn't think anything I had to say on my own would be appropriate. "Coach Bennett tells me you missed most of morning weightlifting this morning." I nodded. Unfortunately, it was fucking true. It wasn't like I could pull the wool on this one. "He also tells me your concentration was all over the place today." "Sorry, Mr. Ale. Maybe it took an impromptu trip to Alabama." Oh, but the truth was comical sometimes. "You can't joke your way out of this, Quinn." I bit into my lip and swallowed. Mr. Lancaster's voice was gentle but unyielding as he went on. "You know I like you. My wife and daughter adore you, and you've been one of the best leaders this team could have asked for. But this kind of behavior is poisonous. Not only is it unacceptable on an individual level, but the other players on this team look to you as a role model. Your behavior affects theirs, and when you don't take the team, its time, and their schedule seriously, the rest of them don't either." I nodded, struggling to find my voice enough to choke out a, "Yes, sir." "I'm not taking any immediate action, but you should consider yourself on probation. Any other indication that you don't take your job and the time of others seriously, and I'm going to have to do something about it none of us will like." "Yes, sir," I said, finding my voice somewhere close to my boots, right along with my pride. "You have my word. This is the end of it." His eyes gentled, and I swear it was a look I'd only seen him give two people before, his wife and his daughter. "You've been around for so long, Quinn, I think of you as more than just my quarterback. I'd like to think I know you pretty well, and it doesn't take a genius to see where this is coming from." I nodded. I knew he knew. She'd been in his stadium, in his tunnel, rambling along as I fell in love with her right before his eyes. He was no idiot, and I'd be one if I tried to deny it. "Is she worth all this?" I looked to the door, my jaw hard as I worked through how best to express my thoughts. It was all a mess in there, my brain scrambled with the dogged determination that I could have both the girl and the dream job. Things were haywire today, but I just needed to find a way to manage it better, to put them both at the top and accept nothing less from myself. He waited patiently until I found the words I was looking for and turned back to him. "You know I love the Mavericks," I asked. I'd dreamed of playing in the National Football League my entire life, and this team, this family, was more than I'd ever envisioned. He jerked his chin up in assent. "You know I don't go home during the season," I went on, questioning his knowledge of everything me. This time he nodded. "Then you know there's only one reason I'd do anything to challenge either of those commitments." Finally done with practice, I strode from the stadium and out to my truck, intent to call Cat and touch base. After arriving late, my day had gone from shit to even shittier, and I was desperately hoping hers was a little better. I'd played terribly, which meant I ate a lot of fucking dirt and ached like a premenstrual woman from getting literally destroyed by the entire defensive line. Had a meeting with my boss I'd happily never relive, went to 5 promotional shoots Georgia Brooks had set up for game day photos, team photos, the Mavericks merchandise line, and so on. It had been the longest 10 hours of my life. The team had been quiet in the locker room, and everyone gave me a wide berth. They didn't tease, they didn't taunt, and they didn't question. No doubt, part of it was the toxic cloud of energy I found myself cloaked in with every passing minute as I let the despair of this whole fucking thing weigh me down. And the other part, I suspected, was that they were disappointed in me. Being late wasn't the behavior of a team leader, certainly not this close to the season, and it wasn't what they'd come to expect out of me. And to top it off, I'd been like a fucking lump of shit on the field, tossing interceptions up like I was Oprah. You get an interception, you get an interception. I unlocked my truck and tossed my bag in the back, climbing inside before pulling my phone out and lighting up the screen to check the time. It was just past 4 p.m., and Kat was leaving for Cincinnati today. My chest clenched as I realized I also had a missed call from her today while I'd been occupied. I scrolled to her name, ready to hit the button to dial, when a sharp knock on my passenger window scared the living fuck out of me. "Jesus Christ!" I cried, as Jillian climbed into the passenger seat and, horror of horrors, Nathan, my publicist, climbed into the back. "No," Jilly denied. "I am awesome, but I am not Jesus." She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "And he definitely isn't." "Are you crazy? You can't just ambush me and climb into my truck like this." She rolled her eyes. "I can do anything I want. But if you'd have been paying attention instead of looking down at your phone, you'd have seen me waving my arms like a fucking windsock for the last 30 seconds as I approached." "We have a problem," Nathan broke in from the back seat, his voice nasally and judgmental in tone. I waited for him to go on, as did Jilly, but he didn't. She got frustrated. "What do you want, an invitation? Tell the man what's going on, for shit's sake." "Photos of you on the flight home from Alabama surfaced last night, speculating on why you'd be so willing to miss practice. People are theorizing about injuries, even saying you're not taking the game seriously anymore. Partying, fucking your way around the globe, that kind of thing." I scoffed a harsh laugh. "Well, that's fucking ridiculous. It's not true, any of it, so what does it matter?" "Because your image matters, Quinn. Now that you're causing a stir, people are going to be coming out of the woodwork trying to smear your reputation. You're going to have even more public scrutiny, and everything you do will be used against you." My chest suddenly felt like it weighed as much as the stadium. Fucking great. "I just read on a site that you're falling down on your training and your game is slipping. There's speculation that you've lost your touch." "I had a bad practice. One!" I shouted. "Today! How the fuck would they know this?" Nathan shrugged. "There are a ton of people who work within these walls who are willing to share little snippets for money." I shook my head as I tried to gather my thoughts, fought against all the demons circling my intestines and squeezing, and actually won. It doesn't matter. Today was an anomaly. All of this shit will settle, and then I'll fucking destroy it when we play Minneapolis this weekend. Nathan and Jilly shared a look, but I was done. I couldn't waste any more time talking about this garbage and letting it infect me any further. I had more important things to worry about. "Do your jobs. Jilly, you know what I care about. Clean socks, food in the fridge, and a schedule I don't have to keep. And you," I looked at Nathan, "I pay you to deal with this so I don't have to. Don't fucking call me unless the sky is falling." He looked shocked, but I was so beyond caring it wasn't even funny. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder and turned in my seat to face the steering wheel. "Now both of you get the fuck out of my truck." I sighed, let go of a little of the anger, and added some manners for good measure. "Please." Thankfully, they both knew I was serious and followed orders immediately, leaving me to the silence of the cab of my truck once again. I relit the screen, pushed Catherine's name, and put the phone to my ear. I'd never heard a more mocking ring. In fact, it had mocked me straight to her voicemail.
Chapter 34. Cat. The mid-afternoon sun filtered in through the sheer curtains of my window and gently lit the room in softened hues of orange and gold. Normally, I'd savor such a soothing, beautiful sight, but today, all I could do was lie in my bed and mindlessly stare up at the ceiling. After being delayed by 8 hours yesterday, flying through the night and arriving home from the airport just before morning rush hour traffic would have started to hit the highways, I'd attempted to lie down and get some much-needed sleep before I'd have to leave for my afternoon flight to Cincinnati. Just yesterday, I'd experienced the most uncomfortable meeting of the parents in my entire life, and I still couldn't really process what happened. The car ride from his hometown to the airport had been silent, both of us reflective and lost in our own thoughts. The flight hadn't been any different and couldn't have gone any worse, considering we'd been delayed and only had time for a quick goodbye before Quinn had to rush off to the stadium. It felt like the number of words we'd exchanged easily could have been counted with 2 hands. And after overhearing the things his parents had said about me, I wasn't really sure what to do or say. Hell, I wasn't sure there was anything I could say or do in that situation to make it better or provide some semblance of reassurance. They didn't like me. That was clear as water. Their reasoning why, on the other hand, might as well have been covered in mud. Was it the fact that I was a flight attendant? My age? My skin color? I guessed it could have been any of those things, or it might not have been any of them. But the idea that it could have been an issue of race and the color of my skin was the most painful. I was proud of my skin. I was proud that my mother was a strong African-American woman with beautiful dark skin, and I was proud that my father was a playful Irishman with a golden smile and a white complexion that almost always burned underneath the sun's rays. My roots were my roots, and I wouldn't change them for anything. But even though I had my suspicions, I still didn't really know why Mr. and Mrs. Bailey were so visibly frigid toward me. When I took into account how charismatic, warm, and openly friendly their son was to anyone and everyone he met, their cold demeanors were nothing like I'd expected. But no matter what I'd expected or what had occurred, I had no idea what was going through Quinn's mind. His family was important to him, and it was very apparent they were not thrilled that his girlfriend was me. I'd called him when I'd gotten home from the airport this morning and settled in, hoping we'd be able to put a swift end to the dark cloud that had enveloped us. I'd wanted to talk to him. I'd wanted to hear his voice and his thoughts and find the fucking sun. But, just as I'd suspected he would be, he'd been too busy to answer. All I could do now was wait for him to call me when he was done with all things New York Mavericks. As I tossed from left to right and then back again, my legs got caught up in my sheets and I struggled to untangle them. With an audible groan, I kicked myself out of my inadvertent restraint and sat up in bed. I glanced at the clock. 2 p.m. I'd literally spent hours in this bed, and I was certain I hadn't slept a wink. My mind was too on edge, and anxiety had my heart pounding inside of my chest like a hummingbird's wings. Giving in to the madness, and knowing it was time to get ready, I slid out of bed. The hardwood floor of my bedroom was cool against my feet as I walked into my closet and pulled out my suitcase. I had an early evening flight to catch to Cincinnati for Royal Air's quarterly flight attendant training, and I still needed to shower and pack. As I unzipped my empty suitcase and threw it onto my bed, My eyes caught sight of Times Square painted in colorful hues of red and blue and orange and purple. It was the painting from our first date. Quinn's colorful version was in the living room, hanging proudly on my mantel. My heart ached at the mere memory of us, together, laughing and painting while Stella tried to teach us how to create a New York cityscape. The muscles in my chest tightened and constricted like a noose, and I forced a deep inhale of oxygen into my lungs to relieve the pressure. God, this is awful. I had no idea what was going to happen, where Quinn and I would go from here. I didn't know if we were still in us. I didn't know if we could still be in us. And the uncertainty of our future, of the state of our relationship, only stirred insecurities, allowing them to pick the lock on the deep recesses of my brain. Why would he want to be with me? He's a fucking NFL quarterback. He's a celebrity. Millions of people adore him. His family doesn't even like me. We both travel so much. It was a vicious fucking cycle. God, I just wanted to be with Quinn, but I also didn't want to feel so fucking insecure either. Flying through the sky at 500 miles per hour, I felt like my mind was racing faster than the plane I was buckled inside. With Cincinnati as our destination, Nikki, Casey, and I were heading toward Royal Air's headquarters for our training. I should have been enjoying the fact that I was inside of a plane, but I didn't have to handle passenger issues or pass out drinks and snacks. I should have been laughing and joking around with my best friends. I should have been excited that I'd get to see my parents. But I was none of those things. The clusterfuck of emotions that came along with the current uncertainty over my relationship with Quinn had made it impossible to feel any emotion besides melancholy. "Girl," Casey said on a sigh, "you have got to tell us what's going on." I looked up from my magazine and saw both Casey and Nikki staring in my direction from the seats beside mine. "Nothing's going on." He rolled his eyes. "You've been quiet the entire flight, and you've flipped through that Cosmo at least 4 times, and I don't even think you've read a single word of it. Something is up, girlfriend. Spit it out already." I sighed and rested my head against the seat. Nikki offered a reassuring smile. "You can tell us anything, Kat. We just want to make sure you're okay." I nodded. "I know that." "Did something happen with Quinn?" she asked, and I nodded again. Casey furrowed his brow in confusion. "But I thought things were going good." "They were," I answered, and I could already feel the liquid emotion forming behind my eyes. I hated that I was so fucking emotional over the whole thing, but I couldn't help it. Quinn was important to me. I wanted him in my life, but I had no idea where we stood. It hurt like a motherfucker, to say the least. I met his family yesterday, and, well, it just didn't really go all that great. "What do you mean? How could it have gone badly? You're like a walking, talking ray of adorable sunshine. Everyone who meets you adores you." "Well, if you really believe that, I can tell you that Quinn's parents are the exception to that rule." Nikki's mouth turned down at the corners. "It went that bad." "It was pretty much the worst-case scenario," I said, and before a tear could slip past my eyes, I quickly swiped and rubbed at them. "Do not cry, Kat. We're about 10 minutes away from landing. Now is not the ideal time to have a mental breakdown." "I don't really understand," Casey said, and then paused, looking at Nikki and then looking at me. "What exactly happened, pretty girl? What makes you think it went as terribly as it did?" "Well," I began, and pretty much word-vomited the entire summary of events to them. I told them everything, how cold his mother had been, how his father had done everything in his power not to stay in the same room with me. I even told them the worst part, the one that included me eavesdropping on their conversation in their garage. And with each added detail, Casey's and Nikki's facial expressions changed. From reassuring to confused, to shocked to completely disheartened. I watched each emotion cross their faces before getting replaced by another. "So," Casey muttered once I'd finished. "Well," he paused again and stared at me with tender eyes. What did Quinn say about all of it?" I think we were both too shocked by how it went. We didn't really talk about it then, I answered honestly, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it since. By the time we'd gotten home from our delayed flight, he had to head to the stadium, and then after I tried to manage some sleep, I had to catch this flight.
Wow, Casey mumbled.
Yeah, wow, I agreed. It was pretty much a disaster, and now I have no idea where we stand. I wish I had something valuable to say here, Nikki said in a quiet voice, and reached out her hand to hold mine, resting it on her thigh. But I just don't really know the right words. It's okay, I whispered. The fact that you guys were concerned and let me unload all of my drama onto you was enough. It's a relief not keeping all of that bottled up inside.
We're here for you, pretty girl, Casey whispered, leaning over and adding his hand to the pile. Anything you need. Hugs, cuddles, hookers, booze. We're here. I giggled at that. I'm good on the hookers, but I might take you up on the hugs and cuddles once we get to the hotel, I said, and then added, hell, maybe the booze too. He winked. Don't worry, I got you, girl. In that moment, even though my heart was aching and my brain was racing with insecurities, I was grateful, so fucking thankful for such amazing and supportive friends. 24 hours ago, I'd landed in Cincinnati and dived headfirst into all things Royal Air. Our first day of training had been a whirlwind of meetings, presentations, and hands-on training with the newest pieces of airplane equipment that would soon be implemented on all Royal Air aircrafts. Work had been a much-needed distraction. I'd lost myself completely in my job, and for a short while my brain had let the whole Quinn dilemma rest. By the time I'd arrived in Cincinnati, jet-lagged and tired as hell, I'd seen the missed call from Quinn. I'd had all intentions of talking to him once I'd checked into my hotel and found some privacy, away from Casey and Nikki. But my sleepless night had caught up with me, and I'd pretty much passed out the instant I'd stepped into my hotel room. And then today, when I woke up, I had to be at training bright and early. I had tried to call him back, though, before I'd started my day, but knew before I'd even tapped his contact on my phone he was most likely occupied in the Maverick's weight room. We might as well have been passing ships in the night. As I pulled up in front of my parents' 2-story suburban home in my rental car, memories of Quinn and me doing this very same thing at his parents' house a few days ago filled my head. At least this time, I knew what to expect. The only greetings I would receive would be those of love, acceptance, and open arms. And for that, I was thankful. It had been nearly 4 months since I'd been home, and this was a much-needed visit to see my parents. As I stepped out of the car and made my way down the stone-paved pathway toward the front door, my mother walked onto the porch, a huge smile kissing her beautiful face. "Catherine," she greeted, and I hurried my pace to meet her at the steps. She engulfed me in a tight hug, and a relieved exhale escaped my lungs. "I missed you so much," I whispered, and she leaned back to meet my eyes. Her hands cupped my face, and she examined me in a way only a mother could. "You look so pretty," she mused. "A little tired, but still as gorgeous as ever." She tugged at the ends of my hair. "I love what you've done with your hair." "Thanks," I said, and glanced behind her, my eyes searching inside the house. "Where's Dad?" "Oh, he's probably upstairs in the office," she said with a soft smile. "He's been hard at work updating the Caterpillar & Co. website." I laughed. Of course he is. Ever since I'd started my flight attendant career, my dad had been the sole reason Caterpillar & Co. had continued selling greeting cards. Between my initial training, moving to New York, and getting used to my new flight schedule, I'd barely had time to keep up with anything else but work. Luckily, my dad was sentimental as hell and kept our little greeting card business running. Following my mom's lead, I walked inside my childhood home, and in true Caterpillar fashion, I shouted for my dad just like I used to when I was a kid. "Dad, I'm home!" "Caterpillar," he answered on a shout, his voice echoing from one of the upstairs bedrooms. "Come up to the office. I've got something to show you." "See," my mom grinned. "He's hard at work."
I jogged up the steps and, just as expected, found my dad sitting in his favorite leather chair, behind what looked to be a new Mac. "New digs?" I asked, and he smirked.
"I'm trying to stay with the times," he said as he hopped up from his seat and greeted me with a big hug. "I've missed you, Caterpillar."
"I missed you too."
"Now, before we eat dinner and you update your mother and me on all of the new amazing things going on in your life, I need to show you the new website."
He moved back around the desk and sat down. With a click of the mouse, the screen came back to life, and a brand spanking new, sleek-as-hell web page filled my view. "Oh my God," I muttered as I stared at the new Caterpillar & Co. logo and the gorgeous display of our top-selling greeting cards on the homepage. "Did you do all of that?"
"Well," he started with a knowing smirk, "I did some of it, but one of the new guys from the post office helped me. He has a background in graphic design and coding."
"This looks incredible. We look like a legit business, not just some freelancer selling stuff on Etsy."
"Awesome," he chuckled. "That's the exact look I was going for."
"So, just out of curiosity, what made you do it? I mean, I thought our setup on Etsy was working pretty good."
"I'm guessing you haven't had time to check our sales numbers."
I quirked a brow. "What do you mean?"
He just grinned. "We've increased our sales by nearly sixfold. Apparently, Caterpillar & Co. is catching on, and I'll be honest, the last line of holiday and birthday cards you designed were a huge hit."
"Really?"
He nodded. "People loved them."
"Wow, that's pretty awesome."
"So either tonight or tomorrow, do you think you can etch out a few hours of your time to go over business plans?"
"Definitely." "Dinner is almost ready," my mother's voice called from the kitchen. "And Kat, I think your phone is ringing." Thinking it was Nikki or Casey calling to tell me something work-related, I jogged down the steps into the front door, where my purse sat on the bench in the foyer. I grabbed my now-silent cell phone and checked the screen for missed calls. The one and only notification on my lock screen glared back at me. Missed call, Quinn. Before I could even contemplate whether to call him back before or after dinner, my phone started ringing again in my hand. Incoming call, Quinn. Hesitantly, I tapped the green phone icon and held the phone to my ear. "Hey," I greeted, and I hated how uncertain and small my voice sounded.
"Hey, Kat," he said. "How are you?"
Cat? He never called me Cat. It was always Kitten or Kitty Cat. The absence of my nickname urged unease to fill my gut. "I'm okay," I half lied. I wouldn't say I was 100% okay, but at least I was still riding out the happy vibes the conversation with Dad had just given me. "How are you?"
"I'm okay."
Wow, this conversation was off to an exciting start.
"So," he cleared his throat, "you made it safely to Cincinnati?"
"Yeah," I answered, and discreetly went back upstairs and into my childhood bedroom for some privacy, shutting the door behind me with a quiet click. "I'm actually at my parents' house right now for a visit."
"That sounds nice. I'm sure they're happy to see you."
"Yeah, pretty much the complete opposite of how your parents feel about me."
"Uh-huh,"
I muttered. I had no idea what else to say. The fact that we still hadn't talked about how things had gone with his parents hung thick and heavy over our conversation, choking my words and depleting my brain's ability to maintain any form of small talk. Silence filled the line, until eventually Quinn cleared his throat and said,
"I'm sorry how things went at my parents', Kat."
"Me too."
"I'm not sure what was going on with them, but I'm sorry that it was awkward."
I grimaced at his words. He knew what was going on with them, and I wasn't sure if he wasn't being honest to protect me, or if there was another reason for his lie of omission. "It wasn't just awkward, Quinn," I said on an ear whisper, the words too difficult to say at normal volume. "It was uncomfortable, and it felt like they didn't want me there at all."
"I know,"
he said, and I could hear the melancholy in his voice.
"I'm so sorry, Kat."
Tears filled my eyes. I was still Kat, and he was still tiptoeing around what had happened. Or was his "I'm so sorry, Kat" his way of saying that things weren't going to work out between us? "What do you mean by that, Quinn?"
What do I mean by what?
I'm so sorry, I repeated. What are you sorry about? The way things went at your parents' house, or the fact that you don't think our relationship can work out? He stayed quiet. Too fucking quiet. Are you ending it? I asked, my voice growing more strained from the emotion migrating up my throat.
No, he whispered. Don't get upset, Cat. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Then what are you saying?
I'm not sure, he said. I know that things are difficult and complicated between us right now. I'm in the middle of preseason, and you're always flying somewhere. Hell, I completely missed a weight training session because of my impulsive behavior and lack of focus. I want us to work, Cat. I'm just trying to figure out the logistics.
I want the same, I agreed. But I also don't really know how either. What Quinn was saying wasn't false. We had mountains of obstacles ahead of us, and that was just our work schedules. When I factored in all of the other things, it felt like we were trying to climb out of the Grand Canyon. Silence consumed the line again, and I decided this wasn't something we were going to solve on a phone call. This wasn't something we could figure out while I was miles away in Cincinnati. Quinn, I think I'm going to go, okay? I whispered through my tears. I just need to get off the phone right now.
Kitten,
he questioned, and the sound of my nickname stabbed me right in the chest.
Are you okay?
No, I answered honestly, but I think it's best if I just get off the phone and try to enjoy the night with parents. I'll try to call you tomorrow, okay?
Okay,
he responded, and I couldn't miss the sadness in his voice if I wanted to. Bye, Quinn, I said, and before the tears started to stream down my cheeks and clog my throat, I hung up the call. Face to my pillow, I cried. I only hoped the cotton of its case would be absorbent enough to get rid of the evidence before I went downstairs to face my parents. By the time I'd pulled myself together and made my way into the kitchen, both my mom and dad were sitting down at the table, the chicken pot pie my mother had made front and center.
So, my mom started, tell me all about Quinn Bailey.
She glanced at me out of her periphery and smiled as she put a steaming hot helping of food onto her plate. Just the mere mention of his name threatened another crying jag, but I swallowed hard against the discomfort. I hated lying to my parents, hated hiding anything from them. But today, after that painful phone call with Quinn, my heart felt too damn broken to relive the discomfort I'd just endured over the past few days. One day, no matter if Quinn and I were together or not, I'd tell the truth, tell them about Quinn's parents and the way they'd treated me, tell them about everything that had gone down. But today wasn't that day. God, were Quinn and I going to make it? My heart cried in the form of a breath-stealing ache while my mind whispered, I'm not sure if that's possible. Before they caught on to my sadness and uncertainty, I forced a smile to my face and quickly told them a little bit about Quinn. I told them how we'd met. I even gave them a small insight into what the man behind the football god status was like. But most of all, I kept it short and sweet, and I skirted around any question about our future. It was fucking painful. But I guessed I'd heard enough people say it before. Love hurts.
Chapter 35. Quinn. I wandered my house, waiting while my individual lasagna heated in the oven, a beer hanging from my fingertips. The space was way too big for me. 5 bedrooms, 5 baths, and an entire finished basement, and I explored the square footage like I'd never seen it before. In some ways, I guessed, I hadn't. I'd never really paid attention to the 4 guest bedrooms down the opposite hall from my own bedroom, and I hadn't been responsible for the decorating. Jilly had hired the interior designer for me, requesting a clean, masculine look, and I'd approved it with a nod. None of the stuff around me was really meaningful. I'd hung no personal pictures on the walls, and as I settled onto the bed in my room, I realized sardonically that I hadn't even had time to bring Cat here. My girlfriend, the woman I was in love with, had never even seen my house. Psychoanalysts would probably have a lot to say about that, but I wasn't sure there was some deep-rooted hesitance to bring her that close to me. No, the truth, I feared, was that it didn't matter whether she'd been to this house or not, because, to me, that's all it was. A house. A big, nice house with a large garage for my truck and a fancy kitchen that I barely cooked in. But a simple house all the same. Homes, on the other hand, tell a story about the person who lives there. They reminisce with pictures past and point to things that matter. What tastes make a person feel at peace and what gets their blood stirring. What artwork moves them in such a way that they have to see it every day. All my house said was that I didn't really have time to be in it. It was big and empty, and right now, on the heels of such a horrible phone call with Catharine, all it did was make me feel alone. Resigned to my thoughts, I stood up from my bed and headed for the door, eager to be in the kitchen where the smell of food could at least fool me into thinking this place had something to offer. I was halfway down the stairs when my phone started to ring in my pocket. Eager, fucking desperate, I clutched my beer bottle in one hand and dug into my pocket with the other, yanking the phone out and reading the screen as hope shocked me. I hadn't spoken to Kat since last night, and to say the ending of our conversation could have gone better was putting it mildly. I'd called and left a message when I got out of practice, but she was just as fucking busy as I was. Catching one another on the phone was starting to feel like trying to catch a shooting star from the sky. But optimism's exit was swift, as I read a name other than Catharine, and I settled firmly back into the depths of reality, where she wouldn't be calling me back tonight to tell me that she loved me, that we'd work things out, no matter the hurdles. Remorse flooded me as my phone continued to ring, time ticking away and almost robbing me of the opportunity to answer the call that was coming in, from my brother. Quickly, I swiped to answer and put the phone to my ear. "Hello?" "What's good, Gwendolyn?" my brother said in greeting, and I smiled, despite the unwelcome weight in my chest. "Not much, Den. Not much." Wow, that was seriously depressing. All's not well on Romance Island? "Why does it necessarily have to do with Kat?" I deferred, wondering how he could so easily read me, but after so many years I'd still been clueless enough to fail him. I resolved to do better, to be better for him. He deserved a champion who didn't provide different support based on conditions. He deserved my conviction, not hesitancy, when it came to dealing with my parents, and I swore to myself right then I would change. Denver would never feel like he was fighting that fight alone. Well, for one, it's always about the girl. Watch a chick flick, for God's sake. And for two, you never ever sound glum unless it's about something important. Ergo, new hottie in your life. After a deep sigh, I sat down, leaned into the stairs behind me, and explained, "I took her to meet Mom and Dad this weekend." "And you didn't call me?" he shrieked. "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing," I said with a wince. My eardrum would be ringing for days. "Well, no wonder you're in a bad mood. A visit to the Wicked Witch of the Deep South and one of her royal monkeys will do that to you." I smiled at his colorful description of our parents, despite the leaden memories of our visit running through my mind. They weren't welcoming. "What a shock," he deadpanned. "They're not always terrible," I said automatically, my default setting to defend them. I slapped myself mentally for the offense. Yes, they are. Not to you, maybe, Mr. All-American football perfect straight son, but to a boy who likes boys or a little mixed-race hottie." I was all ready to jump in and tell him I was sorry, tell him he was right about my parents, when what he said registered fully. Wait a second. Did I tell you she isn't white? Did Mom and Dad tell you? His voice was blunt. No, honey. The tabloid I'm looking at right now while waiting in line to check out at Kroger did that. What? There'd been one blip of a picture in a tabloid a little while back, but the impact had been relatively little, at least for me. I winced as I recalled Catherine's parents finding out about our relationship that way. You've got some big problems, Gwendolyn, and they ain't got shit to do with dear old Mom and Dad. Your girl's just been served up to the wolves. Fuck. What the hell was in this thing? Were they tearing her down? I swear to God, I'd rip those fuckers apart. Holy hell, the two of you were in a clinch. What? Where? I asked, feeling fucking helpless that I couldn't actually see the pictures he was talking about, and trying desperately to remember when we might have been so public with our displays of affection. I'm not sure. Looks like a hallway, maybe. The picture's a little grainy. But I'm having absolutely no trouble seeing that your hand is on her ass and squeezing more than a handful. Shit! I yelled, and he laughed. Since when do you care if someone knows about your grabbing a woman's ass, one who's clearly asking for it? Since it could hurt the woman whose ass I'm grabbing. The last photo they'd published of us had been PG at best, and all of the commentary had been relatively harmless. I had a feeling from Denver's initial reaction that this was different. Aw, he murmured. That's pretty swoony, bro. Can you just send me a picture of this shit, please? And tell me why you were being so dramatic about wolves. What are they saying about her? Sure, he acquiesced. Just a sec. He disappeared from our call while I suspected he was taking the picture and sending it. A text notification signaled in my ear as he came back on the line. Okay, sent. I clicked to put him on speaker and opened the text. Pictures of Kat and me at the Birmingham airport the other night, spilling out like all of Pandora's evil. The fucking airport. Yes, Denver shouted. That's it, it's an airport. I rolled my eyes as I scrolled through the other photos. A bunch of horse shit, meant to do nothing other than tear at Kat's value and worth. I was there, Den. I didn't have to solve the mysterious clues once I saw the picture. Right. He waited silently while I flipped through the pictures he'd procured, reading headline after headline that went after Kat. They called her trashy and fixated on her race, and I felt a little like I was going to throw up. I swallowed thickly, murmuring, "Oh, God." Denver didn't need to ask what was wrong. He already knew. So what are you going to do? I shook my head and tried to focus, tried to understand why people tried to tear others down for no reason other than entertainment value. I wanted to go back in time and fix all the wrongs, the visit to my parents, the way they'd treated her, the tasteless fucking article. But none of it could be wiped away, no matter how many calls to Nathan I made. Maybe I should call him anyway. Just keep calling, I guess. Keep being there, ready to talk to her, until she's ready to talk to me. How uneventful, he grumbled, and I sighed. My hands were tied. She was in Cincinnati and I was here, and thanks to my probationary status with the Mavericks, there wasn't a goddamn thing I could do about it. Dan, I called, before he could hang up. Yeah? I'm sorry for defending Mom and Dad. Just now and for all the times before. His voice was gentle to the point of tender. You just want to see the good in everybody, Quinn. It's one of the things I love about you. Honestly, I hoped you'd never understand the real root of them because I knew it would mean you hurting. My head dropped forward, the grains of the wood on my stairs swirling before my eyes. Just be you. Be the brother I've always adored, and Kat will come around. Trust me, I know. It's absolutely impossible not to love you, even when you're an idiot. Right back at you, Den.
Chapter 36. Cat. "Girls," Casey announced and flopped down onto one of the beds in our adjoining hotel rooms. "I'm fucking exhausted. I don't think I can move an inch for the rest of the night." We'd completed our last day of mandatory training, and to say we were tired as fuck of anything and everything related to royal air was an understatement. But 2 12-hour days of mostly boring meetings and presentations would do that to anyone, I guessed. Nikki grinned. "Good thing we're officially done with training, huh?" "God, you have no idea," he said on a groan. "I refuse to do anything but eat takeout and watch reruns of Friends." "My vote is for The Office," I interjected, and he rolled his eyes. "That's only because you have a girl hard-on for Jim." "A girl hard-on?" I questioned on a laugh. "That sounds more gross than good." He shrugged. "Look, no offense to you ladies, but I'm not the biggest fan of the illustrious pussy. Nothing related to a vagina ever sounds appealing to me." "That's because you're into dicks instead of chicks," I teased, and he winked at me from the bed. "What are we going to eat?" Nikki asked as she slipped off her heels and threw her hair up into a messy bun. "I hope it's something with fast delivery, because if it takes more than 30 minutes to get here, I might start eating my arm." "How about," I started with a teasing grin, "no one sacrifices any appendages in the name of food, and I'll run downstairs to the little store in the lobby to grab some rations while you guys call in a pizza delivery." "As long as the rations include Doritos and Twizzlers, I'm down," Casey announced, and I gave him a thumbs up. "You got it. I swear to God you're the only person I know who still uses the thumbs up." I switched fingers and lifted my middle one instead. "What about this? Am I the only one who does this?" He laughed. "Nope. I actually see that a lot more than you think, especially when I'm working the late-night flight from Atlanta to JFK." Nikki giggled and groaned at the same time. "Good Lord, I hate that flight." "Preaching to the choir, sister." Casey raised both arms in the air. "I swear I get stuck with that flight more than anyone." I just smiled and headed for the door, calling over my shoulder, "I'll be back, you little complainers." As the door closed behind me, I received several shouts and requests for other things besides Doritos and Twizzlers. I rolled my eyes as I walked toward the elevator. I wasn't a delivery service. Those little bitches would be happy and thankful for anything I brought upstairs. Lucky for me, the little hotel gift shop was still open and completely empty. Like a vulture looking for its next meal, I scanned the aisles and pulled anything and everything that looked good into my arms. By the time I walked to the counter, both of my arms brimmed with junk of the sweet and salty variety. "Hi," I greeted the woman behind the counter as I carefully attempted to drop my snacks near the register. "How are you doing tonight?" "I'm good," she said as she shut the magazine she was discreetly reading behind the counter and stood up from her wooden stool. "How are you—" She paused mid-sentence, the instant her eyes met mine. Her eyes went wide for a beat, and like a spectator at a tennis match, she glanced back and forth between me and something on the opposite end of the register. I furrowed my brow at her odd reaction, even glancing down at my clothes to make sure I didn't have something on my blouse, or God forbid my uniform skirt tucked into my underwear. Nope, all good. Confused, I followed the path of her eyes until I found the source, a gossip magazine. On the cover, a candid picture of Quinn and me at the airport. But it wasn't like the last cover. This was different. To an outsider, we were basically making out, and his hand was directly on my ass. And above the main cover photo was an up-close profile picture of me that had been taken when I'd gotten my employee badge from Royal Air. Oh, God. Is that you?" she asked, and I didn't know how to respond to her question. I was still trying to process the fact that my face was on another gossip rag. She lifted the magazine and held it directly next to my face. "That's you!" she exclaimed. "You're Quinn Bailey's girlfriend." Can I get your autograph?" she blurted out. As the woman reached for a pen and paper, I did the only thing my brain would let me do in that moment. I fucking ran. out of the store, through the lobby, and into the woman's restroom near the entrance. It was an irrational reaction, but I blamed it on the culmination of everything that had occurred over the past few days. It felt like I'd just hit the rock bottom of the situation. Could this get any worse? Like a coward, I locked myself into one of the empty stalls and rested my back against the door. My heart pounded wildly inside my chest, and I felt like someone had reached their hands inside my throat and closed a vice-like grip around my lungs. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and did my best to breathe through the panic. I wasn't sure why I was freaking the fuck out, but that wasn't a question I could reason through in that moment. Anxiety had taken the wheel, and all I could do was grip the oh shit handle and endure the ride. Once my breathing had slowed and my heart rate had calmed down to a more normal pace, I stood up straight and pulled my cell phone out of my jacket pocket. Even though I knew it was probably the very last thing I should have done, I clicked open my Safari icon and typed Quinn's name into the Google search bar. Instantly, the most recent articles populated on the screen, and I clicked the one that had the word girlfriend connected to it. My screen filled with that candid, invasive picture of the two of us kissing. We were in the Birmingham airport, and I knew it had occurred the day he'd surprised me and taken me to his parents' house. I hadn't even known there were paparazzi in the airport, much less that they were snapping photos of us. The headline of the article, Quinn Bailey's new girlfriend. We've got the scoop, and it looks like our favorite quarterback isn't going for his usual taste in women. And the subheading, could this be why his game is off? What in the fuck was that supposed to mean? I flicked my finger down the screen, scrolling past the headline and photo of us, until I reached more photos, but this time they were of Quinn's girlfriends of yore. Models, actresses, pop singers. It was a plethora of the same three variations: blonde, famous, and white. Wow. Now I understood what they meant by the whole not his usual taste comment. Is this why his parents don't like me? Because I'm not white? I cringed at those thoughts. I didn't want to think that was their reasoning, but my gut instinct told me otherwise. And now, after seeing this article, it appeared his parents had never seen him with anyone besides blonde white women. I tried to read through it, but I had to stop when I was forced to come to the hard realization that the paparazzi knew a lot more about me than any sane human being who wasn't in the limelight would want. They knew my name, my age, where I grew up, my work schedule, even details about my family and Caterpillar & Co. This spread was much different from that initial article. It was like they'd hired a private investigator to find out everything about my life. Not to mention, the overall tone wasn't exactly positive since they were questioning if I was the reason Quinn's game was off and comparing the skin color of his other girlfriends to mine. It was all too much to process. As I tapped the screen to close out of the page, an Instagram notification popped up on the screen, and my finger managed to hit that instead. The screen redirected, moving from the article to my Instagram account at a rapid pace. And that was where things got ugly. Hundreds, probably even thousands of notifications appeared. It was too many to count, and included new followers, likes and comments on my photos, and requests for direct messages. Morbid curiosity running the show, I tapped on one of the notifications and instantly one of my photos from last Christmas appeared. It was a photo of my mother and me, wearing our favorite Christmas sweaters and smiling toward the camera. What originally had all of a handful of comments was so cluttered with new responses that I couldn't even view them all. It was pages upon pages of comments from random strangers that I'd never met in my entire life. Some were nice, some were there to just tag their friends to come stalk my photos with them, and a lot of them were really fucking mean. All related to one thing: the recent news of my relationship with Quinn Bailey. His superfans, his haters, and even people who just enjoyed following celebrity gossip had made their way onto my Instagram profile and sifted through my photos like my personal life was there for them to dissect and comment on. It was awful, I'd never felt so violated in my life. Too overwhelmed, I shut my phone off completely. And by the time I made my way back to the hotel room, Casey and Nikki had apparently already heard the news. It was no surprise. Casey followed BuzzFeed and Cosmo like his life depended on it. "Are you okay?" Nikki asked as Casey stood up from the bed and pulled me into a tight hug. "I'm not sure," I whispered. "Honestly, I'm not sure." I had all intentions of calling Quinn tonight, once things had settled down and I'd managed to eat some dinner. I'd seen his missed calls over the past 2 days, and my avoidance wasn't because I didn't want to talk to him. I did. I just didn't know what to say. Honestly, deep down, I think it had more to do with the fear of hearing him say the one thing I didn't want to hear. "We can't make this work." By now, I wasn't so sure that was just a fear. It felt more like a reality. I stared out of the window, watching the wings of the plane slice through the sky. After spending an entire night crying into Casey's and Nikki's arms and not sleeping for shit, I was ready to get home and attempt a full night's rest in my bed. The fact that I was on a tabloid wasn't the main thing that had upset me. It had been the headline, the content of the article, and the fact that paparazzi had managed to sneak pictures of us at the airport, and I hadn't even realized it. Not to mention the thousands of horrible, mean comments on my Instagram photos from random strangers. No matter how confident, how self-assured you thought you were, it wasn't easy seeing people say cruel things about your appearance, your life, your social class status, your skin color, and pretty much anything else they could find. Sure, some people had said nice things, but that wasn't what my brain focused on. No, only the negative things stuck in my mind. Between the media shitstorm and the way things had been left between Quinn and me, I felt like I'd reached a new low of insecurity. With a deep inhale, I stopped scrolling through the Cosmopolitan magazine in my lap and shut my eyes, resting my head against my seat. "You okay?" Casey whispered into my ear, and I opened my eyes to find him looking at me with concern in his eyes. I nodded. "I'm just tired." I hated that both he and Nikki had to deal with my quiet, reflective, moody ass. I knew I'd basically been mute the entire flight, but I just couldn't help it. I couldn't seem to snap myself out of it. "Come on, Cat. Stop fixating on the negative. Think of the good things. Focus on the positives." I couldn't deny that, despite the whole tabloid debacle, my trip to Cincinnati had been much needed. I'd spent time with my 2 best friends, laughing and having fun in our hotel room when we weren't training, and even when we were training, we still found time to dick around and be goofy. And my parents, God, I'd miss them. I'd managed one dinner, several hours of catching up, and a fun, exciting work session with my dad, talking anything and everything Caterpillar & Co. And I had to be honest, I was excited for all of the things happening with our tiny company. What had started out as a little hobby my dad and I had shared when I was a kid had turned into something viable and had the potential to have huge success. I was thankful he had managed to keep the ship sailing while I'd been busy jet-setting and starting my flight attendant career. Fingers and toes crossed that more good things came for Caterpillar & Co. I sure as hell would start making it a priority, and already had plans of setting time aside on a weekly basis to work on more sketches and cutesy taglines. The pilot announced our nearing departure, and by the time our bird safely fell from the sky and executed a smooth and steady landing at JFK, I'd packed up my snacks and phone and magazines, sliding them safely into my purse. Nikki and Casey were the first 2 out into the aisle, and I followed their lead. We walked out of our gate, through the terminal, and by the time we reached baggage claim, flashes of light filled my view until it became blinding. Catherine, over here! What's it like dating Quinn Bailey? Are you going to his game in Minneapolis?" Questions and more flashes came from what felt like every angle. I couldn't even blink past the assaulting lights from their cameras to put actual faces to the paparazzi who were asking the questions and snapping the pictures. "Cat, Nikki's voice startled me out of my shock. "Come on, girl. My husband is just outside. He'll drive us home." She grabbed my hand and led me through the obnoxious crowd and out of the airport. Once she spotted Mr. Miller, we ran over to his car at a jog, and it was only then that I realized Casey had kindly retrieved our bags from baggage claim and was tossing them in the trunk. The three of us slid into the car, and the instant my ears were hit with the silence and safety of the car, I looked toward Nikki in the front passenger seat and asked, "Nick, can I stay at your house tonight?" "Of course. I just don't think I can go home right now." I didn't want to go to my house for fear there'd be cameras waiting for me. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to talk to Quinn in that moment. I didn't know what I wanted.
Chapter 37. Quinn. The beep was like a taunt in my ear as once again my call to Cat rolled to voicemail. I pulled at the fabric of my suit pants and smoothed it needlessly over my knee. The team plane was rowdy as everyone else spoke excitedly about the upcoming game, so I cupped my hand around my mouth and turned away from the noise as much as possible. "Hey, Cat. I'm on my way to the game in Minneapolis. We're about to take off, and it takes about 3 hours to get there. I'll call you when I land, but I have Wi-Fi all flight, so send me an email if you want to get in touch before that." I paused, trying to figure out what to say that would get through to her. "Just call me back, okay? I really want to talk to you." I'd been trying to get her on the phone for the past 3 days, all to no avail. When my call went unanswered the 5th time, desperation had set in, and I'd driven all the way to her apartment to try to confront her in person. Only my truck had never stopped rolling. A crowd of 15 to 20 paparazzi stood outside her apartment like vultures, waiting for a sign of a wounded animal. To them, that's all Catharine was. Someone to capitalize on, someone with a sordid story to sell. Knowing my showing up would only make things worse for her, I'd kept on rolling and driven right back home. I hoped she'd found somewhere else to go, somewhere to shelter, since she obviously didn't want it from me. Dr. Winnie Lancaster, the team physician and my boss's wife, took the seat across from me as I scrolled from calls to messages and clicked to draft one to Cat. Apparently, Winnie was the only one not put off by the waves of disgruntlement rolling off of me. Swiftly, I typed out a note and hit send. Me. I know you're busy with your own life and the problems I've caused for you, but I'm hoping that you'll please call me back. If you can't get me and don't want to email, I'll try calling again later. I love you." I sighed and pushed my head back into the headrest as the plane taxied to the runway. I knew I sounded desperate, but I didn't mind. I was desperate to make this work by any means necessary. I wanted Cat to know that. Winnie glanced my way. I could feel it, but she was courteous enough to stay silent as I ran through my thoughts and tried to compose myself. The nagging, sinking feeling of knowing I might have lost Cat for good wouldn't ease its grip. My parents had been awful, and I hadn't done a good enough job of apologizing for it. Their thoughts didn't reflect my own, and I should have skywritten it if I had to. Then, on top of that, the locusts had come out of the media woodwork, both official in the capacity of tabloids, and social, via Instagram and Twitter and every other goddamn thing. People had been on the attack. Her clothes, her skin color, her very involvement in my life. You name it, they picked at it. I'd made a post discouraging the behavior strongly and asking for, just this once, some privacy in my personal life. Any time I saw a negative comment directed at Cat on my social media, I deleted it and blocked the responsible user. But it was all just a drop in the bucket. I couldn't fucking protect her from all of it, no matter how hard I tried. The engines roared and the cabin shook as the pilot hammered the throttle and sent us barreling down the runway toward the sky. Planes, understandably, had turned into something of nostalgia to me. I tried not to focus on all the memories as I stared out the window and watched the ground fade farther away. "Okay," the good doctor finally remarked, turning in her seat to face me. The cabin leaned as our plane made a wide, sweeping turn to head back in the direction we needed to go, and I inclined into it to avoid her eyes. "I've let you sit over there and stew, thinking it was none of my business," she went on. "But now I'm thinking you need someone to help you climb out of the tailspin." I struggled against it, but as her voice grew softer and softer, it got harder to avoid meeting her eyes. "Quinn," she implored, and finally, with a throaty sigh, I gave in. When I looked across the aisle, her eyes were patient and kind. "What's going on?" she asked. 30 minutes of intensely one-sided conversation later, and I'd laid it all out for her. Her eyes were shining with moisture, and her posture was sunken. I'd left nothing out, the good, the best, and the ugly, and apparently Winnie was feeling personally attached. I understood. I was fond of our story, too. "I'm honestly not sure how to fix it," I admitted, the words that lent themselves to my painful lack of control burning as they made their way out. Her body was nearly pliant with kindness. "You obviously care about her." I shook my head. "I love her." Her shoulders squared as she reached a conclusion, thanks to my words. Her lips curved up, and all the unshed tears in her eyes cleared. "It'll work out," she declared. "Right now, she's feeling overwhelmed and scared, and talking to you is like confronting the problem. As long as she avoids you, she can avoid this. She'll get over that once she gets her bearings." "How do you know?" I asked, afraid to water the little seed of hope in my belly. Once it sprouted, it'd be a lot more painful to kill. "Because when a man feels about a woman like you feel about her, we know it. I know because of my experience with Wes and my friends' experiences with their men. Somewhere, under the layers of smoggy doubt and vulnerability, she's got your love to see her through. Just keep loving her, and she'll find her way out." "But I feel like I should do something, say something, fix something." "Can you fix the whole world? No. Can you change the opinions of your—" she frowned. "Closed-minded parents? No." It was pretty apparent she'd wanted to use a ruder word, but had deferred out of politeness. "But you can love her. I can see it with my own eyes, and she'll see it with hers, too. Be patient, Quinn," she advised. "That'll put you where you want to be in the end." Emotionally exhausted and ready to get some sleep, I settled into the bed in my hotel room in Minneapolis and picked up my phone one last time. I had to try, to make the effort, just in case she decided to answer. The rings bled together in my ear, and anticipation fizzled like a soda going flat. She wasn't going to answer. I took a deep breath, in through my nose and out through my mouth, preparing to leave her another voicemail, when the phone clicked and the sweetest voice I'd ever heard came on the line. "Hi," she whispered. Not a question, not a doubt. She knew I was the caller, and she knew the conversation. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to slow my heartbeat enough to sound relatively normal. "Hey, kitten." "Quinn," she said, her voice brittle enough to break even in the middle of my short name. "I know, Cat. I know everything is shitty, and I haven't done enough to make it not be. But I think if we can just get together, talk everything out, we can find a way to—" "No." She interrupted my rush to get everything out, the desperation in every word climbing higher. No? No what? I don't think this is going to work. No, I refused, sitting up in bed. Everything in my body was pounding. I refuse to accept that. I can fix this. I don't care what all the other people think. I love you, and they'll eventually see that you and I are meant for one another. She sniffed. This isn't just about your parents or the magazines or the people online, Quinn. It almost sounded like she was apologizing for all the things I was fighting to render obsolete. It's more than that. It's the day-to-day of how we make this work. There's always going to be someone thinking they're more important than our relationship, and in some cases, like with your job or my job, they might be right. We're both trying to be what the other needs, and we don't even have the time to be what we ourselves need. That's not true, I argued. When you make something a priority, anything is possible. It's fucking possible to have it all. I refuse to believe anything different. I wish I could see it, Quinn, she whispered, the way you do. But I'm not sure I can. I'm sorry. Pain, powerful and swift, violated my every cell as the line went dead. Winnie had said to have patience while I waited, and it would all work out. But what if I was the only one waiting in the end?
Chapter 38. Cat. By the time I'd made my way back home from Nikki's house, it was dinner time, and I'd felt nothing but out of sorts and confused. My mind refused to stop running, like a hamster spinning along on a wheel, and I couldn't turn it off for just a moment of peace and quiet. And nothing could distract me from my own thoughts. Not food, not a shower. Trust me, I'd tried both. I'd barely touched the turkey sandwich I had made, and the hot shower hadn't provided any semblance of relief or comfort. Nothing helped. All I could think about was Quinn and us, and the horrifying feeling that what we'd started, the intense, beautiful relationship that had developed between us, had been for nothing. When I'd moved to New York and started my career as a flight attendant, I'd never set finding a relationship as a priority. I genuinely thought it would be a while before I'd find someone who intrigued me enough to throw caution to the wind and dive headfirst. But I'd never considered meeting Quinn. A man who knew all the ways to make me laugh and smile. He was the one person who, when I was with him, made me feel comfort, safety, home. The last true relationship I'd been in had occurred in college, and when that ended, I'd made a promise to myself. I wouldn't settle for anything that wasn't 100% the right relationship for me. Everyone had different needs, desires, wants. No one relationship was the same. But I knew the kind of relationship I needed was one that allowed me to still maintain my independence and stand on my own 2 feet. A relationship where both people were both a we and 2 separate eyes. Kind of like sitting on a teeter-totter. When you first got on, it was a little scary, but you had to trust that the other person wouldn't let you crash to the ground, that they wouldn't jump off or do something crazy to throw you off balance. But together, you were balanced and counted on and supported each other. And sometimes, everything was just even. Balanced. But there were also times when one person's life was on a real high, and the other person would do everything in their power to hold them there and let them ride the wave, all the while appreciating them in all their glory, loving them unconditionally. But mostly, together, you just enjoyed the journey. I'd honestly thought a relationship like that, the kind of relationship I knew I'd need, was a near impossible feat. Until Quinn. There was something about him that had made me feel so young inside, but not in a childish way. He had awoken the pure side of me, the best side, all the facets of myself that only required love to be healthy and whole. And us, together, was pure magic. It felt like our energy vibrated in such a unique way, each the perfect complement of the other. I wasn't simply in love with him. I was all fucking in. Quinn was what made my heart feel strong. His smile alone could make me feel things I'd never felt before him. Before we'd met, I was one, but when we were together, I was a half. Yet somehow so much more than I ever was before. And now the mere idea of not being with him was more painful than I thought I could ever allow myself to fully feel. Our phone call last night had been heartbreaking. I couldn't muster the strength or willpower to visualize the picture he was trying to paint.
When you make something a priority, anything is possible.
His words blared in my memory. During that phone call, he had been trying to fight for us. I paced my living room, my feet creaking across the hardwood floor with each step. Where did I go from here? What would be the easy route to most? Just giving up and trying to move on with my life without Quinn seemed like an impossible task. I thought about him, and I thought about the night of our first date when he told me his dad's advice. Those words rang loud inside my head.
It only takes 1 minute of bravery, 1 minute of insane, embarrassingly crazy courage to change your life. Sometimes it only takes that 1 minute for something great to happen.
The man might not like me, but apparently in some ways, he was wise. I needed that 1 minute of insane courage. I needed to understand that no one, not the paparazzi or Quinn's parents or random internet strangers with an opinion, should be able to control my life. I was in love with Quinn, and I owed it to myself and to him to give us a shot. When you loved someone, you didn't fucking let them go. You fought for them. I needed to fight for us. For once, my mind stopped racing and I stayed focused on one task, the important task. Get to Quinn. He had a game in Minneapolis tomorrow afternoon, and that was exactly where I was going to be. Without second-guessing or any doubts filling my head, I jogged the few steps to my bedroom, and I ran through the possible available flights at this late hour of the evening in my head. As I packed a suitcase, throwing underwear, bras, clothes, and shoes haphazardly in my carry-on luggage, I called Royal Air's customer service line to see what seat availability they still had for the 9:05 p.m. flight to Minneapolis. It took 5 minutes of being on hold before a customer service agent finally took my call. Meanwhile, I'd already finished throwing random shit into a suitcase and set it by my front door. "Hi, my name is Catharine Wild," I started to explain on a rush once Donna from customer service took my call. "I'm a flight attendant for Royal Air, and I'm trying to get a seat on the 9:05 p.m. flight to Minneapolis," I explained quickly. "Okay, just give me a moment, Catherine, while I look it up," the female agent responded. The sounds of her fingers typing across the keys filled the receiver, and I waited impatiently in my living room, tapping my foot against the hardwood floor in an erratic rhythm. "It looks like there are still 6 spots available on that flight this evening. Would you like me to add you to one of the first-class seats?" Hot damn, I love when this happens. Being a flight attendant had its perks sometimes. "Yes, definitely, thank you." "Okay, Catherine, I've got you added to the 9:05 flight to Minneapolis this evening. Just check in with the ticketing agents to get your boarding passes when you get to JFK." "Fantastic, thank you," I said, and quickly ended the call. Mind racing, I glanced around my living room, trying to run through a list of things I'd need for the flight and impromptu trip to Minnesota. Sure, I'd packed a suitcase, but that didn't mean I'd successfully put everything into it. I was too amped, had too much adrenaline running through my veins to remember really little details like makeup or hair product needs for my last-minute trip. I just needed to get to him. My heart pounded, and my body hummed with anxious energy at what I was about to do. Would he be happy to see me? Would he be angry? Had he given up on us? On me? Those were all valid questions, and they all had valid responses. But I refused to let any uncertainty stop me from trying. As I started to move in the direction of my bathroom, 3 knocks against my front door brought me to a skidding stop. I looked toward the entry and furrowed my brow. Who in the hell would be at my house right now? Quietly, I tiptoed toward my living room, peeking out through the blinds to make sure it wasn't something crazy like paparazzi or a disgruntled Quinn Bailey fan. But to my surprise, it wasn't. At least, I didn't think it was. All I could see was a well-dressed, early 20-something guy. No cameras. No one shouting questions or rude comments toward my door. And when I looked closer, I had a strong sense of acquaintance. The light brown hair, the blue eyes, the strong jaw, the broad shoulders, it looked very familiar. He looked so much like Quinn. I opened the door, and blue eyes smirked down at me.
"Hey there, Cat," he responded with a wide grin. "I know we haven't met in person yet, but we've chatted on the phone. I'm Denver."
"Quinn's brother, Denver?" I asked dumbly. It wouldn't have taken a rocket scientist to know these two were related. But I wasn't employed by NASA. I'd spent the last few days heartbroken, and I was tired. I decided to cut myself some slack on asking stupid questions. He nodded, lips smiling.
"That's me."
I muttered as my brain tried to catch up with the situation. Quinn's brother is at my apartment? Why? How? How did you find me? I found myself peeking over his shoulder and looking out toward the street for the answer. I mean, not that I mind you being here, but how did you know where I live?
"Trust me," he said, waving a nonchalant hand toward me. "Quinn's assistant, Jillian, knows everything."
A shocked laugh escaped my lips. "Yeah, but my address?" He shrugged.
"No one knows how she finds everything out, but she does. I'm pretty sure she's a witch with the power of sorcery. I tell Quinn all the time he needs to watch his back," he said, and a teasing little smirk lit up his eyes. He had the same playfulness as Quinn, and the nostalgia made my skin tingle with the need to get moving. If I was going to make my flight, and by God, I was going to make my flight, I had to roll out. "I don't want to sound rude, but is there a reason you're here?" Of course, all I did by qualifying my question with a statement like, "I don't want to sound rude," made me sound even more like a bitch. And according to Casey, bitches get stitches. But he didn't answer that question, didn't even acknowledge it. Instead, he tossed one of his own, nodding toward the suitcase by the door. "Are you going somewhere?"
"Well, yeah," I admitted. "I was actually just getting ready to head out."
"Head out? To where? Going on a vacation?"
I glanced down at my suitcase and then back at him, shaking my head. I'm going to Minneapolis tonight. My flight leaves at 9:05.
"Really?"
His whole body vibrated with excitement. I shrugged and offered a little smirk of my own. I like the Mavericks, what can I say? His eyes flashed with prior knowledge, a knowing smile on his lips.
"Good God, I was hoping you would say that and not something tragically sad like St. Croix."
St. Croix is sad?
"Not always, but it is when Gwendolyn is in Minneapolis with a broken heart."
I frowned at the thought of Quinn being anything but happy. He was born to be smiling.
"That is why you're going, right?" Denver asked suddenly. "Because you like my brother?"
"No," I corrected. "I love your brother." One of the biggest smiles I'd ever seen crested Denver's lips.
"Well, thank God for that."
I smiled, but he didn't give me time to bask in it, shooing me out of the door and grabbing the handle of my suitcase.
"Let's move," he ordered. "Get your cute ass in gear and get on the phone on the way. I'm going to need a ticket, and you've got pull."
"What?" I asked with a laugh, practically chasing him to a rental car he had parked in front of my building as he tossed my bag inside the trunk and slammed it shut.
"You think I'm letting you fly to Minnesota alone?"
He shook his head and pursed his lips.
"No, I'm coming with you. This,"
he swirled his finger in the air, pointed to me, pointed to himself, pounded his heart, and mimicked an explosion with his hands. I gotta see.
Chapter 39. Quinn. Almost 4 whole quarters of effort, and it was still all going to shit. I'd been sacked more times than I liked, and the passes I'd completed had been cobbled together out of nothing more than bullshit and hope. I was off. My game, my head, my so-called muscle memory, all of it was shit. Apparently, for Quinn Bailey, a broken heart wasn't a good thing for good football. By some kind of miracle, and with the help of people like Sean, Cam, Sammy, and Orrin, we were still within a touchdown of winning the fucking game. Mouth guard clenched tightly between my teeth, I scanned my eyes across the defense, glanced up to check the play clock, and signaled for Sean to cross back across the field. The seconds ticked down to 5, and I called for the snap, Sammy letting it fly and sending it straight into the palms of my hands. I dropped back, 1 step, then 2, shuffling my feet while I scanned the chaos in front of me. Blocks were holding, but only just barely, and Sean was in double coverage upfield. A quick scan told me a big fucking guy was coming for me fast, so I pumped to check Sean's position and let fly despite the coverage, hoping he'd give me a miracle. He got close to producing one, honestly, touching the ball with a finger as he outjumped the 2 guys on each side of him and made a grab for it. Unfortunately, that was the end of the good news. Tipped by his almost touch, the ball bobbled and flopped off to the side on a wild jag and straight into the arms of a waiting defensive end. He ran awkwardly, unused to being the man with the ball, but it didn't matter. The damage was already done, as Jeremy Watts, our fullback, tackled him on the 40-yard line. Frustrated and coming loose at the seams, I jogged to the side of the field with the rest of the team. Sammy gave me a slap to the ass, intended to let me know the guys were behind me despite my mistake, and then went on his way to leave me to my thoughts. Coach Bennett's mouth moved wildly, likely with words of an unpleasant nature, but all I could hear was silence. I was internally reaming myself enough for the both of us. Jillian weaved her way through the crowd of players, coaches, and technical assistants as I walked to the back bench of the sideline and pulled my helmet off of my head. I watched her make her way as a water bottle was slipped into my hand, paying attention to the sounds of the game as our defense took the field in the background. The fact that she was on the sideline at all stuck out like a sore thumb, and I wondered who she'd had to sweet-talk in order to make it happen. I braced myself for whatever she'd come to tell me that was important enough that she couldn't wait until the game was over to say it. My day was obviously already not going as planned, and I imagined whatever she had to say wasn't going to make it any better. "Look up at the 45-yard line, south side of the stadium, halfway down the 15th row. Don't ask me any questions because I don't have time to explain, but I promise you won't be sorry you did." And then she was gone, like some kind of fucking ghost. Jesus Christ. Sometimes her abilities scared me. With no form to watch disappear, I did as she asked, looking up into the stands and scanning the crowd. It was thick with people, and I did my best to make out their shapes and separate them into individuals. Even though it was the preseason and no more than an exhibition game, the fans came out in droves. With cheaper tickets and extra events, if you weren't there for wins and losses, sometimes preseason games were the way to go. Sure enough, halfway across the row, I found my brother's smiling face as he waved wildly at the field and me. I smiled and raised my hand to wave back when he started pointing beside him. I looked into the next seat and felt my breath catch in my throat as Catharine stood up beside him, a blinding smile on her face and the cutest, most awkward little shrug I'd ever seen. My heart spasmed at the sight of her, here at my game, smiling at me like she'd done exactly what Winnie had said and taken control. I was so used to being in control, handling the ball, that I hadn't realized it was possible to give the control to someone else. Just like the Wildcat formation, at Wild, Cat had surprised me with a completely new and exhilarating configuration, with her at the helm. She watched as my face melted all of its hardness and worry and morphed into a smile full of love. With Denver joining in beside her, my kitten jumped up and down then, her excitement fully unleashed, as they both chanted, "Bailey! Bailey! Bailey!" together. Her shoulders as her focus, she pointed her 2 pointer fingers at the Mavericks jersey she was wearing, and then turned around to give me the full view. She'd gone all out, apparently determined to convince me she was in, all in, and emblazoned there for all to see was my name and number. To the rest of the crowd, she may have looked like just another fan. To me, she looked like mine.
Chapter 40. Cat. The roar of the crowd vibrated the stadium, and I stared toward the field as Quinn and his team filed back onto it. They'd taken a short break after the last round of, footballing? 2 huddled together off to the side near the team bench, while the Mavericks coach kneeled in the center, gesturing wildly about something. I looked around the stadium, taking in all the faces of men, women, and children filling up the stands, most of them standing on their feet, their gazes fixated on the field. Walking onto the pristine green turf closer to one end of the field than the other, the Mavericks looked like gods among men, standing strong and confident in their uniforms. But my man? God, I hope he's still my man. He looked the most confident of them all. After this game was over, I was going to do everything in my power to let him know I was all fucking in. Number 9. Bailey. It only took 1 game for me to know that jersey like the back of my hand. I could spot it anywhere on the field, even when he was on the sidelines. It probably helped I had intimate knowledge of the man inside the jersey, and that I was wearing a reproduction of said jersey, too. "This is it, Cat," Denver said as the Mavericks lined up in a row, Quinn standing behind them. 15 seconds, sweet cheeks." 15 seconds left? Like, in the whole game? "Yep," he nodded. "Quinn needs to convert for a touchdown on this play." Convert for a touchdown? I assumed that meant score more points. My football-ignorant brain tried to think back to the letter he'd written and had Jillian deliver to me. A touchdown is how you score points in a football game. It's worth 6 points. I looked at the scoreboard on the opposite end of the field, directly below the upper section of the stadium. New York 20, Minneapolis 24. "Couldn't they, kick the ball toward that pole thingy?" I asked, and Denver shook his head, a smile on his lips. That kick thing scores points, right? "A field goal isn't an option, sweet cheeks. The only way they'll pull out a win is with a touchdown," he explained, even though it was all still kind of as clear as fucking mud for me. "By the way, I love that you have 0 clue about football." "I'm trying," I exclaimed and hopped to my feet, getting too nervous to remain sitting. I stared at the field, trying to figure out just how far away they were from the touchdown box thingy. "Aren't they kind of far away?" Denver nodded. "They could definitely be closer," he answered. "Quinn is probably gonna have to pull off a 30-yarder here to pull this one out. If he can only manage another first down, they might not have any time left on the clock to complete another play." 30-yarder? That sounded far. But then I remembered Devin in the airport gift shop talking about a 73-yard throw. "But he's done it before, right?" Denver nodded. "He's done more, and with less time." I let that information sink in, and Denver smiled, nudging me with his shoulder. "You probably don't really understand it, but your boyfriend is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Probably one of the best to ever play in the league.
he said, pride filling his voice. "If anyone could pull this win out, it's Quinn." God, I hoped he was still my boyfriend. I felt like I'd fucked things up with the way I'd avoided his calls, but that was why I was here. I wanted him to know that I would fight for us, that I wanted this, him, and, most importantly, that I loved him. I truly, madly, deeply loved him. When Denver and I had arrived at the game, the anxiety of the situation had started to overwhelm me. I had no idea what Quinn's reaction to my being there would be. I wasn't sure if he would forgive me for the way I'd handled things. I knew I hadn't made it easy on him. But then, after Jilly had intervened, he looked toward the sideline, directly near our seats, and our eyes had locked. I'd never seen Quinn smile like that. It was beautiful, and the tension in my heart had eased a little. I just hoped I could see that smile again after the game, when I would finally get the chance to talk to him. But right now, I'd just focus on cheering for him and keeping everything crossed that the Mavericks could pull this out. The crowd grew louder, and both teams were lined up, New York on one side and Minneapolis on the other. I might have known zilch about this game, but I knew this moment, right now, was important. Anxiety and nervousness pricked at my fingertips. I wanted Quinn to do well. I wanted to see the Mavericks walk away with a victory. But they needed a touchdown, and they only had 15 seconds left to accomplish it. My chest tightened and I fidgeted on my feet, moving from right to left and over again. "Come on, Quinn," I blurted out, my voice fading in with the rest of the now screaming and enthusiastic crowd. "You can do it!" Now I was starting to understand why sports fans yelled a lot. It was the only outlet for stress when things got intense. Quinn squatted down behind the player in front of him, and it just kind of looked like he was staring at his teammate's ass. I'm pretty sure that guy is the snapper, although that just makes me think of fish. But truth be told, he did have a nice ass. Pretty much everyone on the Mavericks had a nice ass. Obviously, Quinn's was number one in my mind, but a girl was allowed to make observations. The snapper guy tossed the ball from between his legs and into Quinn's hands, and I grabbed Denver's arm as I watched number 9 take 2 steps back with the ball in his hands. "Come on, Quinn." The crowd grew louder, the chants and cheers and shouts banging against my eardrums, and my grip on Denver's arm grew tighter as I watched Quinn look toward the other end of the field, ball still in his hands. A big, huge monster of a guy broke through the Mavericks' line of other big, huge monster guys, and that bastard started running toward Quinn like he wanted to kill him. "Oh my God!" I gasped, and my free hand flew to my mouth. "Stop doing that! Go away, you bastard!" I shouted as I watched with wide, fearful eyes as Quinn looked right and moved left, throwing the Hulk-sized player from Minneapolis off balance, just long enough for Quinn to chuck the ball into the air. It flew like a rocket out of his hands, spiraling high and a long, long way down until it landed perfectly in the hands of who I already knew was Sean Phillips. "Touchdown, Mavericks!" the commentator exclaimed from the stadium speakers, but I couldn't focus on the fact that Quinn had just won the game. I was too focused on the fact that he was on the ground. "Oh my God, is he okay?" I asked Denver, and he nodded, wrapping an arm around my shoulders and tucking me into his side. "Don't worry, Kit Kat," he said, making up his own version of my nickname. "Quinn Bailey can handle anything, even hard-ass motherfucking hits from burly defensive linemen." A few seconds later, Quinn hopped to his feet. A little slow at first, but eventually, I knew he was perfectly fine when he ran toward Sean to celebrate. They high-fived and hugged each other briefly, before the rest of the team huddled around them and joined in. A few moments later, the kicker guy kicked the ball between those pole thingies, and it was then that the Mavericks' victory celebration could ensue. I looked up at the scoreboard again. New York, 27, Minneapolis, 24. "Way to go, Bailey!"
Denver shouted toward the field. They'd won. I smiled, big and wide and so proud of Quinn. I guess football isn't so bad, I thought to myself as I watched the Mavericks celebrate together. I looked up at Denver. I can't believe they won.
I can, he winked. So, how was your first Mavericks game?
I grinned. It was fantastic.
Well, guess what?
What?
It's about to get even better.
He nodded toward the field, and I followed his eyes. Number 9 jogged toward us, his eyes locked on me and only me. By the time he reached the edge of the stadium, he took his helmet off and motioned me down toward him.
Come here, kitten,
he shouted, a giant all-consuming smile on his face. And the fans that weren't trying to file out of the stadium started looking around at each other, not sure who he was talking to. But I wasn't concerned with those people. I just cared about Quinn.
Go get him, pretty girl,
Denver whispered into my ear, and I nodded, the smile on my face mirroring Quinn's.
This is the part we came for.
With the aisles full of people leaving the stadium, I worked my way down toward the field by climbing over the rows of seats. Awkward and clumsy and close to falling on my face. I didn't care. I just kept moving right for Quinn.
Yo, Quinny,
Denver yelled from behind me.
I'll meet you guys outside the locker room.
My gaze was locked firmly on Quinn, so I knew he didn't nod or acknowledge his brother at all. But I had a very strong feeling Denver didn't mind. A few seconds later, I stood at the bottom of the first level, my hands gripping the metal railing that separated the field from the stands. I looked down at Quinn, and he looked up toward me.
You're here,
he said, and reached up to wrap his hand around my leg, squeezing it gently.
I'm so fucking glad you're here, kitten.
Me too, I said, my voice low and emotion clogging my throat. Tears started to prick behind my eyes. I missed you so much. I'm so sorry.
Hold on, baby, he interrupted. I need you closer.
A surprised laugh escaped my lips. I don't think I can get any closer right now, Quinn.
Yeah, you can.
He grinned and then, with fast hands, helped me climb over the railing and into his arms. But he didn't put me down. No. He wrapped my legs around his waist and held me in his arms, our faces mere inches away.
There, he said. That's much better.
God, I love him. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm sorry how I handled things. I was just scared and freaked out, and I didn't know how to deal with any of it.
It's okay, kitten, he said. I know it was a lot for you to take in all at once. Not to mention some of it was really uncalled for and pretty fucking awful. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, especially that for most of it you were completely ambushed.
It's okay.
Where do we go from here?
I'm not sure, I said, and his face started to drop a little. But I know with everything inside me that wherever we go together. His blue eyes locked with mine.
All in?
I nodded. All fucking in.
God, I love you,
he whispered. I love you too, I said, swallowing against the emotion in my throat. So much. He pressed his lips to mine, starting our kiss off soft and slow, until he took it a little deeper, gently touching his tongue to mine. We stayed like that, kissing and holding each other tightly for a long moment, until the sounds of the stadium and crowd and onlookers around us started to filter in. We weren't in the privacy of our homes. We were on display for all of the world to see.
Shit,
he muttered, a smile on his lips.
I almost forgot where I was for a second.
I grinned. Me too. Someone cleared their throat behind us. Excuse me, Quinn? With me still in his arms, he turned to face them. I'm sorry to interrupt. A woman dressed in a nice black dress with a sleek jacket started, a knowing smile on her lips. She held a microphone in her hand, and a cameraman stood right beside her with his big camera resting on his shoulders. "But ESPN would really love to have a short interview with you, since that 30-yarder to Phillips will be on the top 10 list tonight. Mind if we get an interview real quick?"
"Sure thing, Louisa."
Quinn nodded and gently set me down on my feet. As the cameraman pointed the camera directly toward Quinn, I started to move off toward the side, but he grabbed my hand, holding it tightly, and kept me in place right beside him. I muttered and looked up at him.
"I need you with me, kitten,"
he whispered into my ear. The sincerity in his voice made me melt, and instead of freaking out about being anywhere near the camera, I just nodded in understanding and squeezed his hand to let him know I'd stay. Louisa got right into it, asking him questions about the game, what happened in the first half, and how he managed to pull off that 32-yard throw in the last 15 seconds. And of course, in true Quinn fashion, he answered with charm and grace. And I stood there, right beside him, with our hands intertwined, and listened to the interview, smiling along and even laughing when he said something amusing. I didn't worry about being near the camera and possibly making a television debut. With Quinn by my side, I had no worries. I just wanted to support him. If he needed me, I wanted to be there. Always. Before Louisa finished up the interview, she looked toward me and then back at Quinn. "So, any important news for your fans?"
"Well, I know a lot of people were wondering about my kitten."
He paused, smiling down at me.
"So, I guess now is a good time to introduce her. Say hi to ESPN Cat."
I giggled nervously and glanced at the camera. Hi." This whole media attention thing was obviously something I needed to get used to. But for Quinn, I'd do absolutely anything, even being awkward in front of way more people than I wanted to know. Louisa grinned, looking far too giddy about getting us, together on camera. "Is it safe to say this is your girlfriend, Catherine?"
"Yes, this is Catherine,"
Quinn said, nodding, and then paused.
"And she's way more than just my girlfriend."
"What?" My eyes popped wide in surprise, and I darted my gaze to his face. "Oh," Louisa responded excitedly. "Has there been an engagement you haven't told us about?" Engagement? What the heck? His blue eyes shone brighter than the stadium lights, and he locked his gaze with mine.
"No engagement. Not yet, at least."
And right there, with Louisa and ESPN watching, Quinn leaned down and kissed me. And I kissed him right back. A future engagement to Quinn Bailey? Count me all in. Epilogue. Cat. The last cardboard box found its way onto the moving truck, and before locking the door to my little Hoboken apartment for the very last time, I paused just outside the entry to look around the now empty space. Today was moving day, and I wasn't moving into a new apartment. I was moving in with Quinn, another big milestone in our relationship, and I had never been more ready to take the next big leap with him. Over the past 6 months, we'd made our way together. We'd worked hard to always find time for each other, and somehow, some way, found a good balanced approach in dealing with the media and spotlight. With one final smiling look, I walked out of my apartment and shut the door with a quiet click. As I hopped into my car and headed in the same direction as the moving truck that had left an hour before me, my phone started ringing for the 1,000,000th time today. Most of the calls had been from Quinn. He was at the house and apparently growing impatient. I swear to God, if I received another ETA text from him, I might strangle his sexy ass when I got home. Home. I smiled at the thought. Yes, that's exactly where I was headed. Figuring it was my impatient boyfriend, I was surprised when I saw "Incoming call, Mom" on the screen of my phone. I clicked accept from the smart screen on my dashboard, and her comforting voice came through the speakers of my car.
Are you all moved in yet?
Not yet, I responded with a slightly annoyed smile on my lips. I mean, between Quinn and now her, it was like everyone thought the process of moving occurred via teleportation. Side note, moving was one of those things that in theory didn't seem like a big deal, and oftentimes was really exciting. But when you actually got down to the meat and potatoes of packing up boxes, moving furniture, and cleaning your apartment for the next renter, it was a real pain in the ass. A trip to the dentist would be more enjoyable.
Where are you?
She asked. I'm in the car. I just left my apartment for the very last time, I answered.
Where's Quinn?
He's at the house waiting for the moving truck to arrive. And probably doing the last final clean of what used to be his bachelor pad. She giggled at that.
Well, I'm so happy for you too, sweetheart. I'm also relieved that your father and I will no longer have to worry about you living in the big city all by yourself. We've had some sleepless nights fretting about something happening to you.
Goodness, you'd think my apartment had been in Harlem.
Mom,
I said through a sigh, I lived in Hoboken. You guys had nothing to be concerned about.
I'm just thankful you'll have a big, strong man around to keep you safe.
Really, Mom? A big, strong man? I questioned on a laugh. This was the opposite of what Alexa Wild would normally tell me. What has happened to you? Are you feeling okay?
What do you mean?
My entire life, you've told me that no woman needs a man, that we are fully capable of being strong and independent on our own.
Yeah, but that was before I met Quinn.
I grinned and laughed at the same time. I'm glad you like him.
I love him, she said. He treats my baby girl like a goddess. He's like a son to me now.
Once Quinn and I had established our relationship, despite what the media said and his parents' passive-aggressive disapproval, we had taken a short trip to Cincinnati so he could meet my mom and dad. It had only taken about 5 minutes before he'd charmed my mom right out of her heels, and another 10 for my dad to invite him down to his man cave in the basement. That day had been a little bittersweet, though. On one hand, I'd loved that my parents had accepted him into our family with open arms. Hell, some days, Quinn probably chatted with my mom and dad more than I did. But on the other hand, the love and acceptance my parents had showed only magnified the way Quinn's parents had acted toward me. I wished I could say it had changed with them, but it hadn't. Even after several months had passed, the Baileys were still fairly closed off from our lives. Shortly after I'd impulsively flown to Minneapolis to show Quinn I'd wanted to fight for us, he'd paid his parents a visit in Boone Hills. He'd gone alone, and I wasn't 100% sure what had gone down. But ever since that visit, his parents had changed their behavior whenever the four of us were in a room together. Now, I wouldn't say they were ever really thrilled to see me, but they weren't as cold as the fucking Arctic like they had been that very first time. But whenever I saw them, they showed me the respect that I deserved. I guessed progress was progress.
Well, your dad is chomping at the bit to take a trip out to New York to see you guys. But don't worry, I'll make sure he stays patient until you're all moved in.
Good plan. I grinned and took a right off the exit toward my new neighborhood. But I would definitely love for you guys to come stay a few days with us.
Oh, sweetheart, we'll get a hotel when we come up there.
I snorted. Trust me, Mom. We have the room, and Quinn's southern manners wouldn't allow it. He'll demand you stay with us. Quinn's house, my new house, was pretty damn big. 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a finished basement, and that wasn't including the lush terrace, pool, and jacuzzi nestled in the backyard. Not only did we have room for my parents to stay a few days, we had room to host a goddamn party for the entire football team. Although, feeding all those manly mouths would be a difficult task to tackle.
Okay, sweetheart. I know you're pretty busy right now, so I'll let you go, but promise to FaceTime me in the next few days and show me the house once you're all moved in.
Sounds like a plan, Mom. Love you.
Love you too.
We ended the call, and before I could start my favorite Selena Gomez Spotify playlist, my phone started ringing again through the speakers of my car. Incoming call. Quinn. I laughed and rolled my eyes at the same time. "What do you want?" I asked once I clicked accept on the call. Soft and amused, his familiar chuckles filled my ears and my heart skipped 3 beats. Good Lord, I was so in love with this man it was stupid.
"When are you going to be home?"
he asked, voice tender and sweet as honey.
"It's been too long since I've seen you."
"I'm about 20 minutes away, and you just saw me this morning." We'd spent my last night in the Hoboken apartment together, eating Chinese takeout and surrounded by moving boxes.
"Yeah, but that was 6 hours ago,"
he said, and his voice dropped a few octaves then, growing deeper with each word.
"Come home, kitten. I want to play with you."
Oh boy. Stop trying to make me horny.
"Is it working?"
Of course it was working, but I didn't need the distraction while driving. "That's beside the point."
"God,"
he groaned, and that sexy as fuck groan urged goosebumps up my spine and hardened my nipples.
"I'm already hard just thinking about putting my mouth on your pussy."
"Quinn," I tried to exclaim, but it was more like a half-whine, half-moan. "I'm trying to drive here."
"All right, I'll stop. For now. But I can't make any promises for when you get home,"
he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. I was certain I knew every one of Quinn's smiles, and this one was his I love teasing cat sexy little smirk. "Well, unless you want the movers to get a show, I think you should probably keep that promise for at least the next few hours."
"It's a big house, kitten. I'm sure it won't be too hard to find a bit of privacy."
"Oh my God," I said on a sigh. "We're not going to do—" I paused and my cheeks flushed.
"We're not going to do what?"
"You know what I mean."
"Say it, kitten. Tell me what we're not going to do,"
he said, and like honey from a beehive, his words dripped with sex. "I'm not saying anything."
"Oh, come on, baby,"
he coerced. "Quinn," I chastised, but even I didn't believe it. My face heated, and if I weren't busy driving, I would have given in to the urge to clench my thighs together to relieve the ache between my legs. Holy heavens, is it hot in here? I glanced at the inside temperature of the car on the dash and found it was a comfortable 73 degrees.
"You know it drives me fucking crazy when my sweet little kitten gets a little dirty."
When it came to me, Quinn was so damn intuitive it wasn't even funny. Sometimes it felt like he had a direct line into my brain. And right now, he wanted me to say all of the dirty things I was secretly thinking about. Fine. I could play his game. Game on, Quinn. "We're not going to fuck," I stated, and immediately my mind shouted, "Wait, we're not? That sounds a little ridiculous. We should definitely fuck, Quinn. Lots and lots of fucking, Quinn, to be precise."
"And what else?"
he asked, voice husky. I swallowed and tried to keep going, but holy moly, I was only getting myself worked up in the process. "You're not going to put your mouth on my pussy." Why am I even saying this?
"You won't let me lick and suck on my kitten's pussy until it gets all wet and swollen with the need to come."
I was truly playing with fire right now. Any minute, I'd ignite into flames. No, I responded, and the uncertainty in my voice was so thick I could have cut it with a knife.
"God, Cat," he whispered, "I'm so fucking hard right now I could slice through concrete like it's fucking butter."
"See?" I giggled at that. "This was why I told you to stop."
"Later," he said, his voice low and determined. "Once the movers are gone and we're alone, I'm going to play with you, make you come on my fingers, my tongue, my cock. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in, kitten?"
I wanted to say, "Yes, please," or better yet, "Tell the movers to come back another day." But in the spirit of not letting this conversation get out of hand again, I played it cool. "Okay."
"Just okay?"
"Shut up." I said on a laugh. I'm refusing to let this conversation go any further or else what? Or else I'm going to need a new pair of panties by the time I make it home.
Fuck, kitten, he groaned. I want to bury my face between your legs and not come up for air until you come on my—
Okay, yeah. I cut him off before he could get started again. I love you, but yeah. Bye, Pickle. See you in like 10 minutes. Pickle. I grinned at the nickname I'd come up with for Quinn as I hung up the phone. I wouldn't say he was the biggest fan of it, but every time I used it, I was rewarded with one of his secretly amused smiles. It was growing on him, I knew that much. The little nickname had been created after 2 visits to a little deli up the street from the stadium led me to realize that Quinn Bailey loved eating pickles, and if you had a pickle anywhere in his vicinity, he would steal it without an inkling of remorse. Now, he was Pickle. I was Kitten. And I might have been biased, but we were fucking adorable. Our nicknames for each other had managed to reach the media after Quinn and I had done an exclusive interview about our relationship with Cosmopolitan. He'd gotten a lot of shit for it from his teammates, but deep down, I knew he secretly loved it. And I knew exactly why. Because he loved me just as much as I loved him. I'd never known a love like this could exist. Until Quinn. Somehow, some way, we'd found our way together, and it wasn't without struggle. We'd tackled so many obstacles. His parents, the media, our insanely busy schedules. At one point, I'd honestly thought it wouldn't work. I thanked God every day I'd eventually realized that no matter how hard things were, Quinn was worth every bit of the fight. And luckily, over the past few months, we hadn't had to work so hard against outside obstacles. The media had settled down. Any articles about us were generally positive, and most revolved around the question of, when are they getting married? Our schedules weren't so hectic. Thanks to Caterpillar & Co.'s ever-growing success and Quinn's blatant promotion of his girlfriend's company, I'd decided to resign from my position at Royal Air. Hell, we'd been doing so well, I'd even been able to hire both Nikki and Casey on full-time. They both handled the promotion aspects of our company, often traveling around the states to find prime placement in stores like PaperSource and Target. They'd just nailed both of those contracts a few weeks ago. Things were good, though I had a feeling the Royal Air comedy show was suffering a little these days. And now, as I pulled into the private drive that led to my new home, I knew that with Quinn by my side, this was only the beginning. I drove around the moving truck and found an easy parking spot in front of the garages. 5, to be exact. I still have no idea why we needed so many places to park our cars. I clicked off the engine, grabbed my purse from the passenger seat, and made my way into the house. Just as I entered through the garage, I could hear Quinn's voice reverberating through the house.
Thanks, guys,
he announced, and it sounded like he was in the foyer.
I really appreciate the speed at which you managed this move.
No problem, a man responded, his voice having that all-too-familiar fanboy tone to it.
Anything for Quinn Bailey,
he added.
We're all huge fans of yours.
I smiled and shook my head as I set my purse down on the big island in the center of the kitchen. Instead of eavesdropping on the fan session, I walked into the living room to see what boxes I needed to start unpacking. But to my surprise, there was nothing. Not a single box or container or anything besides a perfectly clean space. Maybe they'd moved all my stuff upstairs? I took one last glance around the living room and stopped once my gaze reached the mantel. Hanging there, front and center, was one of my paintings. My personal paintings. An abstract portrait of myself. It showed the female form without really showing the female form. I'd painted it shortly after Quinn and I had really become an us. He'd been at my place when I'd created it, and once it was finished, he'd asked me what it was. And I'd responded, "It's me. In love. With you." I honestly hadn't really thought much more about that painting. Until now. My eyes filled with tears as I stared at it, taking in the little nuances of pastel color hues and smooth brush strokes and the magnified bits of red and gold interspersed throughout. God, he had my heart. I walked into the dining room and found 2 more of my paintings, and when I'd made my way into the entry where Quinn stood, I spotted another 3 of my canvases. He smiled as I moved toward him. It was his "I missed you, kitten" smile. The instant I reached him, he enveloped me in a tight hug and lifted my feet off the ground. I leaned back and pressed a kiss to his mouth, and his smile grew wider against my lips.
"What was that for?"
he asked. "Because I love you," I whispered. "So much."
"I love you too, kitten."
"You put my paintings throughout the house."
"I did."
He nodded and set me on my feet.
"And I also hired an extra 10 movers to bring all your stuff in as quick as humanly possible."
I giggled at that. "That's why I overheard you saying something about speed to someone. And how in the hell did you manage that?" He shrugged.
"I guess you could say I had it planned about 2 weeks ago. I didn't want to spend my kitten's official move-in day actually moving shit."
"And what exactly did you want to spend today doing?"
"I have a special surprise to show you."
He smirked when I quirked a brow.
"The only clue I'll give you is that it's not my cock. Not yet, anyway. I have a good feeling you'll be falling all over it later."
I slugged him in the shoulder. "Don't worry, not his throwing arm," and laughed. "And where exactly is this special surprise?"
"Upstairs,"
he said. He took my hand in his and led the way, up the staircase, down the hall opposite our master bedroom, and to the very last room on the left. With a quick turn of the knob, he opened the door, and I nearly fell to my knees at the sight. "Oh my God!" I gasped and looked at Quinn. "Are you serious right now?"
"Yes," he nodded. "Welcome to your new space, baby."
I stepped inside and walked around the room. The walls were a beautiful cream, not at all like the stuff I'd pour in my coffee, but with a decadent and calming hue of beach sand. The floor, a dark walnut, and the 2 large floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the black terrace were covered with sheer curtains that allowed sunlight to pour through. In the center sat a gorgeous desk with a brand-new Mac resting in the center. In one corner lay a gold velvet ottoman nestled in the perfect, coziest spot for me to sit and draw for hours. And in the other sat an easel with a stool, ready and waiting for me to put it to good use. The paintings, my paintings, on the wall, the framed Caterpillar & Co. logo, and our best-selling greeting cards hung across an adorable clothespin line along the wall. All of the little accents were 100% me. This room, my Quinn-appointed space in the house, had been created and designed with love and care. I stepped over to the desk, and tears pricked my eyes when I saw a framed photo of Quinn and me, standing right beside the computer. It was taken a few weeks ago by Denver. He'd driven down to Alabama to see him, and he'd managed to snap that pic when neither of us was paying attention. We'd been locked in an adorable embrace, Quinn looking down at me, and my chin resting on his chest, gaze locked with his. Both of us had soft smiles on our faces. The instant Quinn had showed me that photo after Denver had texted it to him, I'd said, "He looks so in love." It was my favorite photo of us, and 30 years from now, I imagined it still would be. He'd remembered that photo. He'd remembered everything. "Did you do all of this?" I asked, and looked toward Quinn. He stood in the doorway, his shoulder resting on the frame.
"I did,"
he smiled. It was genuine, sweet, and made my heart skip 3 beats.
"Without any help, either."
"Fuck that," I heard from the room next door, jumping at the unexpected voice. "I helped." I recognized him then, his raucous laughter echoing through the wall as we listened to him jog down the stairs and out the front door before slamming it. I winced at the force with which it resettled in the jam. Quinn laughed.
"Sean is such a fucking diva."
I bit my lip as he explained.
"He only helped with the heavy lifting."
"I can tell," I said, and he quirked a brow, slightly confused by my meaning. That you did all the important and special parts yourself, I clarified. The only way to create a room this amazing is out of pure love. With 3 strides, he closed the distance between us and placed his hands on my hips, his blue eyes shining down toward me like my own personal stars.
I love you, Catherine,
he whispered. I love you too.
You know, kitten, you're so perfect for me, but...
He paused, my throat constricted around the words. But what?
If there's one tiny thing I could change about you.
I narrowed my eyes, prepared to give him hell, but his smile stole my will to argue right along with my breath.
It would be your last name.
His heart was right there in his eyes, vivid and bright just like the blue. And with painful, tedious care, his movements so slow it felt like time stopped, he took my left hand in his and bent down on one knee before me. The black velvet box came easily out of his pocket, and I gasped. The small hinges opened with the barest hint of a crack, revealing the most beautiful diamond ring I'd ever seen in my life. The huge, cushion-cut center stone winked flawlessly in the light, a true showstopper, and the 2 sapphires at the sides did their best to sing backup. All of it shone with a brilliance only matched by the exuberance positively fucking beaming out of me.
Catharine Alexa Wild, will you marry me?
Quinn. With big doe eyes and shaking hands, Catharine stood before me like a baby deer on its first day. Words were beyond my capability, and movement wasn't an option either. She hadn't seen the question coming, not today, and the fucking thrill of watching all the love she had for me scroll across her face threatened to bring me out of my skin. Kitten, I prompted gently. I was eager for her answer, eager to touch her, eager to slide my ring onto her finger and get started on the rest of our lives. Lives where everyone would know she was mine, I was hers, and together we were unstoppable. Tears kissed her cheeks, leaving behind the cutest of trails as they fell unchecked off of her chin. Her head shook, just slightly, the motion completely unconscious, and my chest tightened. Baby, the word you're looking for is yes, I told her. Fucking say it. My order wasn't harsh, but it was impatient, and my little bit of fire was enough to set hers blazing. You know, normal people do this one step at a time, Quinn, she accused, her brows quirking in a way that showed her faint childhood biking scar. They move in, spend some time living together, and then they get engaged. She was challenging and teasing me at the same time, all the while her brown eyes, shining brightly with fresh tears, showed her truth. I bit my lip to keep my smile in check. If I didn't, it was bound to run away from me, completely out of control. She's so... everything. I have never met a more perfect woman. They give people time to get used to the idea. People? What people? Me people, she shouted, but it was more of an amused declaration than anything else. I need time to get my bearings, time to settle, time to... No, you don't, I denied, shoving to my feet and stealing her breath as I pulled her into my arms. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was willing. I took full advantage. With long, sweeping drags, I sealed her mouth to mine and owned it. Every inch, every breath, every fucking corner of her tongue, I made it mine. I pulled away, just enough to see her face in its entirety. My voice was rough. You don't need all that shit, and I don't either. You need me, and I need you, and the rest of it can go fuck itself. She laughed, just a tiny burst that lit up her face and sank her dimples into her cheeks. And then she nodded. My whole life, the whole fucking thing, had been lived for this moment. Yes? Yes, Quinn. Yes to you. Yes to us. Yes to taking your name. Yes to all of it. She didn't have to tell me twice. I pushed the ring onto her finger, and then, around her back and down to her ass, I slid my hands until all I could feel was her. The front of her against me, the perfect flesh in my hands, the beat of her heart. It still wasn't enough. I lifted, forcing her legs around my hips, and drove a hand into her hair. Her squeal was so sharp I could feel it ringing in my eardrum. I took off for our bedroom at a jog. "What are you doing?" she cried through laughter, her arms tightening around my neck more and more with every bounding step I took. She didn't need me to answer, though. My intent was clear as crystal, thanks to my hard, thick cock. Thank God my bed was soft and forgiving, because I dropped her without finesse and tore at her clothes. The jeans, the sweatshirt, every fucking thing underneath, it all had to go. "I hope you're ready," I taunted, as I found purchase on her jeans and panties and pulled them off in a rush. She helped with her sweatshirt and then came back at me, pulling my clothes off with no less intensity. "I'm ready," she challenged easily, shoving me down and climbing up to straddle my hips. "With you, I'm ready for anything." With one swift stroke, my dick found its home inside of her, and with 3 more simple words, I did the same. "Me too, Cat." With Catharine Wild as my wife, I'll be ready for everything. This concludes Wildcat by Max Monroe, narrated by Jeremy York and Ava Erickson. Copyright 2018 by Max Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Monroe, care of Jane Roth-Rosen Agency, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.